Chapter 11. How did you advance to First Order? Even if Wang Wei possesses a grade 10 martial spirits, Dad's action is too partial to him. Su Yan said in a dissatisfied manner. Could it be at the end of the year's clan assembly our Xiao Long will really? The words stopped here as Su Yan's eyes turned red. I'm going to have a talk with Dad. At this moment, Wang Ping stood up in anger and said, No need, Dad. Wang Xiaolong abruptly said, It's not necessary to look for grandfather. Wang Ping and Su Yan turned to look at their son. Just when Wang Ping opens his mouth about to say something, on his son's body, he saw a burst of battle chi's bright radiance. Battle chi? Outward projection of battle chi? After being dazed for a moment, Wang and Su Yan blurted out in shock, look of disbelief on their faces. Outward projection of battle chi then? A thought flashed through Wang Ping and Su Yan's mind, First Order Warrior. Only when reaching First Order Warrior one can project battle chi outside the body even if successfully condensing battle chi are unable to project battle chi outwards. Xiao Long Yu, could it be that you have advanced to First Order? Wang Ping asked in a trembling voice. Although he witnessed it with his own eyes he dares not believe for it might turn out to be an illusion. That's right, Dad, Mom. I have already advanced to First Order. Wang Xiaolong nodded. He does not wish to see his parents continue to worry about matters related to the clan assembly that he decided to reveal part of his strength. Hearing their son's confirmation, Wang Ping and Su Yan finally believes the truth in front of them. Joy took over their faces, especially Su Yan after going through surprise and excitement. She ran over and hugged Wang Xiaolong tightly. Wonderful, my son finally advanced to First Order. Tears of joy rolled down Su Yan's face. Su Yan's is quite voluptuous a woman. Being hugged so tightly Wang Xiaolong feels like he was about to suffocate. He finally managed to break free with much difficulty. It is only the First Order, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Wang Xiaolong thought dejectedly in his heart. However, he can truly feel the love Wang Ping and Su Yan have for him. Wang Ping and Su Yan gradually calmed down from their joy and excitement after some time. Xiaolong, how did you advance to First Order? Wang Ping voiced out the doubt in his heart. With Wang Xiaolong grade 7 martial spirits talent to advance to First Order would take at least a year or so. Su Yan also turned to look questioningly at her son. Obviously, she too has some doubts. Instead of speaking, Wang Xiaolong withdrew 2 bright red fruit from his chest, under the astonished gaze of Wang Ping and Su Yan. The bright redness of the fruit bedazzles people. This is yang fruit? Wang Ping and Su Yan exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Wang Xiaolong laughed. 1 month ago, I accidentally found it in a valley at the back mountain. There were 5 fruits in total, and I swallowed 3 of them. There was in truth 5 pieces of yang fruit in the beginning, but Wang Xiaolong only took 1. Swallowed 3 fruits. Wang Ping and Su Yan looked at each other. They finally understood the real reason their son advanced to First Order. Good. Haha, Xiaolong, unexpectedly you have such good fortune. Yang fruit is a wonder fruit. Its benefits are no less compared to the Larian heart grass that your grandfather bought for Wang Wei. Wang Ping laughed merrily. It is also beneficial to your future cultivation. Even Su Yan is smiling from ear to ear. Dad, Mom, these 2 pieces yang fruit, each of you swallows 1 and cultivate. Wang Xiaolong said. Wang Ping and Su Yan's smile stiffened on their faces and was about to refuse when Wang Xiaolong interrupted. I have already taken 3 fruits, any more will only waste it and will not bring more benefits to me. It is better if Dad and Mom take it. Wang Ping and Su Yan no longer say anything. Moments later, Wang Ping nodded his head in agreement. Fine. Taking the 2 pieces of yang fruit from Wang Xiaolong's hand, he inhaled deeply looking at them, making an effort to suppress the excitement in his heart. He's stuck at late 6th Order for more than a year. With this piece of yang fruit he's able to break through to peak 6th Order in 2 months' time. In truth, he really does need this piece of yang fruit. Looking at the yang fruit in her palm, Su Yan's expression differs, not from Wang Ping's. With this piece of yang fruit there is hope for her to advance to 6th Order. Xiaolong, about your break through to First Order for the time being don't let others know. Wang Ping said to his son after regaining some clarity, continues. Although you break through to First Order after swallowing yang fruit, you still need to make an effort in your practice, strive to reach mid-First Order by the end of the year. In Wang Ping's opinion, as long as his son break through to mid-First Order even if Wang Wei is late First Order at that time, to cripple both of his son's hands is difficult. The gap between mid-First Order and late First Order is negligible. Dad, Mom, rest assured that I will not disappoint you. Wang Xiaolong said. Wang Ping and Su Yan were comforted with those words. A short while later Wang Xiaolong left the eastern courtyard hall back to his small courtyard, and directly went into practice mode. After advancing to 3rd Order, the double-headed martial spirit's speed-absorbing netherworld spiritual aura has again increased. The battle chi inside his body grew ever more powerful. Almost on every other day basis, the battle chi inside his body becomes thicker and more powerful. The small courtyard Wang Xiaolong resides in is located at the easternmost part of Wang Clan Manor. That's why apart from his parents and his sister Wang Min, rarely any people passes by, which is all the more convenient for Wang Xiaolong to practice. With Wang Xiaolong practicing in a crazed manner regardless day or night, his battle chi and internal force increased exponentially. Peak early 3rd Order, mid 3rd Order, peak mid 3rd Order, late 3rd Order. By the time 3 months have passed, Wang Xiaolong's battle chi has reached peak late 3rd order. At any moment he can break through to 4th order, and there is only less than 2 weeks till end of the year's clan assembly. However, 4th order is a dividing line. The 4th order's barrier is much thicker compared to the previous 2nd and 3rd order. The difficulty is incomparable. In Huang Clan Manor, there are disciples possessing grade 7 martial spirits stuck at peak late 3rd order more than 2 years unable to break through to 4th order. Even those possessing grade 8 martial spirits spends more than 1 year at peak late 3rd order before advancing further. 2 weeks pass quickly. With the approaching clan assembly, Huang Clan Manor is in a lively, festive atmosphere because 2 days after the clan assembly will the New Year festival. The entire Huang Clan Manor was decorated lavishly. In contrast with the rest of the Huang Clan Manor, Wang Xiaolong's small courtyard seemed gloomy and lonely, only silence. Tomorrow's the annual clan assembly. Wang Xiaolong left his room after more than a dozen days of hard penance, eventually countering bottleneck at peak late 3rd order. The looks of it, it will take a while before he can cross over to 4th order. Wang Xiaolong walked out from the small courtyard. Tomorrow's the clan annual assembly. Did you hear? This time old Manor Lord will make an appearance. This year is young Lord Wang Wai first time participating in the clan assembly after awakening his martial spirits. Of course old Manor Lord will be joining the gathering. Not only that, I heard that old Manor Lord even invited the Lai family's old patriarch over. Then it means the Lai family's old patriarch will be coming over? The Lai family and Huang Clan Manor are considered Kanglan County's major forces. The relationship between old patriarch of the Lai family, Lai Mu, and Wang Xiaolong's grandfather, Wang Kaid, has always been good. Chapter 12. The annual clan assembly begins. This year's clan assembly, grandfather Wang Kaid even invited Lai Mu, Lai family's old patriarch over. He truly spent a lot of effort and thought. Wang Xiaolong thinks to himself. He believes the reason grandfather invited the old patriarch of the Lai family over is not that simple. Along the path heading to the eastern courtyard's hall were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. When the busy guards and maids saw Wang Xiaolong passing by, they immediately stopped to salute. Young Lord Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong nodded as he walked by. However, along the way he was able to feel the weird gazes of the guards and maids behind him. Seems like Wang Wai's intention of crippling Wang Xiaolong's arms have reached the ears of the guards and maids. Wang Xiaolong reached the eastern courtyard. Inside the main hall, both Wang Peng and Su Yan were present. Dad, Mom. Wang Xiaolong cried out as he entered the main hall. Xiaolong, you're here. Su Yan pulled Wang Xiaolong to sit next to her, then asked. Tomorrow's the clan assembly. How's your practice coming along? Wang Peng on the other side also stares at Wang Xiaolong. Letting out a small laugh, Wang Xiaolong said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. Tomorrow I surely will not let you down. Unexpectedly, the moment his sentence ends, Su Yan almost shouted out loud in surprise, Xiaolong, did you break through to mid-first order? Su Yan thought his confidence came from him. Break through to mid-first order. Wang Peng burst out laughing at this moment. Good, my son, you really did not disappoint Dad. When Wang Xiaolong heard his parents' words, he reined his smile within. Could advancing to mid-first order before the annual clan assembly is the highest expectation his parents have of him. Dad, I heard from the guards this year's annual clan assembly. The old patriarch of Lai family, Lai Mu, is coming? Wang Xiaolong asked, changing the topic. Wang Peng nodded. This time, other than the Lai family old patriarch himself, he also brought his granddaughter Lai Lu over. His granddaughter Lai Lu? Wang Xiaolong was a little bewildered, then jokingly said, Old patriarch Lai couldn't be bringing over his granddaughter for a matchmaking, right? But Wang Peng answered seriously. That is the purpose of your grandfather and old patriarch Lai. After the clan assembly is over, Wang Wai and Lai Lu to be engaged, and in the future, Lai family and Wang clan will be in-laws. Wang Xiaolong went blank. Hearsay that Lai Lu's talent is quite good. Hers is a top grade 9 martial spirit. The divine dark sword. Su Yan added. Top amongst grade 9 martial spirits. Divine dark sword. Wang Xiaolong was shocked for a moment, for it was unexpected that Lai Mu's granddaughter Lai Lu's martial spirit is the divine dark sword. In martial spirit world, there are different forms of martial spirits, beasts, weapons, plants, and there are even people with nature martial spirits, such as lightning, wind, water, and fire. And the divine dark sword is one many types of weapon martial spirits. Of course, the majority of martial spirits in martial spirits world exists in beast form. For instance, Wang Wai's three-eyed black tiger, Wang Kaid's six-winged golden ape, and Wang Xiaolong's variant double-headed serpent. A short while later, Wang Xiaolong returned to his small courtyard and continued to practice Asura tactics. Slowly, night descended. Wang Xiaolong stood on a hilltop at the back mountain, not moving an inch, but he wasn't practicing. He was instead looking at the vast sea in front of him. In truth, with regards to Wang Wai, Wang Xiaolong truly is not bothered. Releasing the double-headed serpent martial spirits floating behind him, Wang Xiaolong can clearly sense how powerful his martial spirits are after advancing to third order, and him being the only person able to sense it. Looks like I need to make a trip to the library to see if I can find out about my martial spirits. Wang Xiaolong muttered to himself. However, Wang Clan Manor's library only allows those who had reached 4th order to enter. That's why he needs to break through to 4th order as soon as possible. The moonlight stretches Wang Xiaolong's small shadow on the ground. Darkness gradually fades as the light brightens the sky. Wang Xiaolong's figure dashed, heading back to Wang Clan Manor. The clan's annual assembly finally begins. Clan's annual assembly is about to begin. Back to Wang Clan Manor, he moved straight towards the eastern courtyard. When his parents, Wang Peng and Su Yan, saw him coming, did not say much. The three of them then walked to the main foyer. The main foyer is double the size of Martial Temple, easily accommodating 1,000 people. In front of the main foyer is a martial stage, and chairs line the perimeter of the martial stage for the Wang Clan Manor's elders and housekeepers, whereas the disciples can only stand at the back area's open space. When Wang Peng and Su Yan came in along with Wang Xiaolong, many of the elders and housekeepers were already there. Second Manor Lord. Second Manor Lord. The group of elders, housekeepers and disciples immediately greeted Wang Peng. Wang Peng nodded. Su Yan and Wang Xiaolong followed from behind him, arriving in front of a table and chairs, and sat down. Sitting down, Wang Xiaolong sensed there is a cold gaze staring at him. Raising his head to find the source, he saw Wang Wai, who was sitting opposite. At this moment, their eyes met. Wang Wai's gaze was arrogant, condescending, provoking and complacent. Sitting beside Wang Wai is Wang Ming, forever with his deadpan expressionless face. As Wang Peng sat down, he did not greet Wang Ming. Since the northern courtyard incident, the two of them no longer speak to each other, from brothers to strangers traveling on the same path. Not long after the three of them arrived, from the outer hall a hearty laugh rang out. Hearing the sound of laughter, everyone inside the hall quickly stand up. Looking over, Wang Xiaolong saw his grandfather Wang Kaid walking into the hall with a face full of laughter, and next to his grandfather is a high-spirited old man with a head full of silvery white hair, about the same age. Wang Xiaolong immediately knows this is old patriarch Lai Mu. Following closely behind Lai Mu is a lovely girl with 2 braids and bright round eyes curiously spinning around. Old Manor Lord. Old Patriarch Lai. Everyone present quickly greeted, and after that Wang Ming, Wang Peng and Su Yan went up. Dad, Old Patriarch Lai. Grandfather, Old Patriarch Lai. Wang Wai and Wang Xiaolong too went up, following from behind. Wang Kaid gave a chuckle and nodded, then said to Lai Mu while pointing at Wang Wai. This is my grandson, Wang Wai. But he only introduced Wang Wai without mentioning Wang Xiaolong. Lai Mu looked at Wang Wai up and down, with a look of appreciation said, not bad. Good. Brother Kaid, I heard that your grandson practiced less than 2 months already successfully break through First Order warrior. When it was my time to break through First Order, I used more than 5 months off. Wang Kaid laughed boisterously when he heard this. Lai Mu brother, please do advise and look after him in the future. In the future, that is of course. Lai Mu laughed. A while later, everyone returned to their seats. Then, Chief Housekeeper Chen Ying stood up, began going through the annual assembly's program. After finishing, he turned over to look at Wang Kaid. Seeing Wang Kaid nodding his head, he declared in a loud voice. Annual clan assembly begins. Chen Ying's declaration met with a silent hall. Following the rules of previous years, the first to get up on the stage are usually the ones who awakened their martial spirits this year. Everyone couldn't resist but to look at Wang Wai. Everyone knows the purpose Old Manor Lord attends this year's clan assembly. Wang Wai is destined to be the main focus of attention. Wang Wai, go and show the result of your 5 months' effort. Let everyone see your achievement. Wang Kaid said to his grandson Wang Wai, eyes full of encouragement. Yes, grandfather. Wang Wai stood up and cried loudly. He then leaped up onto the center of the martial stage. Landing atop the martial stage, Wang Wai runs the exercise law. Fully releasing his battle Kai and his martial spirits, the 3-eyed black tiger floated out behind him, emanating quite a powerful aura. Peak late First Order. Sensing the battle chi aura released by Wang Wai, elders of Wang Clan Manor, housekeepers and disciples were greatly shocked, creating a ruckus. Just 5 short months of practicing battle chi, and yet Wang Wai has reached the peak of late First Order. The bright redness of the fruit bedazzles people. This is yang fruit? Wang Peng and Su Yan exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Wang Xiaolong laughed. 1 month ago, I accidentally found it in a valley at the back mountain. There were 5 fruits in total, and I swallowed 3 of them. There was in truth 5 pieces of yang fruit in the beginning, but Wang Xiaolong only took 1. Swallowed 3 fruits. Wang Peng and Su Yan looked at each other. They finally understood the real reason their son advanced to First Order. Good. Haha, Xiaolong, unexpectedly you have such good fortune. Yang fruit is a wonder fruit. Its benefits are no less compared to the Larian heart grass that your grandfather bought for Wang Wai. Wang Peng laughed merrily. It is also beneficial to your future cultivation. Even Su Yan is smiling from ear to ear. Dad, Mom, these 2 pieces yang fruit, each of you swallows 1 and cultivate. Wang Xiaolong said. Wang Peng and Su Yan's smile stiffened on their faces and was about to refuse when Wang Xiaolong interrupted. I have already taken 3 fruits. Any more will only waste it and will not bring more benefits to me. It is better if Dad and Mom take it. Wang Peng and Su Yan no longer say anything. Moments later, Wang Peng nodded his head in agreement. Fine. Taking the 2 pieces of yang fruit from Wang Xiaolong's hand, He inhaled deeply, looking at them, making an effort to suppress the excitement in his heart. He's stuck at late 6th order for more than a year. With this piece of yang fruit he's able to break through to peak 6th order in 2 months' time. In truth, he really does need this piece of yang fruit. Looking at the yang fruit in her palm, Su Yan's expression differs, not from Wang Peng's. With this piece of yang fruit there is hope for her to advance to 6th order. Xiao Long, about your break through to 1st order, for the time being don't let others know. Wang Peng said to his son after regaining some clarity, continues. Although you break through to 1st order after swallowing yang fruit, you still need to make an effort in your practice, strive to reach mid-1st order by the end of the year. In Wang Peng's opinion, as long as his son break through to mid-1st order, even if Wang Wai is late 1st order at that time, to cripple both of his son's hands is difficult. The gap between mid-1st order and late 1st order is negligible. Dad, Mom, rest assured that I will not disappoint you, Wang Xiaolong said. Wang Peng and Su Yan were comforted with those words. A short while later Wang Xiaolong left the eastern courtyard hall back to his small courtyard, and directly went into practice mode. After advancing to 3rd order, the double-headed martial spirit's speed-absorbing netherworld spiritual aura has again increased. The battle chi inside his body grew ever more powerful. Almost on every other day basis, the battle chi inside his body becomes thicker and more powerful. The small courtyard Wang Xiaolong resides in is located at the easternmost part of Wang Clan Manor. That's why, apart from his parents and his sister Wang Min, rarely any people passes by, which is all the more convenient for Wang Xiaolong to practice. With Wang Xiaolong practicing in a crazed manner regardless day or night, his battle chi and internal force increased exponentially. Peak early 3rd order, mid-3rd order, peak mid-3rd order, late 3rd order. By the time 3 months have passed, Wang Xiaolong's battle chi has reached peak late 3rd order. At any moment he can break through to 4th order, and there is only less than 2 weeks till end of the year's clan assembly. However, 4th order is a dividing line. The 4th order's barrier is much thicker compared to the previous 2nd and 3rd order. The difficulty is incomparable. In Wang Clan Manor, there are disciples possessing grade 7 martial spirits stuck at peak late 3rd order more than 2 years, unable to break through to 4th order. Even those possessing grade 8 martial spirits spends more than 1 year at peak late 3rd order before advancing further. 2 weeks passed quickly. With the approaching clan assembly, Wang Clan Manor is in a lively, festive atmosphere because 2 days after the clan assembly will the New Year festival. The entire Wang Clan Manor was decorated lavishly. In contrast with the rest of the Wang Clan Manor, Wang Xiaolong's small courtyard seemed gloomy and lonely, only silence. Tomorrow's the annual clan assembly. Wang Xiaolong left his room after more than a dozen days of hard penance, eventually countering bottleneck at peak late 3rd order. The looks of it, it will take a while before he can cross over to 4th order. Wang Xiaolong walked out from the small courtyard. Tomorrow's the clan annual assembly. Did you hear? This time old Manor Lord will make an appearance. This year is young Lord Wang Wai first time participating in the clan assembly after awakening his martial spirits. Of course old Manor Lord will be joining the gathering. Not only that, I heard that old Manor Lord even invited the Lai family's old patriarch over. Then it means the Lai family's old patriarch will be coming over? The Lai family and Wang Clan Manor are considered Kanglan County's major forces. The relationship between old patriarch of the Lai family, Lai Mu, and Wang Xiaolong's grandfather, Wang Kaid, has always been good. Chapter 13. Hit until your dad can't recognize you. Peak of late 1st order. Lai Mu's gaze looking at Wang Wai was just as surprised. In his original opinion, although Wang Wai possesses grade 10 martial spirits, in 5 months' time at the most he might reach late 1st order, but looking Wang Wai now, a peak late 1st order, and from the looks of it, he can break through to 2nd order at a time. This surprise Wang Wai gave him isn't small. In the beginning, he still has some doubts about the engagement, but now all doubts vanquished as he looks at Wang Wai on the stage, he grew more satisfied. Observing of Lai Mu's expression, Wang Kaid felt complacent with himself. In these 5 months, he made every effort to train his grandson Wang Wai, and his grandson did not disappoint him. Just like Lai Mu, the more he looked at Wang Wai on stage, the more pleased and satisfied he became. Whereas both Wang Peng and Su Yan became increasingly worried, Wang Wai is actually a peak late 1st order. Then, what will happen to their son later? Standing on the stage and listening to the shock whispers around the stage, Wang Wai became even prouder and at this moment opened his mouth and requested from Wang Kaid. Grandfather, I heard that Xiaolong was practicing hard these few months' time. I would like to spar with Xiaolong. When everyone present heard that, their expression filled with colors of excitement and anticipation. Every pair of eyes zoomed towards Wang Xiaolong. Wang Kaid was surprised but nodded in agreement, said with a smile. Okay, just sparring for learning, don't go overboard. Wang Xiaolong's expression was calm. If his martial spirits was truly a grade 7, it's a guarantee he won't be able to advance to 1st order in a short 5 months' time, and going on the stage will only result in humiliation. However, Wang Kaid, knowing full well Wang Xiaolong will be humiliated, still agreed to Wang Wai's request. Wang Kaid spared no thoughts about Wang Xiaolong's feelings. Hearing his grandfather agree, he turned over to look at Wang Xiaolong, teasingly said, Xiaolong, how about it? Dare to come up? Don't worry, I will give you a handicapped and not use both of my hands. Wang Wai smiled dazzlingly. Xiaolong. Wang Peng and Su Yan looked worriedly at Wang Xiaolong, and Wang Xiaolong shook his head, indicating that they need not worry. Slowly standing up with a calm face, he walked up to the martial stage, standing straight in front of Wang Wai. Facing Wang Xiaolong, a touch of brutal fervor flashed across his pupils. Aren't you feeling sorry and regretting that you didn't kneel down to beg me at that time? With a look of indifference, Wang Xiaolong said, You bullsh**t too much. Just as Wang Wai was about to retort in anger, Wang Xiaolong suddenly turned towards the other end of the martial stage, looking at his grandfather, Wang Kaid. Grandfather, according to the annual clan assembly's rules, during the sparring event, other people are not allowed to interfere, right? Wang Kaid blanked for a moment, not understanding Wang Xiaolong's purpose in asking this question. However, he still nodded and said, That's right. While everyone was still in a dazed wondering the reason for Wang Xiaolong's question, Wang Xiaolong suddenly looked at Wang Wai and grinned. In a moment, I will hit until your dad can't recognize you. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, then shake their heads while smiling. Lai Mu, who was sitting beside Wang Kaid, smiled and said, Brother Kaid, has this grandson of yours gone insane? He's the one possessing grade 7 martial spirits, Wang Xiaolong, right? And so arrogant without any real strength. I don't like children like this. Wang Kaid felt his old face lost some shine. Giving an embarrassed laugh, his gaze swept towards Wang Peng. Seems like it would do well to remind his second son to discipline his son well, in order to prevent future troubles during important occasions lest he shames the clan with his ignorance. Wang Wai chuckled loudly. What did you say? Did I get it wrong? You want to hit me until my dad can't recognize me? Just as his words finished, a silhouette flashed, shocking Wang Wai right in front of his widened eyes. A gigantic-looking fist socked into his left eye. Sadly, it was too late for him to dodge. When he was about to speak, the gigantic-looking fist slammed into his left eye, causing him to wail loudly in pain, staggering back, golden stars spinning in his eyes. The laughs and ridicules around the martial stage from relatives of Wang clan manor aiming at Wang Xiaolong instantly died, dumbfounded eyes staring at Wang Wai, who was bawling in pain on the martial stage. At this moment, frowning, Lai Mu said, Such a small age yet already learned how to sneak attack. When he grows up definitely is a sinister villain. Looking at Wang Xiaolong, Wang Kaid's brows also creased into a furrow. You dare to hit me? On the stage, Wang Wai raged furiously at Wang Xiaolong, his left hand no longer covering his left eye, revealing a black circle on the left eye just like a panda. Wang Xiaolong did not say anything as his silhouette flashed a second time, appearing right in front of Wang Wai, a fist aiming at his eye on the right side. Boom! The second punch hits the mark. Wang Wai screamed at the top of his lungs. Looking at Wang Wai's panda eyes, Lai Lu, who was sitting beside grandfather Lai Mu, could no longer control her laughter. A charming laugh resounded in the main foyer. 2 lovely dimples etched on her face. Lai Mu turned and gave his granddaughter a stern eye. Lai Lu tried her utmost to hold in her bubbling laughter, and her strenuous effort shows clearly on her lovely face. Below the stage, everyone had a weird expression on their face. Wang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you. Wang Wai's fury finally erupted as he roared loudly, releasing his battle chi and a punch aimed straight towards Wang Xiaolong's chest. Seeing Wang Wai's fist about to hit upon Wang Xiaolong's chest, Wang Peng and Su Yan's heart misses a beat, exclaimed aloud in worry. Wang Wai being the peak of late first order, if just one of his punches landed on Wang Xiaolong's thin frame, how will he be able to bear it? However, the Wang Kaid sitting on the podium did not do anything to prevent the happenings on the stage, from his point of view. Allowing Wang Wai to teach Wang Xiaolong the lesson is a good thing. Just when Wang Wai's fist was about to land on Wang Xiaolong's chest, Wang Xiaolong's silhouette suddenly disappeared, avoiding Wang Wai's attack. Then, forming a fist with his right hand, releasing his battle chi striking against Wang Wai's back. Wang Wai squalled and fell face down on the stage. Outward projection of battle chi. First Order Warrior. The big hall was in an uproar, everyone dumbstruck as they stared at Wang Xiaolong, finding it hard to believe, including Wang Kaid, Lai Mu, and Wang Ming. In 5 months, Wang Xiaolong managed to reach First Order Warrior. The humiliated Wang Wai flipped his body upward, coming to a stand. His face beat red with rage compared to others' surprise. His heart filled to the brim with fury. With blood-red eyes, he suddenly pounces on Wang Xiaolong. His only thought is to cripple Wang Xiaolong, even pummeling him to death. Die! Looking at the mad Wang Wai pouncing towards him, there's only coldness in Wang Xiaolong's pair of eyes. This time he's not planning to dodge. Both of his fists in position in front of his chest, and released a peak late First Order's amount of battle chi. Under everyone's very eyes met head-on with Wang Wai's fists. 4 fists collide, a bang! Resounded, and Wang Wai staggered, stepping backward again and again, whereas Wang Xiaolong pretended to retreat backward. What? This. Peak of late First Order. The elders and housekeepers of Wang Clan Manor have yet to recover from the shock of Wang Xiaolong advancing to First Order. By now are all standing up from their seats. Wang Kaid, Lai Mu, and Wang Ming also stood up in shock. Forgetting their manners, both Wang Peng and Su Yan's eyes were wide with surprise, looking at their son. Isn't their son's cultivation at mid-first order? The next moment, Wang Peng smiled bitterly inside. This brat really made him suffer a lot keeping this hidden. Even he didn't know that his son had already advanced to peak of late first order. Chapter 14. Second Order Warrior. The peak of late first order. Su Yan has the same expression as Wang Peng except that hers was more of happiness than surprise, looking at her son on the stage suddenly misty-eyed. This kid. A smile touches her face, and she finally understood what her son meant when he said that he wouldn't disappoint them no matter what. It turns out her son has already reached peak late first order. No wonder he has been acting as if there's nothing to fear. Wang Wai finally came to his sense after being pushed back by Wang Xiaolong, lashing out angrily. Impossible, this is not possible. It's impossible that you two advanced to peak late first order. He possessed grade 10 martial spirits, a son of heaven and taken 1,000, dear, old Larian heart, grass plus 5 months of hard effort only managed to break through to peak late first order. What about Wang Xiaolong? He's only a 7 grade martial spirits. Wang Kai, Wang Ming, and the others were thinking the same thing as Wang Wai. At this moment, Wang Peng went up to Wang Kai, explained. Dad, 4 months ago, Xiaolong found 5 pieces of yang fruit in a valley at the back mountain. What? Yang fruit? Wang Kai and the others were greatly surprised. Yes, Xiaolong swallowed 3 pieces, the remaining 2 was given to Su Yan and me. I'm now a peak late 6th order. Wang Peng nodded and released his battle chi of peak late 6th order. Swallowed 3 pieces of yang fruit to cultivate. Wang Kai looked speechlessly. Wang Xiaolong on the stage for words fail him. Everyone present was made known the real reason of Wang Xiaolong's break through to peak late first order. 3 pieces of yang fruit, Each piece of fruit is comparable to a stalk of Larian heart grass. Didn't expect Xiaolong to have such good fortune. This is a good thing. Wang Kai gave a small laugh, awkwardly. If these 3 pieces of yang fruit is given to Wang Wai instead, he would have advanced to second order. Wang Kai thinks to himself inwardly. Even Lai Mu, who was sitting next to Wang Kai, thinks the act of Wang Xiaolong absorbing 3 pieces of yang fruit is abominable. Gradually everyone recovered from their shock and slowly seated down. On the stage, Wang Wai, filled with jealousy, hatefully fixed his glare at Wang Xiaolong. I say, so you ran into some dog shit luck and swallowed 3 pieces of yang fruit, thus break through to peak late first order. Smirking, Wang Xiaolong said. So to say, the reason you advanced to peak late first order is not due to the 1,000-year-old Larian heart grass? Wang Wai's face was red with shame, rushes forward without any warning, directing a fist at Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong unhurriedly lifts his fists and punched out directly at Wang Wai's incoming fist. Pushing Wang Wai back, he then leaps up, extending a kick on Wang Wai's stomach, and just like the Ju Zudaing from a few months earlier, Wang Wai flew back screaming in the shape of a bow. It was 7 to 8 meters before he finally stops. Clutching his stomach, Wang Wai felt as if all of his internal organs shifted positions, tears rolling down from the corner of his eyes due to extreme pain. Wang Xiaolong came up in front of Wang Wai, snickered and said, 5 months ago didn't you say that you will cripple both of my arms during the clan's assembly? A foot stamped on Wang Wai's face as soon as the words were out. Another miserable cry came out of Wang Wai. Cripple both arms? On the main podium, a frowning Wang Kai turned to look at his eldest son, Wang Ming, for he's unaware of this matter. Faltering under his father's questioning eyes, Wang Ming shrinks his neck, tries to hide away. At this time, Wang Wai's miserable cry rang out again. Turning over to look, Wang Kai saw Wang Xiaolong tromping another foot on Wang Wai's face. Opening his mouth wanting to stop Wang Xiaolong, the question his grandson asked earlier ran across his mind: if others are allowed to interrupt during the sparring event. Unwillingly kept his mouth, with a trace of bitterness in his heart. At last, he understood the purpose of his grandson's question. All in all, Wang Xiaolong kicked 3 times. Wang Wai's original face, which could be considered as above average, finally got turned into a pig head. Seeing that his son was beaten up till unrecognizable, Wang Ming clenches his fists tightly, his usual deadpan expression replaced with fury, and a cold, sharp light glimmered in his eyes. 3 continuous kicks from Wang Xiaolong drove Wang Wai berserk, just like a crazed beast. Issuing a loud roar, battle chi around his body rose alarmingly. A different aura rushed out from Wang Wai's body. This sudden change rendered everyone in a dazed, eyes staring widely. Sensing the abrupt change in his son's, Wang Ming's expression of fury melted into ecstasy. Young Lord Wang Wai, break through. Second order. This is second order's atmosphere. Some of the elders of Wang clan manor couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Second order. With the sudden surge of battle chi around Wang Wai's body, who broke through to the second order, Wang Peng and Su Yan were once again on pins and needles. Wang Wai's break through to second order. Does this mean but good? Wang Kai exclaimed in joy, seeing his grandson Wang Wai laughing loudly. Wang Wai unexpectedly advanced to second order during this year's clan assembly. Truly a pleasant surprise. Retreating a few steps back, looking at the newly break through Wang Wai, Wang Xiaolong too were slightly taken by surprise. Second order warrior A. Wang Xiaolong's expression was placid. At this moment, Wang Wai slowly stood up from the ground, both eye blood red murderously staring at Wang Xiaolong, sensing an increase of power and battle kai within his body, emphasizing every word. In a while, I want you to kneel down and lick my toes. Only this way is able to wash away his earlier humiliation and disgrace. Really? Wang Xiaolong replied with indifference. Screaming in rage, he instantly arrived in front of Wang Xiaolong, both fists beaming with battle chi, punching towards Wang Xiaolong. After advancing to second order, not only his power has increased, even his speed increased tremendously. With their hearts in their mouth, Wang Peng and Su Yan was about to exclaim aloud. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolong, who was standing on the stage, raised both of his fists as battle chi swirls around him, once again colliding straight against Wang Wai's fists. Bang! A louder noise resounded as Wang Wai's figure flew backward. What? Impossible, how could this be? Second order warrior. A second order warrior's battle chi energy. Those Huang clan manor elders and housekeepers, who just sat back in their places just moments ago, once again stood up in shock, a look of disbelief on their faces as they stared at Wang Xiaolong, eyes almost popping out from their sockets. Both Wang Kai and Lai Mu also stood up, eyes wide in shock. What the F***ck is this? Isn't this guy's dog shit look a little too strong? Wang Kai turned his head around to look at his son Wang Peng, whereas the doubly shocked Wang Peng said bitterly with a wry smile, "Dad, about this, I'm also in the dark." Son, oh son, his son really made him worry too much. Never in his wildest dreams would he expect that his son's real strength isn't peak late first order but second order. Second order. As he looks at his son on the stage, his body trembled with excitement. At this moment he has an impulsive to rush up the stage to hug his son tightly and cry. A surge of pride emerged from within Wang Peng's heart. This young boy who only cultivated 5 months to reach second order is his son, his Wang Peng's son. Su Yan stood rooted to the spot with her eyes slightly red, and her expression was the same as her husband's. No, this cannot be, this can't be true, this isn't true. On the stage, Wang Wai screamed like he's gone crazy, staring fixedly at Wang Xiaolong, shaking his head in denial. Chapter 15. A Slipped of Hand. Watching Wang Wai's act of insanity, Wang Xiaolong sneered and walked slowly towards him. Seeing the increasingly near Wang Xiaolong, Wang Wai, who was muttering and screaming insanely, suddenly stopped. Fear crept up his eyes as he subconsciously steps back, however just when he opened his mouth wanting to admit defeat, a shadow blurred and Wang Xiaolong's fists slammed directly in his face. Wang Wai cried out miserably and staggered backward. Taking advantage of the initial punch hitting the mark, Wang Xiaolong moved closer, serving another punch. After several punches, Wang Wai was already confused and disoriented, unable to tell east, west, north or south. His face turned into an even bigger pig head. Watching his son's pitiful end, Wang Ming, who was below the stage, finally couldn't hold it in any longer, turned to his father Wang Kai and said, "Dad, you see, shouldn't we?" Hesitated for a moment, Wang Kai said, "That's enough, Xiaolong." As he heard his grandfather Wang Kai's voice, Wang Xiaolong exerted a final heavy punch before stopping. "You!" Wang Ming stared angrily, ignoring Wang Ming's angry stare, and said, "Eldest uncle, nephew had a slipped of hand, please forgive me." Slipped of hand? Looking at Wang Wai, whose head turned into a pig head, everyone had a weird expression on their faces. Lai Lu, sitting beside Lai Mu, could no longer keep her laughter down, and a sweet sound of laugh resonated through the hall a second time. Wang Kai's brows furrowed as he looked at Wang Xiaolong on the stage, opened his mouth, but in the end did not say anything. He could tell that Wang Xiaolong was already lenient and Wang Wai's injuries are just flesh wound. Wang Ming, on the other hand, almost spit out blood from anger. At this moment, Wang Wai's voice resurfaced, woefully sobbing, walking to Wang Ming's side. "Dad, he hit me, he really hit me." His finger pointed at Wang Xiaolong, tears and snots streaming down his face. In the end, Wang Wai is just a 7-year-old child being walloped by Wang Xiaolong, ended with a face that no longer seems human. The elders and housekeepers of Wang clan manor shake their heads, making Wang Ming extremely embarrassed. This round's sparring between Wang Wai and Wang Xiaolong end with Wang Wai looking like a pig head. The assembly continues with other disciples sparring. But, compared to the excitement during the fight between Wang Wai and Wang Xiaolong, the subsequent sparring was lackluster. A few hours later, the annual clan assembly comes to an end. As everyone leaves, sighing incessantly inside their hearts, the supposed star of this year's clan assembly ended up as a joke, whereas Wang Xiaolong, whom no one has ever paid any attention to, became the most dazzling presence. Northern Courtyard. In the main hall, Wang Wai roared furiously. If not for that Wang Xiaolong running into some dog shit luck swallowing 3 yang fruits, just based on his martial spirit's talent, no way he'll be able to break through to second order. I refuse to accept. Wang Xiaolong, I'll pay you back for this during next year's clan assembly. I'll definitely have my revenge. This humiliation, I will return it to you 100 times over. His face, which was beaten up to resemble a pig head, was grim and twisted with anger. Wang Ming sat there, expressionless, but from time to time, a sharp cold gleam flitted across his eyes. This year's clan assembly, Wang Xiaolong made him lost face, totally. Unlike the northern courtyard's gloom, the eastern courtyard was filled with laughter and cheer. Good son, this time you did not disappoint your dad. Letting out a big laugh, Wang Ping said, refreshing too, refreshing. Thinking of his elder brother Wang Ming's furious expression on his deadpan face, his heart beamed with delight. Xiaolong, come, let mom look at you carefully. Su Yan pulled Wang Xiaolong in front of her, scrutinizing, smiled and said, You never told us you break through to second order, made mom and dad worried so much for so long. Not knowing what to say, Wang Xiaolong only smiled. If his parents were to find out that he actually isn't second order warrior, wonder what reaction will they have. But Wang Xiaolong decided to keep his strength a secret. If his third order battle chi strength were exposed, the coming troubles might not be so simple. His current strength, being second order, can be explained away using 3 yang fruits as an excuse, but a peak late third order will raise suspicions. And if others know his martial spirits being super martial spirits, it might bring about a genocide catastrophe upon Wang Clan Manor. In the eastern main hall, after being nagged by his parents for some time, at last, Wang Xiaolong returned to his small courtyard. As soon as he entered, a small figure rushed into his arms. Wang Xiaolong did not dodge but smile and said, Little guy, where did you run off to these 2 days? This little figure happens to be the Violet Devourer Spirit Monkey. Half a year has passed. The little Violet Devourer Spirit Monkey's body did not change much, apart from his eyes being more astute, the pupils a dazzling bright ice blue. Dai shy shy. The little Violet Monkey shifted to Wang Xiaolong's shoulder, squeaking and gesturing. You're saying you want me to make a trip to the back mountain with you? Wang Xiaolong asked, accompanied by this little Violet Monkey for half a year's time. Wang Xiaolong generally can understand the little monkey's body language. Dai shy shy. Delight etched on the little monkey's face as it quickly nodded. Okay, let's go. Wang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement, for there's nothing much going on at the moment. Exiting Wang Clan Manor with the little Violet Monkey, they arrive at a hilly area under the guidance of the little Violet Monkey. In front, there's a python more than 10 meters long appeared. A huge bara-floric python. Wang Xiaolong involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air looking at the huge bara-floric python. The reason the little Violet bringing him here finally dawned on him. He's here to deal with the obstacle. Noticing Wang Xiaolong and the little Violet Monkey, the bara-floric python suddenly raised its head. Both eyes stared at Wang Xiaolong and the little monkey. Its long tongue flicks out once and instantly rushed out. Wang Xiaolong looked dignified. He could tell the bara-floric python is a stage 4 wicked beast. Although only a stage 4, but for a peak late third order Wang Xiaolong it is still considered high risk. Dodging the bara-floric python's first attack, Wang Xiaolong's silhouette skirted to the side, and the little Violet Monkey on his shoulder leaped up in the air, landing atop the python's head. 2 monkeys' paws strikes down. Receiving a hit on the head, the bara-floric python uttered a loud cry due to the pain. With a twist of its long body, its mouth stretched deadly wide, wanting to swallow the little Violet Monkey. Wang Xiaolong's heart missed a beat, but exactly at this moment, the little Violet Monkey swerved a few meters off course right in mid-air, just barely brushing past the python's open jaw, allowing Wang Xiaolong to let out a breath of relief. Running Asura tactics, Black Thread's aura, carrying an atmosphere of slaughter, emerged, swirls rapidly forming a layer around Wang Xiaolong. His eyes turned blood red and hair wholly white. Wang Xiaolong did not attack immediately, instead stood on one side. Blood, red eyes, never leaving the bara-floric python, which is battling with the Violet Devourer Spirit Monkey at the moment. Just when the python was about to twist its body around, suddenly Wang Xiaolong, who has been standing on one side, made his move. From far away his body looked like a group of black clouds under the sun as he flew up. Unawarely, blades of Asura appeared in his hands as he appeared below the bara-floric python head, and with a wave of his hands, 2 black rays of light whizzed past. A scream escaped its mouth, fresh blood bursting like a geyser as the bara-flower python's head fell rolling the ground, coming to a complete stop only after moments later. His eyes and hair gradually revert to its original state, and Wang Xiaolong retrieves the blades back into his arms, walking past with the little Violet Monkey. Chapter 16. Break through fourth order. Standing before the corpse of the bara-floric python, the little Violet Monkey jumped and landed on the python head. A swipe of its sharp little claws made an opening, digging out a tiny yellow bead. When Wang Xiaolong saw the tiny yellow bead, his eyes widened in surprise. Beast core. In general, the probability of a mid-level wicked beast to condense a beast core is 1 in 1,000. Only wicked beast of 7th grade could condense a beast core with 100% success rate. Surprisingly, there's a beast core in this 4th grade bara-floric python. A 4th grade beast core, if it were to be sold outside, at the very least it can reach 200 to 300 gold coins. At this time, the little Violet Monkey stood near the belly of the python. 2 small hands slide down, making an opening, once again small fingers digging, and took out some disgusting looking thing the size of 2 thumbs. Snake gall. Wang Xiaolong's eyes shined brightly, thinking this is a 4th grade bara-floric python's gall, is an excellent nourishment. Swallowing it not only can enhance one's battle chi cultivation, but also strengthen the body. After digging out the snake gall, the Violet Devourer Spirit Monkey gave it to Wang Xiaolong with a cheeky grin. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the beast core. You ate it? Wang Xiaolong was shocked. A wicked beast's beast core is concentrated with its element, But this concentrated element isn't pure. It can only be swallowed after it is refined with other elixirs into pills. If a practitioner swallows a beast core directly, will die from bursting due to the violent beast element within the core. But the little monkey's still fine after swallowing the beast core. Looking at the little monkey act, Wang Xiaolong is speechless. A moment later, he turned to look at the Baraflora python's corpse. After a short consideration, he left the body as is and walked away with the little violet monkey back to Huang Clan Manor. Back to Huang Clan Manor, Wang Xiaolong instructed one of the guards to buy some wine, which he mixed the snake gall in, and he gulped the whole jug of wine down his throat. Once the wine hits the belly, a raw energy emerges, immediately replaced by a warm current spreading throughout its body. Wang Xiaolong immediately runs Asura tactics to refine the snake gall's energies. One night passed. When he woke up, there's a hint of delight in Wang Xiaolong's eye. From last night's practice, his battle chi has increased a lot. One snake gall is equivalent to 1 month's hard penance. There's a gut feeling in these few days he will break through to 4th order. The obstacle to reaching 4th order has become thinner, thus he could break through at any time. Standing up from the cold jade bed, just after he kept it back into Asura ring, he heard his sister Wang Min's voice calling from outside the courtyard. Big brother, big brother. Wang Xiaolong is slightly baffled. The sun just rises and already this little girl ran over to look for him. Not knowing what has happened, Wang Xiaolong walked out from his room. Big brother, Dad and Mom want you to head over to the main hall. Wang Min came into the courtyard and said, to the main hall? Doubt crossed Wang Xiaolong's mind. Only important matters involving the clan are discussed in the main hall. Stepping out from the small courtyard, Wang Xiaolong arrived at the main hall. He noticed his parents are already there. Also eldest uncle Wang Ming, Wang Wai, including the elders of Wang Clan Manor. When Wang Xiaolong stepped into the hall, gazes of different meaning were directed at him, and Wang Wai looked at him with venomous eyes. Dad, Mom. Wang Xiaolong came beside Wang Peng and Su Yan, then sat down. Wang Peng and Su Yan nodded at their son, face full of smile looking at their child. Wang Kaid and Lai Mu walked into the main hall at this moment. Beside Lai Mu is his granddaughter, Lai Lu. Seeing Lai Mu and Lai Lu are also present, Wang Xiaolong already could guess the reason. As expected, after grandfather Wang Kaid took his seat, gave a cursory glance at those present in the main hall, smiled and said, I requested everyone here is to inform everyone one matter. In the future our Huang Clan Manor and the Lai family will be in-laws. Become in-laws. The main hall broke into small commotions, but they're not exactly surprised with the news, for it was already leaked out earlier. Wang Wai was thrilled when he heard this, and at this time Wang Kaid continued. That's right, an engagement between Huang Clan Manor's Wang Wai with Lai family's Miss Lai Lu. All the elders immediately stood up to congratulate. Congratulations, old manor lord. No, I don't agree. Suddenly a voice spoke out. It was so unexpected that everyone was astonished, looking at the source of the voice. It turned out to be Lai Lu, who was sitting beside Lai Mu. Lai Yu. Lai Mu was about to admonish her, but was interrupted by Lai Lu. No, grandfather. I don't like this Wang Wai. As she said this, her head turned and a finger pointed at Wang Xiaolong. I like him. If I'm to be engaged, I want to be engaged to him. Dead silence conquered the main hall. There's a look of expectancy on everyone's face, whereas the smiles that blossomed on Wang Ming and Wang Wai's wilted uglily, stunned speechless by the words coming out of Lai Lu's mouth. Especially Wang Wai, his face turned red then darkened plum purple. His gaze fell upon Wang Xiaolong, wishing he could swallow Wang Xiaolong alive. Wang Xiaolong himself was stunned, staring at the little pointing at him, trying to rope him in. Nonsense. Recovering his sense, Lai Mu reprimanded. Lai Lu's small mouth pouted, determinedly said, Grandfather, I'm not saying nonsense, I'm telling the truth. I like him. Looking at Wang Xiaolong, she continued, he looks so cool beating people up. Hearing that sentence, everyone present isn't sure whether to laugh to cry, just because during the clan assembly yesterday Wang Xiaolong looks cool beating up Wang Wai, thus this Lai Lu likes Wang Xiaolong, and will not marry anyone but Wang Xiaolong? Lai Mu found the situation extremely embarrassing, but no matter how he admonished Lai Lu, she just wouldn't change her mind, insisting on Wang Xiaolong instead on Wang Wai. Brother Kaid, this in the end, he faced Wang Kaid helplessly. Both of them had already decided on this matter early on. Now they're just going through the motion of making it official by gathering everyone here. But now, Wang Kaid was silent for a moment then said, let's wait 2 years then decide. Lai Mu nodded. It seems this is the only way. Wang Wai, seeing such an issue arises due to Wang Xiaolong or Helian Wang, his eyes became even more venomous as he stared fixedly at Wang Xiaolong. And of course, Wang Xiaolong could feel the hatred. Nevertheless, his expression was calm as he sat there, not caring one bit. Moments later, everyone left. Wang Xiaolong left the main hall together with his dad and mom, returning to his small yard after separating from his parents. He continued to practice as looking forward to finding out once he breaks through to 4th order, his martial spirits will undergo another transformation, and what it will bring. Time speeds and 5 days had passed. This night, Wang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, running Asura tactics as the netherworld's spiritual energy washes down like an endless waterfall, and the double-headed serpent devouring rapidly. The netherworld battle chi crashed violently again and again against the barrier to fourth order. Similar to the previous break, through to second order and third order under Huang Xiaolong's persistent and perseverance, circulating his battle chi, at last, the fourth order barriers cracked, fissures gradually increased bigger. Fourth order break, through. However, at the same moment he crossed into fourth order, the double-headed serpent martial spirits behind Huang Xiaolong suddenly emitted bright-colored rays of black as well as blue. A loud roar seemingly similar to a dragon's and yet not at the same time rang out. The double-headed serpent actually split starting from the head to the tail. Two serpent bodies emerged, one blue serpent and one black serpent. Wrong, to be exact, not blue serpent and black serpent, because after it had split into two, 4 claws grew under both serpent, and the new scales that grew looks more like dragon scales. Chapter 17. Only Wang Wai is going in. Sensing the evolved martial spirits behind him, Wang Xiaolong was genuinely shocked. How could this be called a double-headed serpent martial spirits? This totally are primordial divine dragons. A double divine dragon at that. Twin martial spirits. A thought flashed across Wang Xiaolong's mind, finding it hard to believe. In martial spirit world, people who possess twin martial spirits are exceedingly rare, and each one is considered to be the pride of heaven. Moreover, Wang Xiaolong's twin martial spirits are super talent martial spirits. Even though the martial spirits behind him is a far cry from resembling a primordial divine dragon. However, this is its first time evolving. When he break through to 7th order, his martial spirits will experience its second transformation, and at that point, his martial spirits will truly become a divine dragon. After the shock, enthusiasm burst forth from Wang Xiaolong's heart. He did not expect the martial spirits evolvement that he was looking forward to will map out this way. His martial spirits actually turned into a superb talent, twin martial spirits. Then, what is the awakened martial spirits talent? There's actually two. Within Wang Xiaolong's mind, an inherited memory was transferred to him from the twin black and blue dragon. Others martial spirit that had undergone a first-time transformation will have only one innate talent skill from the heritage memory of their martial spirits. And since Wang Xiaolong possessed twin martial spirits, he gets 2 innate ability. Going through the heritage memory in his mind as he sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, his silhouette suddenly turns blurry, then disappear entirely in the end. Roughly about 6 breaths later, did his silhouette slowly reappear on the cold jade bed. This is Wang Xiaolong's first martial spirit innate skill, space concealment. Space concealment. Concealing within space, shadowless, formless, invisible. This ability's too awesome. A twinkle flickers in Wang Xiaolong's eyes. Imagine if Wang Xiaolong were to disappear suddenly in the middle of an intense battle, silently sneaking behind the opponent, delivering the killing blow, and the opponent is unable to guard against it. This skill is simply perfect for assassination. Although for now Wang Xiaolong only could hide for 6 breaths time, as he grows stronger, the duration will increase parallel as his strength increases. The stronger he gets, the longer he could remain concealed within space. If the first innate skill is space concealment, then what will the second one be? Thinking about it, Wang Xiaolong's body floated up from the cold jade bed without warning, shifting into a phantom figure floating out of his room to his small courtyard. The second martial spirit's innate talent, skill, phantom shadow. While testing the second ability, Wang Xiaolong noticed his speed increased about 1/3 of his usual speed, fighting with an opponent of similar strength. To grasp victory, speed plays a crucial role. With the combination of both martial spirits' innate skill, he is utterly fearless. Wang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, as emotions of pride filled him. A domineering aura emanated from his body. Moments later, Wang Xiaolong's surge of emotions gradually calms down. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolong leaps up into midair, his hands moving. One after another, ethereal palm print condensed in the night sky. This time's break through, Wang Xiaolong could feel his agility has doubled, and each of his attacks, his muscles' explosive powers were fierce and intense. This did not occur when he was in the 3rd order. In the initial warrior stages, from 1st to 3rd order battle chi in the meridians strengthens the entire body's muscles, allowing the flesh to be firm, strong and powerful, whereby at 4th order, the battle chi in the meridians refines not only the muscles but also the tendons. One of Wang Xiaolong's palms hit the half-meter big rock at a corner of the small courtyard before he landed back on the ground. The night breeze blows, and the half-meter big rock disintegrated into powder, spread to every corner of the small yard. From 1st to 3rd order, each order's break through increases one's strength by 1 stone, and upon advancing the 4th order the strength doubles. Currently one of Wang Xiaolong's strike contains force and power of 6 stones. Dawn approaches, and the soft sunlight caresses Wang Xiaolong's skin, as if his body is coated with a layer of golden light. Wang Xiaolong stood just like that in his small courtyard, letting the sun's warmth fill his body before he stepped out in the eastern courtyard's direction. But when he reached the eastern courtyard's hall, his father Wang Peng was not there, only his mom Su Yan is in the hall. Dad went to the main hall? Wang Xiaolong was puzzled. Su Yan nodded, said, This morning, your grandfather asked him over, even Wang Ming and the manor's elders also went over. Not sure what they are discussing about. Hearing this, Wang Xiaolong decided to wait until his dad returned. In the main hall, Wang Kaid sat on the first seat and took a glance at everyone before opening his mouth to speak. Tomorrow, Spirit Pool opens, and Wang Wai will practice inside for 1 month. In the main hall, all present exchanged a knowing glance, then turned to look at Wang Peng. Wang Kaid established Wang Clan Manor with his bare hands. None of the elders dared to contradict matters that he had already decided. According to predetermined rules, the winner of the sparring event after the awakening of martial spirits are eligible to enter the Spirit Pool to practice for 1 month. Obviously, Wang Xiaolong was the winner and should the one entering the Spirit Pool this time. When Wang Peng heard his father's announcement, he was flabbergasted for a moment. Rage rose in his heart, and he stood up angrily. Dad, this is unfair. This year's clan assembly clearly Xiaolong defeated Wang Wai. Why is the Spirit Pool's opening? Wang Wai is going into practice instead. Wang Kaid was slightly embarrassed. He does realize the unfairness of the situation, and neither right nor reason is on his side, thus he couldn't reprimand his second son's behavior. He could only mutter unconvincingly. Although this year's assembly Xiaolong won over Wang Wai, it's only a fluke. Comparing talent, Wang Wai's talent are much higher than Xiaolong. This time he could break through to second order was due to the 3 yang fruits he swallowed. I initially said the winner will be able to enter the Spirit Pool. I actually meant each year's most talented awakened martial spirits disciple is eligible to enter the Spirit Pool to practice. The fury within Wang Peng wasn't so easy to pacify. He abruptly cut in. T. Only the most talented disciples are eligible to enter the Spirit Pool to practice? Why wasn't this brought up before? Why wait until Xiaolong won that it turned into the most talented disciple? Wang Kaid faltered, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Wang Ming spoke. Second brother, Dad's the manor lord where you are. You have yet the qualification to question or comment on Dad's decision. Wang Peng's hands tightened into fists. His angry gaze bore into Wang Ming, but he's unable to refute the truth in Wang Ming's words. Second manor lord, the decisions old manor lords makes are all for the benefit of Wang Clan Manor. Elder Zhu Guang opened his mouth. Everyone knows young Lord Xiaolong's talent is worse than young Lord Wang Wai's talent. If young Lord Xiaolong enters the Spirit Pool to practice, it will only waste the potency of the Spirit Pool. Pointing a finger at Zhu Guang, Wang Peng thundered. Shut your dog mouth, this isn't a place for you to speak. Zhu Guang squirmed, and his face flushed a deep red, not daring to utter another syllable. A moment later, forcefully suppressing his anger, Wang Peng turned to look at Wang Kaid. Okay Dad, since you said this time was a fluke, what if during next year's assembly Xiaolong still precedes Wang Wai? Wang Kaid was stumped. In your opinion, during next year's clan assembly Xiaolong will run into some dog shit luck again? Wang Ming said. Fine, if Xiaolong wins again during next year's clan assembly, I will compensate you 100 battle Qidans and apologize to you. 100 battle Qidans are almost equivalent to 1 month's practice in the Spirit Pool. Good. Wang Peng stared fixedly at Wang Ming. Remember what you said today. Dropping this sentence, Wang Peng turned and walked out of the main hall, not bothering to greet Wang Kaid before leaving. Chapter 18. Battle Skill Training. Wang Ming sneers inside as he looks at Wang Peng, who turns around and walks away. He naturally does not believe Wang Xiaolong will run into another incredible dog shit luck to be able to defeat his son a second time during next year's clan assembly. Therefore, the so-called 100 pieces of battle Qidans is basically grasping at smoke. Absolutely impossible. Inside the main hall, the elders secretly look at each other, none daring to speak out. At this moment, Wang Xiaolong is in the eastern courtyard, and he barely sits down. Wang Peng returns in a sullen mood. Dad, what happened? Wang Xiaolong asked. Su Yan also stands up and walks towards Wang Peng. Guilt gnaws at Wang Peng's conscience as he looks at his son. Walking straight into the main hall, he sat down without saying a word. Head bent down, but the anger his heart flares up even more instead of subsiding. This is blatant bullying. Blatant bullying. Recalling big brother Wang Ming's mocking and his father's favoritism towards Wang Wai, Wang Peng couldn't help but let out an angry scream. A palm hits a chair beside him, shattering it into pieces. Su Yan, frightened by Wang Peng's action, smashing at the chair. Pengji, what's wrong? What happened? Su Yan asks anxiously. Lifting his head, Wang Peng looks at his wife Su Yan, and his son then sighs inside his heart. In the end, Wang Peng recounts what happened in the main hall. When he reached the part where Wang Kaid gave the quota to enter the Spirit Pool away, which supposedly belongs to Wang Xiaolong to Wang Wai, his anger rise once again. One of his palms slap at another chair beside him. Dad's action is simply too biased. In his eyes, only Wang Wai is his grandson. When Su Yan heard everything, her almond-shaped eyes widened in anger, said indignantly. Does he still regard our Xiaolong as his grandson? Wang Xiaolong didn't say anything but snickers inside, although he defeated Wang Wai a few days ago during the clan's assembly, and although he revealed his second-order strength. But it seems his grandfather Wang Kaid actually bears no concern for him in the least. Probably in grandfather Wang Kaid's eyes, he was able to advance to second order warrior was largely due to some dog shit luck and can't be compared to Huang Wai's achievement. And that Zhu Guang dares to belittle our Xiaolong, even dare to say our Xiaolong will waste the potency of the spirit pool, he is the one to go in. Su Yan continues heatedly. This dog-like slave, if not for Huang Ming backing him, he wouldn't dare to utter such words. Although Zhu Guang is an elder of Huang clan manor, his privileged status and authority are only a trifling higher compared to the elite guards. He, at the end of the day, is still considered a slave. Xiaolong, forgive Dad. Looking at his son, his voice sounds down and filled with guilt. It's all because Dad is useless. Not only I lost this year's place to enter the spirit pool, but actually to lose it to Huang Wai. When Huang Xiaolong heard this, he just smiles callously. Dad, Mom, don't worry. At next year's clan assembly, not only I will hit him until his dad can't recognize him, I will hit him till even grandfather can't recognize him. Since grandfather Wang Kai treasures his darling grandson Huang Wai so much, then this 7th grade martial spirit's grandson will show his grandfather that his dog shit luck only gets better and better, stronger than ever. Not only during next year's clan assembly, at every coming year's assembly he will revamp Huang Wai into Super Pig Head. Wang Peng and Su Yan thought their son was trying to comfort them, willing them not to worry. Wang Peng's feeling of guilt increases. Under the notion that their son is only a grade 7 martial spirit's talent, the gap between him and Huang Wai will only increase as time goes by. In 1 year's time Huang Wai could break through to 3rd order, maybe even higher. Their son, however, possessing only a grade 7 martial spirits, their son would need at least 2 years to break through from 2nd order to 3rd order. At next year's clan assembly, can their son defeat Huang Wai? Unless his son is lucky enough to swallow another 3 pieces of yang fruit or similar elixir otherwise, Wang Peng sighs, would his son be fortunate enough to come across elixirs similar to yang fruit a second time? Looking at the expressions on his parents' face, Wang Xiaolong can guess that his parents aren't optimistic about him defeating Huang Wai next year. Dad, Mom, I plan to train in the back mountains for some time. Wang Xiaolong said after thinking about it for a moment. This arrangement allows him to practice the body metamorphose scripture conveniently. Running back and forth all the time is actually an inconvenience. Furthermore, for the time being, Wang Xiaolong doesn't want Asura tactics to be exposed. No. The moment the words left Wang Xiaolong's lips, Su Yan objects, strongly without even needing to think. Wang Peng also said, Xiaolong, I know you're going to the back mountain so that you could practice peacefully, but your strength is only at 2nd order. It's too dangerous. Wang Xiaolong had expected his parent would object, ultimately in their eyes. He's just a 7-year-old child. No parents will willingly allow a 7-year-old child to leave the safety of home just for training. Dad, Mom, I will only be at the outer edge of the back mountain. As long as I don't enter into the deeper parts, there's no danger. Wang Xiaolong said, You don't have to worry. But despite what Wang Xiaolong said to persuade them, Wang Peng and Su Yan vehemently rejects it. What if I can defeat Huang Wai during next year's assembly? Wang Xiaolong, who was feeling powerless, changed his tact and asked, Defeat Huang Wai? Both of them looked at Wang Xiaolong. If you are able to defeat Huang Wai during next year's sparring event, I will allow you to practice in the back mountain. Wang Peng finally agreed in a solemn voice after musing over it for a while. We can discuss this again after you defeat Huang Wai next year. Okay. Wang Xiaolong agrees, since there's no way around it. He could only wait 1 year. And at this time in the northern courtyard, listening to his father describing the situation where his grandfather made the announcement, Huang Wai's face blossomed into a bright smile. Grandfather indeed is wise, knows if that kid is allowed into the spirit pool, it will only lead to wastage. Since his return to northern courtyard from the main hall, Huang Ming's in a good mood, laughs as he listens to his son's words. Since your grandfather had given you this chance, you mustn't disappoint your grandfather and me. Though your talent is excellent, you must still put effort into your practice. Huang Wai smiled and said, Dad, rest assured, once I enter the spirit pool and practice there, I definitely will break through to 3rd order in less than 1 year. Speaking up to here, both Huang Wai's pupils emits extreme hatred. During next year's clan assembly, I will make that little doggy kneel before me, and I will cripple both of his arms and legs. Returning to his small yard from the eastern courtyard, Huang Xiaolong did not continue with his practice like always. Instead, he takes out a piece of paper from a Asura ring. Now that he's a 4th order warrior, he could start practicing battle skills. Recorded on the piece of paper, a set of sword attack battle skill as if created especially for the blades of Asura, and another set of battle skill called Asura Demon Claw. There's a total of 18 styles to the Asura sword skill, and each style contains 3 moves, whereby Asura Demon Claw have slightly less, only 5 styles. Going through both set of skills once, Huang Xiaolong's eyes were attracted to a small drawing of Asura sword skill, which prompts his decision first to practice the sword skill. Coming out from his room to his small yard, Huang Xiaolong called out the blades of Asura, recalling the drawing depicting the first attack's movement, mood, and the chi circulation inside the body. With a wave of the blades, dozens of blade images emerge out of nowhere, rotating and gathering into 2 small cyclones, zigzags within the perimeter of the small yard. Asura sword skill, first style, Tempest of Hell. Chapter 19. Body Metamorphose, Scripture 4th Stage. But the tempest of hell cyclones did not last long at all. It zigzags within the perimeter of the small yard, lasting about one breath's time, then it is gone. After that, Wang Xiaolong did not swing the blades again, but reenact the motions and how it feels when the tempest of hell forms. As he stands there, inside his mind were an endless parade of swirling cyclones that engulf everything in its path. However, the sporadic movement is seen clearly by his eyes. Half an hour later, Wang Xiaolong suddenly moves. His hands wield the blades. This time there are 18 rays of blades appeared out of nowhere, in a constant spin in midair. Air drafts rotates, forming two dense cyclones double the size of previous cyclones. Once again Wang Xiaolong stands motionless, recollecting the sensation when the tempest of hell forms, the way it swirls, and the way it rotates as it moves accordingly to a predetermined trajectory, and lastly, its directions. Another half an hour later, Wang Xiaolong waves out blades of Asura once again. And so the circle repeats, over and over again. Every time after he says out, he stands immobile on the spot like a statue, comprehending the essence of the move, then attacks again. From morning till noon, until evening, and till the last ray of sunlight is about to disappear, the blades in Wang Xiaolong's hands suddenly strikes out. Too distinctive tempest of hell is constantly rotating that the whistles of the wind are akin to mournful whimpers that crawl out from hell, causing hearts to palpitate listening to it. Apart from that, the current tempest of hell can last for 5 breaths' time. As he listens to the faint cries of hell coming from the tempest of hell, Wang Xiaolong lets out a sigh of relief. According to the piece of paper, once tempest of hell issues faint hellish cries, then it is considered as minor completion. If the sovereign founder of Asura's Gates, Ren Woquing, knew that Wang Xiaolong only used 1 day of practice to reach minor completion in Asura sword skills first style, Tempest of Hell, he would be dumbstruck speechless. During Ren Woquing's time when he accidentally got hold of this particular exercise law, it took him more than 2 months practicing Tempest of Hell before he could produce the cries from hell, whereby Wang Xiaolong only used 1 day. Battle skills training are irrelevant to martial spirits, for it relies on individual's talent and insight. In his previous life, Wang Xiaolong's a rare martial arts prodigy in 100 years. The concept of battle skills is similar to martial skills. Thus it's not something inconceivable that Wang Xiaolong just needs 1 day of practice to achieve minor completion in the first style of Asura sword skill. Watching the night descends, Wang Xiaolong stops his training. He enters his room and sits cross-legged on the cold jade bed, running Asura tactics exercise law to practice his battle chi. Ever since he advanced to 4th order, his double-headed serpent martial spirits not only evolved into superb talent twin martial spirits, physically its size had gone up a notch. At the time when Wang Xiaolong's martial spirits had just awakened, the double-headed serpent martial spirits were only half a meter long. Black and blue dragon hovers at behind Wang Xiaolong, its mouth wide open, devouring non-stop the netherworld spiritual aura pouring down from midair. The netherworld spiritual aura became darker, thicker, and purer after the broke through to 4th order. From the bodies of black and blue dragon faintly emits the prestige of a dragon. Time flies, and very quickly 1 month had passed. The days gives way to month. Every day is the same routine. Apart from practicing Asura tactics and body metamorphosed scripture, every morning Wang Xiaolong will be practicing Asura sword skill in the small yard. After 1 month's time, when Wang Xiaolong attacks with blades of Asura, the blade rays has reached up to 40 from the initial 18. And the cyclones generated by Tempest of Hell has more than doubled in size. One night at the back mountain, Wang Xiaolong wants to test the power of Tempest of Hell. With a wave of the blades in his hands, Tempest of Hell flew out spinning. As the Tempest of Hell spins around, every tree within 30 meters was cut down, and on the tree trunks of these cut down trees was covered with numerous marks as if someone hit them with a sword more 100 times. Looking at the trees on the ground, Wang Xiaolong nods his head in satisfaction. Asura sword skill's attack power is quite high and so much stronger than his previous life family's sword skill, the Excrete Devil Sword. But with this speed, to reach this move Tempest of Hell's major completion still needs 6 months' time. Wang Xiaolong thinks silently. Although the power of Tempest of Hell's attack is already quite high after a month's hard penance, however, compared to that piece of paper's description, his power is still a far cry from major completion. This Tempest of Hell attacks, once he reaches major completion, once the 2 cyclones form, Wang Xiaolong could change directions according to his will. After practicing for some time at the back mountain, Wang Xiaolong slowly adjusts his mood. Opening his legs wide apart and both of his hands stretches up above his head, absorbing the surrounding spiritual aura that seems to gush into his body, converting them into internal strength, accumulating inside Wang Xiaolong's dantian. Moments after entering his body metamorphose training pose, suddenly Wang Xiaolong notices a bright flash of golden light from his dantian. Subsequently, his body follows, glowing brightly. The air ripples outwards in 4 directions as an internal chi bursts forth from Wang Xiaolong's body. Slowly, Wang Xiaolong retrieves his palm and stops his training. His eyes open as he circulates the 3rd stage internal chi along his meridians, opening them further. With his, he will be able to train in the 4th stage convert power of the stars. Recalling the instructions for the 4th stage, Wang Xiaolong's right feet steps 1 foot forward facing his left foot similar to the number 8, his body bending forward over the knees. His left hand stretches over the head pointing up to the sky, and in this posture, Wang Xiaolong breathes slowly. The spiritual aura once again rushes towards Wang Xiaolong, absorbed into his body. The night passed quietly. Only when the sky starts to brighten that Wang Xiaolong puts down his left hand and steps back, finishing his body metamorphose scripture training. After breathing out a mouth of foul qi, he strikes out some ethereal palm as practice before heading back to Wangclan Manor. By the time he reached Wangclan Manor, the sun's already high up in the sky. With ambling steps, Wang Xiaolong heads towards the eastern courtyard's hall. Stepping into the hall, Wang Xiaolong sees both Wang Peng and Su Yan are present. However, something about the atmosphere in the hall seems not right that Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask, "Dad, Mom, what's the matter?" Wang Wei's out from the spirit pool. Wang Peng said looking at his son. His voice sounded weak. "I heard he reached peak late 2nd order." Only at this moment, Wang Xiaolong remembers that 1 month has passed since the spirit pool opened. Peak early 2nd order? Looks like the result of 1 month's practice in the spirit pool is not bad. Wang Xiaolong sneers. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about next year's clan assembly." Wang Xiaolong said, "Actually, I had already reached peak early 2nd order the day before yesterday." Wang Xiaolong projects his battle qi after he finishes his sentence. This peak early 2nd order. Wang Peng and Su Yan were full of shock sensing the battle qi coming from Wang Xiaolong's body. "Xiaolong this?" Wang Peng stares at his son. Could it be his son had another fortuitous adventure? If not, how could he advance with such speed? Laughingly, Wang Xiaolong explains. "About this matter, it's better if you don't ask." Wang Peng and Su Yan made eye contact. It seems their son carries many secrets, but since their son does not wish to elaborate, then they will not pester him about it. "Okay, Xiaolong, as long as you break through to 3rd order by the end of the year, even if you can't defeat Wang Wei, Dad will still allow you to practice at the back mountains." Wang Peng said as he looks at his son. Chapter 20, Lai Mu's Celebration. "As long as I break through to 3rd order by the end of the year?" A weird, appeared expression on Wang Xiaolong's face as he listened to his father. When Wang Peng noticed Wang Xiaolong's expression, thinking it was due to his unreasonable requirement 3rd order being too high, continued gently. "Honestly, Dad and Mom understand that it's difficult to reach the 3rd order by the end of the year. So Xiaolong, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Wang Peng hesitated for a moment, then said, "As long as you can advance to peak late 2nd order by the end of the year, then it's okay." "Peak late 2nd order?" Wang Xiaolong's expression turned even weirder. "That's right, Xiaolong. Even if you can't break through to peak late 2nd order, but reach late 2nd order, we will still be very happy." This time it was Mom Su Yan who spoke. Words failed Wang Xiaolong as he smiled helplessly inside his heart. "3rd order? Peak late 2nd order? Late 2nd order? Dad, Mom, I'm going back to the small yard." Wang Xiaolong said, as he stood up, gently hitting the arm of the chair, wondering whether his parents would further lower their requirement to peak mid-2nd order. If it came to that, he might not be able to resist and expose his current strength of peak early 4th order. Ah, Xiaolong. When Wang Xiaolong was about to leave the hall, Wang Peng thought of something said, "A few days from now is old Patriarch Lai's 8th birthday celebration, and he invited our Wang clan manor to the celebration party. That little girl kept badgering him to invite you, insisting that you must be there. She insists that I go?" Wang Xiaolong felt amazement. That little girl doesn't really fancy him, right? Just because he looked really cool when he beat up Wang Wei miserably during the annual clan's assembly? "Dad, Mom, can I not go?" Wang Xiaolong asked weakly. "What did you say?" Su Yan's eyes glared at him. Wang Xiaolong was depressed. Looks like he can't avoid going to the party. Su Yan laughed seeing her son's sulky face, teases him. "You brat, don't grumble. Lai Lu is the apple of old Patriarch Lai's eyes, possessing a grade 9 martial spirit, and she'll surely grow up to be a beautiful young lady." Wang Xiaolong's even more speechless. What's with this and that? If her mom knew her son has superb talent, and a twin martial superb talent at that, she probably wouldn't think this way. At this moment Wang Peng also joined in. "Your mom's right. In the future, if you marry old Patriarch Lai granddaughter, Lai Lu, then your mom and I." While his father was still talking, Wang Xiaolong quickly cut in. "Okay, Dad, I understand. It's fine as long as I go right. When do we leave? Are you going?" Su Yan couldn't help but laugh when she heard Wang Xiaolong's response. "It seems like our son's feeling shy." She stopped teasing Wang Xiaolong and said, "We leave the day after tomorrow, but other than you and your dad, your grandfather, eldest uncle, and that Wang Wei is also going." Wang Xiaolong's brows wrinkled and nodded. "Okay, I know. If there's nothing else then, I'll go back." Both Wang Peng and Su Yan nodded. Wang Xiaolong turned around and left. Watching his son's back, Su Yan sighed and said, "How wonderful it would be if our Xiaolong marries Lai Lu." Wang Peng shook his head. With Lai Lu's background and talent, she won't like our Xiaolong. Also right now Lai Lu is only an 8-year-old child. So while she may not consider it, she will when she grows up. By this time Wang Xiaolong had returned to his small courtyard and started practicing Tempest of Hell, so he didn't hear what his parents said after he left. 2 days came and went quickly, and the day of departure arrived. The moment Wang Xiaolong arrived at Eastern Courtyard, he was dragged by Wang Peng to the main hall. And by the time they got to the main hall, his grandfather Wang Kaid, eldest uncle Wang Ming, and Wang Wai were already waiting. When Wang Wai saw Wang Xiaolong stepping into the main hall, his eyes were full of hatred. If not for Wang Kaid's presence, he probably would have pounced on Wang Xiaolong. Dad. Grandfather. Wang Xiaolong and Wang Peng walked up to Wang Kaid and said their greeting, ignoring Wang Wai's imitation of a ferocious beast. Wang Kaid nodded and laughed. Since everyone's here, let's go. Wang Kaid stepped out and 4 people followed after him. Even though Wang Clan Manor and the Lai family were known as 2 of the major powers in Kanglin County, but there was quite a distance between them. The Lai family residence is in Kanglin County's County City, whereby Wang Clan Manor is situated 100 miles outside of County City. Therefore, it was evening when Wang Xiaolong's group of 5 arrived in County City, nearing dusk. Brother Kaid, you traveled quite a distance to come for my celebration, yet I'm slow in my welcome. Please forgive me, said old Patriarch Lai while laughing merrily when the 5 of them arrived at County City. Brother Laimu is too polite. Wang Kaid laughed robustly. Wang Xiaolong looked around and noticed that the little girl Lai Lu was standing behind a roundish-faced, middle-aged man who was a little chubby with slightly small eyes, which gave the impression that he was always beaming. Is this old Patriarch Lai's only son Lai Cheng, Lai Lu's father? Wang Xiaolong wondered. At this moment, the little girl who was hiding behind Lai Cheng looked mischievously at Wang Xiaolong, stuck her tongue out at Wang Xiaolong and giggled, looking very cute. Wang Xiaolong rolled his eyes, totally ignoring her. Seeing Wang Xiaolong's nonchalant reaction, Lai Lu pouted her. The scene was seen by Wang Wai, who was standing at the side. Hatred surged violently in his heart. Although his engagement with Lai Lu during the clan assembly was ruined by Wang Xiaolong, however in his heart, Lai Lu already is his wife. And now his wife was blatantly flirting with Wang Xiaolong right in front of him. After the customary greetings, everyone entered the city heading towards Lai residence. Contrary to expectations, the Lai residence was not located in the center of the city, but the south section. When they arrived before the Lai residence's main entrance, the 20 meters wide street in front were filled with an endless stream of horses and carriages. The street was lively and decorated with bright and colorful lanterns. For Lai Mu's 80th birthday celebration, other than Wang Clan Manor, most of the forces in Kanglin County had already arrived. However, the real celebration happens tomorrow, thus there are those who were yet to arrive, who were on their way. When they arrived at the Lai residence, Lai Mu personally led them to the prearranged courtyard to rest. Brother Kaid, if there's anything you need, just inform the residence's guards. Please forgive the poor hospitality. Lai Mu said to Wang Kaid with a smile. Wang Kaid waved his hand and said, You're too polite. And, please go and attend to your matters. Tomorrow we brothers will drink together later. Lai Mu laughed he, definitely. Then turned around and left. But what happened next stunned Wang Xiaolong. Not long after Lai Mu left, Lai Lu came to their courtyard. After greeting Wang Kaid, Wang Ming and Wang Peng, she went straight to Wang Xiaolong and said in a petulant voice, Xiaolong, this is your first time in County City, right? Come, I'll give you a tour. Her hand was already pulling Wang Xiaolong away from the courtyard even before he had the chance to reply. Wang Wai stared pointedly at Lai Lu holding Wang Xiaolong's hand and watched both of them leave the courtyard. His expression was ugly to the extreme. And of course Wang Ming's face wasn't looking any better either. Wang Kaid opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Wang Peng stood there quietly, but his heart was flipping in delight. Chapter 21. Asura's Gate Disciple. Pulled out of the courtyard by Lai Lu, his brows furrowed, said, Little girl, don't drag and pull me like this. People might misunderstand. Lai Lu was surprised for a moment and then smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute dimples. So what if others misunderstand? I'm your wife. What is wrong with a wife holding her husband's hand? I'm not afraid of any misunderstanding, and also don't call me a little girl. I'm a very big girl. The little girl ended her speech puffing up her small chest. Black lines emerged on Wang Xiaolong's forehead. Wife? Very big? Wang Xiaolong took a glance at Lai Lu's tilted but yet to develop small chest, smiled wryly to himself. That area's still a flat land, right? Noticing Wang Xiaolong staring at her small chest, her face blushed bright red and a barely whispering voice said, Why are you looking at people like that? I'm shy when there are so many other people here. Wang Xiaolong's was so speechless that he clamped his mouth shut. Not a word came out. Pulling away his hand, he went out of the Lai residence and walked towards the main street. This really was his first time in Kanglin County's County City, and he wanted to look around. Xiaolong, wait for me. Lai Lu pouted her mouth at Wang Xiaolong for pulling away his hand, then quickly ran after him with quick steps. However, this time instead of holding Wang Xiaolong's hand, Lai Lu wrapped her hand around his arms. Looking just like a submissive little wife. A soft girl's fragrance wafts into Wang Xiaolong's nose. Wang Xiaolong, trying to avoid body contact with her, said, You can go back, I can walk by myself. Lai Lu pouted and her eyes became rimmed with red as tears welled within. I'll go back and tell grandfather that you bullied me. Wang Xiaolong quickly used his hand to stop her from leaving, feeling a headache. Fine then, let's go, but you must promise me that you won't pull or drag me. Lai Lu burst out laughing, the look in her eyes changed instantly, nodded. Okay. Wang Xiaolong sighed in relief when Lai Lu nodded in agreement. They turned and began walking along the street with Lai Lu following, beside Wang Xiaolong on the right, being extremely obedient. As they walked, her big round eyes occasionally steals furtive glances at him. Wang Xiaolong didn't care and continued to look around, not paying her any attention. Both of them did not speak much along the way, and after going around once as they were about to return to the Lai residence, they noticed at a corner of the street was crowded with a lot of people pointing fingers and whispering about something. Wang Xiaolong's curiosity was stoked, so he and Lai Lu walked in their direction, squeezing through the crowd half to a look. A middle-aged man was lying on the ground in the middle of the crowd, with messy, unkempt hair, a dirty stained face and worn-out rags for clothes. Clearly he had fainted. On the ground next to the middle-aged man were several tiny drops of blood, obviously spat out by the injured middle-aged man. After observing the middle-aged man for a moment, he hesitated briefly, then walked up to him and lifted him up. Since he had become a fourth-order warrior, his arm strength was not weak, and so carrying an adult was not difficult. Lai Lu was astonished when Wang Xiaolong lifted the middle-aged man up. Let's go. Wang Xiaolong said to Lai Lu as he walked past her carrying the middle-aged man. He noticed Lai Lu was still standing on the same spot in a daze. Lai Lu quickly ran after Wang Xiaolong. After recovering her senses, couldn't stop herself from asking, Xiaolong, why are you carrying this man back with you? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. He replied without turning his head. Are you saying I wouldn't understand even if you explained? Lai Lu's small mouth puckered up into a sulky pout, but she kept quiet. On the way, Wang Xiaolong asked Lai Lu for the location of the Lai residence's back door, and went in through the back door carrying the fainted middle-aged man, placing him in a remote and secluded room. Watching the middle-aged man on the bed, Wang Xiaolong circulated internal qi, then pointed at the middle-aged man's chest, his finger subsequently going lower. In total, Wang Xiaolong jabbed a few more times with his finger. By the time he was done, he was breathing heavily and beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. Lai Lu was stood behind Wang Xiaolong as she watched him indiscriminately poke at different parts of the middle-aged man's body, with a puzzled expression. Ask someone to bring over a set of clothes and clean him up. Wang Xiaolong said to Lai Lu after he had recovered his breath. Oh, okay. Coming out from her daze, Lai Lu nodded. A short while later, an attendant of Lai residence brought over a set of clothes and bathed the middle-aged man, but he remained unconscious. You can go now, he said to Lai Lu, since the patient hasn't awakened. She was about to say that she will stay here to keep him company, but looking at Wang Xiaolong's stern gaze, she could only nod and say, yes. Not long after Lai Lu left, on the wooden bed, Fei Hu slowly opened his eyes, finally awake. He got up slowly, supporting his own weight. Observing his surroundings, his gaze fell on Wang Xiaolong. In the end, with a surprised look on his face, asked, Little brother, you are the one who saved me. That's right. Wang Xiaolong nodded his head. Where am I? We are at Kanglin County's Lai residence. Fei Hu tried his best to step down from the bed, abruptly frowned. Kanglin County. In his memory, there's no recollection where Kanglin County is. Little brother, thank you very much for saving me. I have some matters to attend to, so I need to leave first. Just when Fei Hu wanted to walk out from the room, suddenly, a violent pain erupted inside his body, and with a while blood spurts out from his mouth, and he fell to the floor. Wang Xiaolong quickly helped him back to the bed and said, You were heavily injured. The meridians inside your body are broken. I temporarily used returning soul finger to stabilize your injury and your vital acupuncture points. If you move recklessly. When he got to this point, Wang Xiaolong stopped explaining, for the consequences are clear. Returning soul finger? Acupuncture points. Fei Hu looked at Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong did not bother to explain. Changing the topic, he asked, You are a disciple of Asura's Gate, aren't you? While on the street, Wang Xiaolong had noticed an Asura tattoo on Fei Hu's left arm, a sign of Asura's Gate disciples, which was why Wang Xiaolong brought him back. What? Who are you? How do you know I'm a disciple of Asura's Gate? Fei Hu was greatly shocked. Then he looked at Wang Xiaolong warily. Again Wang Xiaolong did not answer. Under Fei Hu's watchful eyes he raised his left hand, and a dark black ring appeared on his left ring finger. Asura's ring! Looking at the dark black ring, Fei Hu's body trembled with excitement. After a moment he snapped out of his daze, finding it hard to believe. Wang Xiaolong quietly observed Fei Hu's reaction. According to the piece of paper, this Asura's ring is the symbol and proof of Asura's Gate sovereign, and any disciples who see the ring will kneel and bow down in a prostrate position. After Fei Hu's shock and excitement passed, recovering his senses, instantly knelt down and kowtowed before Wang Xiaolong. Disciple of Asura's Gate greets sovereign. Sovereign is invincible throughout. Wang Xiaolong silently breathed out in relief after seeing at Fei Hu's reaction. If there was something not right with Fei Hu's response earlier, he was prepared to call out the blades without hesitation and kill Fei Hu. At this moment, Fei Hu's meridians are broken and are heavily injured. He definitely couldn't dodge Wang Xiaolong's blades of Asura. Fei Hu, you can stand up. Wang Xiaolong nodded. Yes, thank you, Sovereign. Fei Hu stands up, his attitude respectful to the extreme. And Wang Xiaolong could tell his respectful manner were sincere from the heart, and not pretense. How did you get hurt? Wang Xiaolong asked after thinking for a moment. Replying Sovereign, disciples went into Yinyu Silver Moon Forest wanting to hunt for a 10th stage demonic ghost, a spider, to refine Dan's with its core. But didn't expect the demonic ghost. A spider was a pair, so Fei Hu said, feeling a little embarrassed. So, he was counterattacked. Wang Xiaolong thought, but since Fei Hu was able to escape from the counter-attack of 2 10th stage wicked beasts, it looks like he is very strong. At the very least, he must be stronger than grandfather. Chapter 22. Just a lowly slave, what qualifications? Having heard Fei Hu's explanation, it became clear to Wang Xiaolong why Fei Hu's meridians were broken, and his body had such severe injuries. Sit down, let me first treat your injuries, said Wang Xiaolong after pondering for a moment. Although he would like to know more about Asura's Gate and its current situation, but with Fei Hu's serious injuries, it's more important first to stabilize his condition. Sovereign, my body's broken veins. Fei Hu hesitated before asking. In general, broken veins are incurable, unless he could find those legendary elixirs. You don't need to worry. Wang Xiaolong waved his hand, said, I can reconnect your veins. It's just that it will take about 6 months. Sovereign, you can reconnect my broken veins? Fei Hu was very shocked. It was not that he doubted Wang Xiaolong, but he felt it was too bizarre. Could it be that the sovereign was in possession of a legendary elixir? Sit down first. Fei Hu's heart was filled with questions, but he dared not defy orders. He answered respectfully and sat down. Once he sat down, Wang Xiaolong put his palms on Fei Hu's back and circulated his internal energy, thereby transferring it to Fei Hu. In an instant, Fei Hu could feel warm energy enter his body. He quickly refocused his attention and coordinated with Wang Xiaolong, guiding the warm energy to nourish his body. More than 1 hour passed. Wang Xiaolong stopped, face slightly pale. Although his body metamorphose training had reached the 4th stage, his internal energy was still a bit weak. However, after having spent more than an hour of transferring internal energy to Fei Hu, he was now able to circulate the energy on his own to recover his strength. Wang Xiaolong watched Fei Hu circulating internal energy to heal himself for a little while, and then he left the room and returned to his yard. When Wang Peng saw his son return looking tired, he felt a little strange. Didn't his son go out with Lai Lu to walk around the city? Xiaolong, are you okay? Wang Peng asked. Seeing at his father's concern, he laughed. I'm fine, Dad. Wang Peng lets out a breath of relief, then asked, Miss Lai Lu has gone back? Wang Xiaolong nodded his head. Suddenly, Wang Peng smiled, and his smile carried a strange flavor as his stare fixed on Wang Xiaolong. Wang Peng quipped. Isn't Miss Lai Lu's hand very soft and smooth? Is it nice holding hands with a beauty? Wang Xiaolong blanked out for a moment before smiling. I say, old man, what are you talking about? There's nothing going on between Miss Lai Lu and me. Wang Peng smiled and said, Okay, I know there's nothing between you and Lai Lu, only Miss Lai Lu has something with you. When he said that, Wang Peng laughed happily. You don't know this, but when Miss Lai Lu pulled your hand on the way out, that brat Wang Wai's expression was so bad, it was like he ate dog shit. Wang Xiaolong shook his head while smiling. But, Xiaolong, you have to be wary of Wang Wai, said Wang Peng, and his tone turned serious. I know, Dad, don't worry. If there is nothing else, I'll be going back to my room, said Wang Xiaolong. Wang Peng nodded. Okay, go and rest. After Wang Xiaolong got into his room, he took out the cold jade bed from Ring of Asura, sat on it, then began to practice Asura tactic. The night passed and morning came. Wang Xiaolong stopped his training. All the lethargy from yesterday had disappeared, leaving him feeling refreshed. Leaving his room, Wang Xiaolong walked towards Fei Hu's room. As he got there, coincidentally Fei Hu came out. Seen Sovereign, invincible throughout. Fei Hu saw Wang Xiaolong, immediately knelt down on one knee in salute. After Wang Xiaolong had helped him to treat his injury last night, his demeanor became even more respectful towards Wang Xiaolong. You can stand. Wang Xiaolong nodded. Only then Fei Hu did stand up respectfully. Fei Hu, when others are around, address me as young master. Wang Xiaolong muttered in a low voice. Also, stop lauding Sovereign invincible throughout. Every time Wang Xiaolong heard the sentence, Sovereign invincible throughout, he felt depressed even though he knew it was a rule set by Ren Wokuang, the previous sovereign. Fei Hu paused for a moment, then said Sovereign invincible throughout. This sentence during salute was set by the previous sovereign. If we stop. Wang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, I know that this rule was set by Master years ago, but rules are established by people. I'm the current sovereign, and I say this rule is now abolished. Master? Fei Hu had been curious about Wang Xiaolong's relation with the old sovereign. Hearing Wang Xiaolong refer to the old sovereign as master, he now knew. Right, who else but the old sovereign's pro-disciple can be the sovereign of Asura's Gate? Fei Hu immediately responded, as sovereign ordered. How's your recovery? Wang Xiaolong asked. Replying Sovereign. Your subordinate's injury has recovered about 70%. In 3 days my wounds should fully recover, but my veins. Fei Hu's words stopped here. You needn't worry about your veins. Now, tell me about the current situation in Asura's Gate. When Fei Hu heard that, his expression became complicated. What is it? Wang Xiaolong frowned. Seeing Wang Xiaolong's expression, he knew Wang Xiaolong had misunderstood and quickly said, Sovereign, it's not that your subordinate is unwilling to report. Honestly, it's just that subordinate is not very clear. Not very clear? Wang Xiaolong was startled. Yes. Fei Hu nodded. He then explained to Wang Xiaolong. Fei Hu entered Asura's Gate 20 years ago, and he had never been to Asura's Gate headquarters. 20 years ago he met an elder from Asura's Gate and was taken in as a disciple, and that was how he entered Asura's Gate. His master never talked to him about sex matters. His master's name is Yu Ming. But master did mention that after old sovereign had disappeared 50 years ago, there was an internal struggle for the sovereign's position resulting in Asura's Gate splitting into 2 factions. Fei Hu said, Split into 2 factions. Wang Xiaolong's brows creased, asked, Where is your master now? 3 years ago we separated, and since then I haven't seen master. Back then, master said he had something to do in Mo Kingdom's imperial city. Replied Fei Hu. The Mo Kingdom? Wang Xiaolong had heard about the Mo Kingdom, but the distance from there to Luotong Kingdom where Wang Xiaolong located was too far. To reach the Mo Kingdom from the Luotong Kingdom, he would need to pass through more than 10 other kingdoms in between. If it's like this, getting a clear picture of the internal situation at Asura's Gate is currently impossible. At this moment, Lai Lu ran over from afar. Her face blossomed into a smile when she saw Wang Xiaolong. I knew you were here. Let's go, the banquet is starting soon, let's head over there now. Wang Xiaolong's head started to ache when he saw Lai Lu. He turned towards Fei Hu and said, Come with me. Yes, young master. Fei Hu replied respectfully. Although Lai Lu was surprised to hear Fei Hu refer to Wang Xiaolong as young master, she did not think too much about it. She walked up to Wang Xiaolong and pulled his hand, running out from the yard, as if pulling Wang Xiaolong's hand had become a habit of hers. Wang Xiaolong wanted to retrieve his hand, but to his surprise, this time, the little girl gripped firmly, not letting go. He could only follow from behind. As they arrived at the banquet, they ran into Wang Peng's group who just came. When Wang Wai saw Lai Lu was holding Wang Xiaolong's hand, his expression turned hideous, whereas Wang Peng was giving Wang Xiaolong an ambiguous smile while giving him a thumbs up, rendering Wang Xiaolong speechless. Everyone took their seat after they entered the main hall, and Huang Kai's group seat is actually on the main table, seated together with Lai Mu. Wang Xiaolong was about to sit when Lai Lu came over and pulled him to a seat next to her, and Fei Hu automatically stood behind Wang Xiaolong. Wang Peng, Huang Kai, and the others had noticed Fei Hu's presence behind Wang Xiaolong. They thought Wang Xiaolong bought Fei Hu yesterday at the slaves' market when he was going around the city. Consequently, nobody asked anything. Fei Hu found a place to seat on the sides. Seeing Fei Hu standing behind him when the seat beside was empty didn't feel right. After all, Fei Hu was a 10th order warrior. Just as he spoke, Wang Wise spoke loudly, in a haughty voice, Sit, Wang Xiaolong, today is old Patriarch Lai's birthday banquet. Is a slave you bought qualified to sit in here? Chapter 23. Making an exhibition of oneself. Wang Xiaolong turned around to look at Wang Wai, then said in a cold tone, If he's not qualified to sit here, then you are even less qualified than he is. What? Wang Xiaolong you? Wang Wai was truly offended. Rage filled his heart. He possessed grade 10 martial spirits, the future lord of Wang Clan Manor. Yet this Wang Xiaolong actually said he's less qualified when compared to a slave servant. At this moment Wang Kai spoke, Enough. We are in Lai residence, old Patriarch Lai's celebration banquet. Because his grandfather had spoken, Wang Wai could only glare at Wang Xiaolong with a vengeance. Wang Kai then turned to Wang Xiaolong and said, Xiaolong, is this person your newly purchased slave? He's not qualified to sit here. Wang Xiaolong's brow wrinkled. No matter what, in the end, his grandfather was still partial to Wang Wai. Ever since both of their martial spirits awakened, this has been Wang Kai's attitude. He was certain that if it weren't because Lai Lu kept demanding that Wang Xiaolong comes, his grandfather Wang Kai would have brought only Wang Wai with him. Wang Kai spoke again. Tell your slave servant to leave the hall and wait in the yard. Leave? Wang Xiaolong's anger started to rise. Grandfather's meaning is Fei Hu's not qualified to even stand here? Xiaolong, didn't you hear what your grandfather said? Quickly tell your slave servant to scram. We are at old Patriarch Lai's celebration banquet. You bringing over a slave servant, or you trying to exhibit yourself? Wang Ming added in an admonishing tone. Scram? Wang Xiaolong's anger continued to rise, sneered. Although my servant is new, but it's not for you order him around. You. Wang Ming didn't expect an event like this, where Wang Xiaolong would actually contradict him. His eyes bulged so in anger much they almost fell out. That's enough, Xiaolong. Wang Peng said. Obey your grandfather's instruction, let him return to the yard. Even though Wang Peng agreed with his father, Wang Kai and Wang Ming's words were excessive, but he also felt that his son bringing a slave servant on such an occasion was not appropriate. Wang Xiaolong was taken aback. Suppressing the anger, he nodded and said to Fei Hu behind him, Fei Hu, go back and wait for me. While the conversation took place, Fei Hu's expression was calm. Yes, young master. He saluted respectfully after saying that, turned around and left. Wang Wai was feeling proud seeing that Fei Hu was ordered to leave. Lai Lu, who was sitting beside Wang Xiaolong, glared at Wang Wai when she saw his satisfied expression. Suddenly, loud laughter erupted from outside the hall. It was old patriarch Lai. Everyone in the main hall looked out and saw Lai Mu, Lai Cheng, and their other guests walking towards the main hall under the protection of experts. Seeing them, everyone got up. However, as the group of merry people were about to step into the main hall, suddenly an anxious cry was heard. Old patriarch, it's bad. Something bad happened. The voice was abrupt, and the laughter-filled hall became silent. Lai Mu was startled as he turned around to look. Others did the same. A flustered residential guard ran in looking frightened. The guard panted heavily as he reached Lai Mu and Lai Cheng. His finger pointed towards the main entrance and with a shaky voice said, Old patriarch, outside, outside. Outside? What happened outside? A sinking feeling crept into Lai Mu's heart, and he almost shouted his question. Outside, there is a huge coffin placed outside. The Lai residence's guard said in a quivering voice. What? A huge coffin? What is the matter? Inside the main hall, all the patriarch and experts that came to congratulate old patriarch Lai were shocked, and whispers circulated the hall. Lai Mu's heart skipped a beat. His expression became solemn and he said, Go! After speaking, Lai Mu and his son Lai Cheng walked towards the main entrance of Lai residences with quickly, while the experts of Lai residence followed closely behind them. We will also go and have a look, said Wang Kai as he too walked out of the main hall, followed by Wang Xiaolong and the others, and Lai Lu followed Wang Xiaolong. At her age, although she didn't understand what a huge coffin being placed in front of the main entrance on her grandfather's birthday celebration represented, she was nervous and tense. Wang Xiaolong followed his grandfather to the main entrance, looked out and saw that a huge red-colored coffin was placed directly facing the main entrance of the Lai residence. The of the coffin was dyed red with human blood, and a strong scent of blood wove through the air assaulting their nose. Everyone's heart tightened watching this weird scene. Lai Mu walked up to the coffin. His expression was cold as he shouted, Which scoundrel dares to look for trouble with Lai residence? Get out here. When Lai Mu shouted, the surrounding air rolled like waves, forming a large lion in midair. The lion roared endlessly. Everyone was surprised and a look of awe apparent in their expression. Wang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. His father told him before about the battle skill that Lai Mu practiced. Is this the middle-grade, mysterious rank battle skill Sky Lion Roar? Moments later, the lion in the sky dissipated, and there was quiet. Hey hey! A snicker sounded in the air, from all direction confusing everyone as to the source of the voice. Old man Lai, today is your 80th birthday, thus we prepared this big gift for you. You should be happy. Why are you angry? A bad temper usually leads to a short life. Lai Mu flew up. With a loud shout his palm struck out, releasing many palm prints which rotated to form an enormous windstorm, swirling up as clouds became faintly visible. Wind cloud palm. The massive windstorm created by the palm prints fell on a government building in front, and suddenly a muted green fist print pierced through the air and collided head on with Lai Mu's palm print. A loud deafening explosion resounded as the two energies collided. Two muted green silhouettes appeared in midair above the government building as they stood in midair. Wang Xiaolong and everyone else looked at the two figures. Their bodies were actually covered and scaled like a snake with black eyes, their faces covered with green stripes and a long snake-like tail attached to their backs. Soul transformation. Wang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. When a warrior reaches the 7th order, their martial spirits experience a second evolution which allows the warrior's body to integrate with their martial spirits. This ability is called soul transformation. After transformation, the warrior possesses the innate ability of his martial spirits. For instance, if a person's martial spirit is a poisonous snake, then after soul transformation, the battle chi in the warrior's body will contain a certain amount of poison. Clearly, the martial spirits of these two were some type of snake, and from the looks of it, most probably poisonous snakes. Hey old man Lai, your wind cloud palm is only so. We won't be killing you now, but within 3 years we'll definitely take your dog life. Open the coffin and see our birthday present to you. Both of them smirked, and their bodies became shrouded in a muted green glow, then disappeared in a flash right in front of everybody. Lai Mu didn't expect the other party to flee the moment they appeared. So by the time he regained his senses and wanted to pursue, it was already too late. Dad. Lai Cheng walked up to Lai Mu moments later. He then looked at the sealed coffin and asked, should we open it? Lai Mu turned around and inhaled deeply and said, open it. Chapter 24. Protecting Loved Ones. After Lai Mu had spoken, Lai Cheng was feeling very nervous as he went towards the blood-soaked coffin. His palm hit the coffin cover, and it flew away revealing the dead body of a 16 to 17-year-old boy. The color of the boy's skin had turned to a muted green, so dark that it looked almost black. When Lai Cheng got a clear look at the youth's face, his entire body trembled and his eyes became red-rimmed as tears fell from his face. Finger! My finger! Lai Cheng carried the boy's body out of the coffin and hugged him tightly. My finger! You cannot die, finger! Lai Cheng's mournful wails were heart-wrenching. And when Lai Mu saw the young boy's face, tears fell from his face. He stood there and cried, no longer caring about face or dignity before the crowd. Brother! At this moment, Lai Lu, who was standing beside Wang Xiaolong, dashed out to reach the young boy, sobbing pitifully as both of her hands shook the young boy's shoulder. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Brother, please wake up. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. Brother, please wake up. Wake up." Lai Lu's sobs were choked, unable to come out. At this time, the guards, maids, and experts of the Lai residence all knelt down and cries filled the area. The young boy who died was Lai Lu's brother, Lai Feng, and Lai Cheng's only son. Lai Feng's was very talented, and like Lai Lu, he possessed top grade 9 martial spirits. 3 years ago, he was spotted by distinct cloud sect Chu Yanzhong, one of the most prominent sects of Luotan Kingdom, and was taken as an inner court disciple. No one could have imagined that he would be killed and sent back to Lai residence as Lai Mu's birthday gift. All the patriarchs of the other families and experts who were present shook their heads. They came to congratulate old patriarch Lai on his 80th birthday, but instead the scene unraveled before them. "Fenger, this is grandfather's fault. Grandfather harmed you." Lai Mu knelt down, both of his hands trembled as he touched his grandson's face. His tears fell on his grandson's body, but his grandson could no longer move and could no longer hear his voice. "Rest assured, grandfather definitely will avenge you." "Absolutely." Determination showed in Lai Mu's eyes. From afar, Wang Xiaolong's eyes were red as he watched the scene before him. All around was silence. After a long time has passed, Lai Mu carried his grandson's body into Lai residence, and everyone followed. Inside the Lai residence, the once festive and colorful decoration with the red cloths are now offensive to the eye. The birthday banquet did not happen. And not long after, the patriarchs and experts who came to convey congratulatory wishes left. The initially festive and lively Lai residence became gloomy and deadly silent. In the end, only Wang Xiaolong's group of 5 were the last to remain in Lai residence. "Brother Lai, I'm sorry for your grief." Wang Kai came beside Lai Mu and said in barely a whisper, "If there's anything, all you need is to send a message. Our Wang clan manor will be the first to assist." Even Wang Kai didn't imagine such a thing would happen. Given the circumstances, it no longer made sense for them to stay any longer at Lai residence. "Brother Wang, thank you," Lai Mu said in a sorrowful voice. Wang Kai nodded, for there's nothing more that could be said. Turned around and was about to leave with Wang Xiaolong and the rest. Lai Lu suddenly ran over to Wang Xiaolong sobbing, "Xiaolong, don't go, okay?" All present turned to look at Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong blanked. He hesitated for a moment, and then he patted Lai Lu's shoulder gently and said, "Don't worry. I will come and visit you often. I will kill whoever is responsible and avenge your brother." Hearing Wang Xiaolong's words, everyone smiled while shaking their heads. They took his words as something naive children would say, and none of them took Wang Xiaolong's words seriously. Even Lai Mu wasn't confident to kill the other party, not to say an 8-year-old child. "Then you definitely must come and see me," Lai Lu said as tears ran down her face. Wang Xiaolong could only nod. Lai Mu got up and personally saw Wang Xiaolong's group out of the Lai residence, and only went back in when the 5 silhouettes vanished. By evening, Wang Xiaolong's group of 5 reached Wang clan manor. Wang Xiaolong did not practice that night. He stood on a peak in the back mountain, looking at the twinkling stars in the evening sky. 2 meters behind Wang Xiaolong stood Fei Hu keeping watch. Out of nowhere, Wang Xiaolong suddenly asked, "Fei Hu, when people die, do you think they will become a star in the night sky?" Fei Hu was stunned, for he didn't expect Wang Xiaolong would ask such a question. Stars in the night sky. In my previous hometown, someone once said that when a person dies, they become a star in the night sky to protect their loved ones. Wang Xiaolong explained softly. Become a star in the night sky? To protect their loved ones? Fei Hu shook his head, smiled. In this world, only those with power and strength can guard and protect their loved ones. Power and strength. Wang Xiaolong repeated. Yes, power and strength. Fei Hu nodded. That's right, power and strength. Wang Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly. Under the night sky, his eyes shone like the stars. Only the strong have the power to guard and protect loved ones. He must become strong. He had to grow stronger quickly. Only this way he could guard and protect his loved ones. An invisible aura emanated from Wang Xiaolong, scaring Fei Hu. Let's go back, Wang Xiaolong said lightly a moment later while withdrawing the aura emanating from his body. He turned around and headed downwards towards Wang Clan Manor, and Fei Hu followed. Once back at Wang Clan Manor, Wang Xiaolong took out the cold jade bed, sat down, and started practicing Asura tactics as the spiritual aura from the netherworld gushed down like an endless waterfall. Time flies, and quickly 10 months went by. Wang Peng noticed that his son had increased his effort in training ever since he came back from Lai residence. Every day his son stayed inside the small courtyard to practice, hardly stepping out. His parents' hearts ached to see their son's crazed training regimen, so they decided to go to the small courtyard and visit Wang Xiaolong. In the past 10 months, Wang Xiaolong's battle chi increased at a monstrous rate. Half a month after he came back from Lai residence, he advanced to mid-4th order from peak early 4th order, and 2 months later, late 4th order. After 10 months, not only did Wang Xiaolong break through to the 5th order, he actually advanced to peak late 5th order. As for the body metamorphose scripture, he had reached the 5th stage power to haul 9 bulls like one. This morning the weather was sunny. At the back mountain, Wang Xiaolong swung his blades and 100 rays of light appeared, forming two 5 meters tall cyclones circling non-stop. As Tempest of Hell rotates, every tree and bush in its path were cut into 100 pieces, when suddenly the two cyclones swerved to the left, and then swerved again to the right. In 10 months, not only had Tempest of Hell's power increased 10 times, but Wang Xiaolong could already control the direction, according to his will. Now, his Tempest of Hell could last 12 to 13 breaths of time. Tempest of Hell has reached major completion and now it only lacks power. Wang Xiaolong mumbled to himself as he surveyed the surrounding. He has already grasped the mood of Tempest of Hell, and its power will continue to increase along with his battle chi. It states on that piece of paper, once there was someone who used this move, it would annihilate everything within a 10,000 li radius and not even a blade of grass would survive. There are only 20 more days to the next clan assembly. Wang Xiaolong thought to himself as he recalled Blades of Asura, and they flew back into his arms. Chapter 25. The annual clan assembly is here again. In the back mountain, after spending some time practicing Tempest of Hell, he then continued with Execute Demon Sword. Although Execute Demon Sword is weaker than Asura Sword, he can use it against regular opponents. As he swung the blades displaying the Execute Demon Sword, shadows of the blades swung out like waves, one after another, becoming increasingly sharp and aggressive, as if it could kill every evil demon and exterminate ghosts. By the time he finished training the Execute Demon Sword, the dazzling suns was high up in the sky, and one could feel the heat on the skin. Wang Xiaolong stopped and returned to Huang Clan Manor. When he reached the small courtyard, Fei Hu was standing there waiting for him. "Sovereign!" Fei Hu saw Wang Xiaolong returned and quickly saluted. He knows Wang Xiaolong trains at the back mountain, and will come back around this hour. Thus, he waits here in the courtyard. Wang Xiaolong nodded as he walked into the courtyard and asked, "How is your Luohan sword practice progressing?" 5 months ago, Fei Hu's broken veins had recovered and Wang Xiaolong taught him the Luohan sword skill. Replying, "Sovereign, your subordinate has trained up to the 10th move." Fei Hu replied respectfully with heartfelt gratitude. Sovereign not only healed his broken veins, but he also taught him a high-grade battle skill, the Luohan sword. In these 4 months, his cultivation even advanced after his broken veins were reconnected. The 10th move, Wang Xiaolong nodded satisfactorily. In less than half a year, this Fei Hu had reached the 10th move. I. When Wang Xiaolong entered the small courtyard, something small leapt at him from out of nowhere and landed on his shoulder. Wang Xiaolong did not dodge, for it was the violet spirit devourer monkey. A year had passed, but there were no changes to the little violet monkey. However, although there were no physical changes to the little violet monkey, its cultivation speed was even more terrifying than Wang Xiaolong's. Despite the fact that he's a peak late 5th order, without the use of Asura sword skill, he couldn't injure the little violet monkey. "Little guy, did you go hunting these past few days?" Wang Xiaolong laughed as he looked at the little violet monkey on his shoulder. The little monkey's quick rise in cultivation was all due to the beast core he swallowed from killing wicked beasts. Its speed made even Wang Xiaolong, who possessed superb talent, twin martial spirits, feels envious of its ability to increase cultivation by consuming beast cores. Hearing Wang Xiaolong's question, the little violet monkey gestured with its 2 little hands, and then it squeaked cheerfully with pride at Wang Xiaolong, showing off its harvest from hunting wicked beasts these past few days. Watching the little monkey's cute antics, Wang Xiaolong smiled. Okay, little guy, I admit you're very powerful, all right." The little violet monkey nodded its head, which meant of course. Wang Xiaolong shook his head, told the little violet monkey to play on its own while he sparred with Fei Hu using the Execute Demon Sword. No doubt, Fei Hu repressed his strength at peak late 5th order. In the past 2 months, Wang Xiaolong's fighting experience had increased a whole lot as he sparred continuously with Fei Hu, who was a 10th order warrior. The little violet monkey that Wang Xiaolong sent away suddenly ran back, leapt towards Fei Hu and attacked him. Thus, the scene changed from 2 people sparring to 2 people and a monkey sparring. Wang Xiaolong attacked the little violet monkey, the little violet monkey attacked Fei Hu, and in turn, Fei Hu attacked Wang Xiaolong. Sometimes, Wang Xiaolong and the little violet monkey would attack Fei Hu together. The entire small yard was filled with flashes of swords and monkey claws. The little violet monkey's claws are extremely sharp, comparable to a sacred grade weapon. Fei Hu faced extreme pressure against 2 opponents, especially with his cultivation repressed at peak late 5th order, and in a moment of carelessness he was scratched by monkey claws. He could only grin despite the pain. With the presence of Fei Hu and the little violet monkey, Wang Xiaolong's training days weren't dull and boring. Very quickly 20 days passed. It was now the end of the year. Just like last year, inside the Huang clan manor were decorations of festive trinkets and colorful lanterns. Everywhere, the guards, maids and servants were busy, full of festive cheer. Tomorrow is the annual clan assembly. Wang Xiaolong stood in the middle of the small yard watching pure white snow float down. His hand reached out to catch a snowflake, feeling the cold as a snowflake lands on his palm. Wang Xiaolong remembered that it had been 3 years since the last time it last snowed. He loves the sunshine, and he also loves when it snows and blankets the world in white as if covering the ugliness of the world. Fei Hu stood 2 meters away from Wang Xiaolong, guarding silently. Wonder what Lai Lu's doing now? Wang Xiaolong thought inside his heart. From the time they returned from the Lai residence, Wang Xiaolong and Wang Peng visited the Lai residence twice. Ever since that banquet incident, Lai Lu became taciturn and immersed herself in practice, just like Wang Xiaolong. Snow continued to fall, and just moments later Wang Xiaolong was entirely covered in snow. With a small shake, the accumulated snow fell to the ground, and he turned around and left the small yard, heading towards Eastern Courtyard together with Fei Hu. As he entered the Eastern Courtyard, he heard his mother, Su Yan, sobbing. He walked faster and went into the hall. He saw Su Yan hugging his sister, Wang Min, and his brother, Wang Xiaohai, with her eyes red from crying, and his father sat on the side, his face full of anger. On his sister's face, there were 2 clear, burning red palm marks, and the corner of his little brother's lips was split, with blood trickling down, and both of his eyes were swollen and black. Evidently he was beaten. Who hit you both? Wang Xiaolong's anger rose as he looked towards his little sister and brother. Who else but that Wang Wai? Su Yan cried. Wang Wai? An icy chill flashed across Wang Xiaolong's eyes. Sure enough, apart from Wang Wai within the Wang clan manor, who else would dare to beat second manor lord's children? Today Zhao Hai and I went to play in the west yard. On the way back, we ran into Wang Wai and Zhu Zudong's group. They said we blocked his path and hit us. Wang Min cried. Su Yan continued. After he hit Wang Min and Zhao Hai, he even stripped off their clothes. What? Wang Xiaolong raised his voice as killing intent seated in his heart. In such cold weather with snow falling, since both of them possess no battle chi, if both his sister and brother were stripped of their clothes, they could have frozen to death. Big brother Wang Wai wanted me to pass a message to you. He said tomorrow at the clan assembly, he'll let you look good. Wang Min conveyed the message to Wang Xiaolong. Wants me to look good? Wang Xiaolong suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Since tomorrow's the assembly, then he'll let Wang Wai enjoy one more day. One night passed. Snow had stopped falling. The sky brightened in the absence of sunlight. Wang Xiaolong stopped his training and left the small courtyard with Fei Hu, heading towards Eastern Courtyard. When they reached the main foyer, most of the elders, housekeepers and disciples had already arrived. Wang Xiaolong's eyes scanned the main hall and saw that both father and son, Wang Ming and Wang Wai, were already there. Chapter 26. Fear. At this moment, Wang Wai looked over and his gaze met Wang Xiaolong's. The corner of Wang Wai's mouth stretched into a disdainful sneer, and his eyes were brimming with hatred. Ever since they came back from the Lai residence, Wang Wai's hatred towards Wang Xiaolong increased every day. Every time he recalled the scene of Lai Lu holding Wang Xiaolong's hands right in front of him, asking Wang Xiaolong not to leave, he wished he could gnaw on Wang Xiaolong's flesh and drink his blood. Their gazes collided and shifted away. Wang Xiaolong, his father, and mother sat across Wang Ming, father and son. A short while later, grandfather Wang Kai arrived. Seeing his grandfather appear again at this year's clan assembly, Wang Xiaolong already knew why. In spite of the fact that he trained Wang Wai wholeheartedly, at last year's clan assembly, Xiaolong beat up Wang Wai ruthlessly, and it more or less blemished his reputation. This time, most likely, he wanted to see Wang Wai return the favor so that his reputation would remain untarnished. Everyone stood up to salute as Wang Kai walked towards the main podium. Everyone sit down. Wang Kai's face was full of smiles as he waved his hand to indicate everyone to sit, and everyone sat down. Same as last year, Chief Housekeeper Chen Ying stood up to oversee the event. After he had received Wang Kai's nod of approval, he declared loudly, "The annual assembly begins." Annual clan assembly begins. For a moment, the main foyer was silent. Then, one by one, the disciples who had awakened their martial spirits this year went up the stage to spar with each other. And those who had awakened their martial spirits last year were to wait for the new disciples to finish before they can go up the martial stage. No one was really paying attention to the spar between this year's disciples who just awakened their martial spirits not too long ago. It was clear they were looking forward to the fight between Wang Wai and Wang Xiaolong. Last year, Wang Wai is Wang Clan Manor's most talented person. The person that the old manor lord trained with dedication was severely walloped by Wang Xiaolong. What would happen this year? Wang Kai too was filled with expectation as he seated upon the main podium. Under the crowd's expectation, the first batch of disciples finished. Once again the main foyer were strangely quiet for a moment. Almost at the same time, all looked towards Wang Wai and Wang Xiaolong. What differed from last year was, this time Wang Xiaolong stood up first, and slowly walked up to the martial stage at the center. Seeing it was Wang Xiaolong who first went to the stage, the crowd felt a little strange. Standing tall on the martial stage, Wang Xiaolong looked at Wang Wai and a cold voice said, "What? Afraid to come up?" Wang Wai jumped up in anger, with a sarcastic aha laugh. He leaped onto the martial stage. As he stood across Wang Xiaolong, "Me, afraid to come up? That's the funniest joke under the heavens. Last time you ambushed me and were lucky enough to win by half a move. Do you think you will be fortunate again this year?" The entire hall was silent as his words rang out. Weird expressions swept through the crowd. Ambush? Lucky enough to win by half a move? Wang Xiaolong didn't expect this. Wang Wai's skin is thick to this extent. Wang Wai ignored the weird stares thrown at him, turned his head towards Wang Kai and said, "Grandfather, according to Assembly's rules during the sparring event, no one is allowed to interfere, correct?" He looked at Wang Peng when he finished saying this. His meaning was written all over his face. He's afraid Wang Peng couldn't control himself and interfere if Wang Xiaolong was beaten half to death. Yes, no matter who it is, no one is allowed to interfere. Wang Kai nodded as he said with a decisive tone, not to be doubted. When all who were present heard this, they realized this is the old Manor Lord's warning to Wang Peng. How could Wang Peng and Su Yan not realize what Wang Kai's words meant? Even though they were angered, they were mostly worried about their son. Wang Wai calmed down after he got grandfather's assurance. A blood-thirsty light flashed across his eyes as he turned around to look at Wang Xiaolong. The anger and hatred that he had been suppressing for the past year broke out completely. Wang Xiaolong, today, I will show you the difference between grade 10 martial spirits and grade 7 martial spirits. I will let you see how far my terrifying strength has reached. Wang Wai said in a low voice as his battle chi broke out like flash flood, exhibiting his strength before all those present, and at the same time, his martial spirit. The three-eyed black tiger appeared behind him. Compared to last year, it had grown 2/3 bigger, black rays glimmered on its body, and it emanated the coercion of a Xianshan. Such a strong battle chi. This is third order, no, peak mid-third order. God, it's actually the peak of the mid-third order. Young Lord Wang Wai's talent defying the heavens. Within a year he advanced from second order to peak mid-third order. Every elder and housekeeper inside the main foyer were shocked with their mouths agape, some even jumped up from their seats. On the main podium, when Wang Kai saw the elders and housekeepers' shocked faces of Wang Clan Manor when Wang Wai revealed his strength, his face was full of smiles, which turned into laughter for he couldn't resist laughing out loud. Below the stage, Wang Ming's face had already blossomed into a big smile early on, and he nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at his son. Revealed his strength, Wang Wai looked at Wang Xiaolong with a smirk and said in a cold tone, "Wang Xiaolong, now that you've seen the extent of my strength, do you feel extreme fear? Don't worry, fear is normal, and no one here will laugh at you. Finally, you understand the gap between our talents. The difference between us is not something your dog shit luck of 3 young fruits can make up. Fear?" Wang Xiaolong looked at Wang Wai, who was feeling full of himself, shook his head and said icily, "Is this all the strength you have? Make your move, this time not only do I want to beat you until your dad can't recognize you, but I will hit till even grandfather can't recognize you." The group of elders and housekeepers heard this and each shook their heads. Not one person believed young Lord Wang Xiaolong would emerge victorious against a peak mid-third order young master Wang Wai. And anger was apparent on Wang Kai's face as he sat on the podium. This grandson, Wang Xiaolong, is too presumptuous. Really? Wang Wai laughed. A hint of viciousness flitted across his eyes and his silhouette flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wang Xiaolong. His fists punched out with all his might. Xiaolong. Seeing Wang Wai's fists was about to hit Wang Xiaolong, Wang Peng and Su Yan's face was filled with worry as they stood up from their seats. At this time, Wang Kai, who was angered by Wang Xiaolong's presumptuous sentence, released his aura, locking onto his son, Wang Peng, his eyes icy as he shouted, "Who dares to interfere will be dealt with according to clan rules." However, at this time, Wang Kai suddenly noticed that the main foyer had fallen into a strange silence. Every elder, housekeeper and disciple were stunned with their mouths wide open looking at the martial stage. Feeling doubt, Wang Kai turned towards the stage just like everyone. On the stage, nobody knew when Wang Wai's fists that were about to hit Wang Xiaolong was locked and stopped midair. With Wang Kai and everyone else watching with rapt attention, Wang Xiaolong looked coldly at Wang Wai and said, "I too shall let you see part of my strength." Chapter 27. This is truly fair. A part of his strength. While everyone had yet to realize what Wang Xiaolong meant, suddenly a battle kai several times, stronger than Wang Wai's, gushed out of Wang Xiaolong's body shooting straight up into the air. It was so strong that it was at least 10 times stronger, or perhaps even more. Everyone was dumbstruck and shivered as if they'd seen a ghost. The elders and housekeepers jumped up from their seats as if their butts were on fire. Fourth order. He's actually a fourth order warrior. God, a fourth order warrior, ah. Is this an illusion? No, it's not. This isn't an illusion. Your mother asterisk, why are you pinching me? A disciple screamed, shrilly, having been pinched by the person next to him. The entire hall became speechless with shock, and some even trembled with excitement as if they have suppressed it for too long. Wang Peng, Su Yan, and even Wang Ming's reaction was no different from the rest. They were stupefied. Wang Kai's eyes widened in shock. So great was the shock that his mind went blank as he stared at the stage, struggling to process what just happened. No, it's impossible. You couldn't have broken through to the fourth order stage. It's impossible that you ran into some dog shit luck again. Wang Wai cried out as if he'd lost his mind, having succumbed to fear. He couldn't believe that Wang Xiaolong would be lucky enough to come across good fortune a second time and break through to fourth order. Wang Xiaolong glanced at the frightened Wang Wai, who was shouting like a madman, and battle chi surged on his hands, and with a loud hong, Wang Wai tumbled off the stage wailing. With just one step, Wang Xiaolong appeared in front of Wang Wai and mercilessly stomped on Wang Wai. Wang Wai's eyes brimmed with fear and fury as he growled, "I won't accept this. I am the clan's real genius. Why? Why is it that you dog of a thing keep running into dog shit luck surpassing me? Genius? Dog of a thing? Wang Xiaolong stared coldly at Wang Wai. Then, he suddenly sent a brutal kick at Wang Wai's stomach, and the impact and pain sent Wang Wai rolling to the edge of the stage in pain. Wang Wai moaned pitifully as he lay on the ground. At this point, the people in the audience recovered from their shock and started to react. Wang Ming's fists clenched tight as he looked at his son on the stage. His eyes gleamed with a scary coldness, but somehow he managed to endure it. Wang Kai's eyes flickered as he looked at his grandson Wang Xiaolong. Could it be like Wang Wai said, that Wang Xiaolong stumbled upon some dog shit luck again and swallowed some elixir to advance to fourth order? As these thoughts crossed Wang Kai's mind, Wang Wai slowly stood up, his body quivering with the effort. His eyes burned with hatred. Glaring at Wang Xiaolong, he said, "You will die." As he lunged at Wang Xiaolong like an injured beast. Watching as Wang Wai lunged at him, a cold light flickered in Wang Xiaolong's eyes, and when Wang Wai was within arm's reach, he used both hands and struck Wang Wai's arms. "Pa-cha!" The sound of broken bones rippled through the hall. Just as Wang Wai started to scream in pain, Wang Xiaolong kicked at Wang Wai's legs, and the sound of broken bones echoed through the hall again. But he didn't stop there. His palms covered battle chi hit Wang Wai squarely on the chest and bang. Every scrap of clothing on Wang Wai's body burst into pieces. Wang Wai's body flew out of the stage and landed heavily on the ground, naked as a newborn without even a strip of clothing on him. "Wire!" Wang Ming's voice bellowed with anger. He leapt up and rushed towards Wang Wai. When he got to Wang Wai, he saw his son coughing up blood non-stop, and the bones of his arms and legs broken. His heart ached and became filled with fury when he saw his son's condition. He gave Wang Wai to Elder Zhu, who was beside him, and ordered, "Look after the young lord." After he said that, Wang Ming turned around and leapt onto the stage, and killing intent spilled out from his eyes as he glared at Wang Xiaolong and walked towards him. "You are very cruel." Wang Xiaolong had an indifferent expression as Wang Ming walked toward him. Earlier on, when Wang Wai threatened to break both his arms, how come Wang Ming didn't say his son was very cruel? And during last year's clan assembly, Wang Xiaolong already spared Wang Wai once by not breaking his arms then. But he didn't expect Wang Wai to retaliate on his sister Wang Min and little brother Wang Xiaohai. This time Wang Xiaolong would not be so lenient. Wang Xiaolong shifted his gaze towards his grandfather on the main podium and said in an icy voice, "During the clan assembly's disciple sparring, no one can interfere. Otherwise, they will be dealt with according to clan's rules." "Grandfather, this is what you said earlier, right?" Wang Kai was embarrassed, but he did not answer. Seeing his reaction, Wang Xiaolong sneered and said sarcastically, "Why is it that when my dad made a move, you insisted on enforcing the clan's rules, but now Wang Ming interfered and grandfather, you are turning a blind eye? This is really fair." All the elders and housekeepers remained silent. "Impudent." Wang Kai's embarrassment turned into anger and his palm slammed onto a chair beside him. Wang Ming, seeing his father's attitude, stopped worrying. His icy eyes fell on Wang Xiaolong. He said, "You broke my wire's arms and legs, and now I will break both of your arm and legs." The battle Kai of a late 7th Order warrior released at full scale, and he sent palm strikes at Wang Xiaolong's arms. Xiaolong. Just as Wang Peng wanted to leap up the stage, another silhouette that acted faster than him. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette stood before Wang Xiaolong and used both arms to counter Wang Ming's palms. "Pooh!" In front of everyone, Wang Ming spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body flew out from the stage and crashed onto the ground, breaking a countless number of chairs as he slid to a stop. "What?" Eyes widened in shock as they looked at Wang Ming, who lay on the ground, blood spurting out from his mouth, unable to lift a pinky. All eyes darted towards the silhouette that stood before Wang Xiaolong. It's him. Him. How could it be? When the residents of Wang Clan Manor saw the person who blocked Wang Ming's attack, they couldn't believe it's actually the slave servant Wang Xiaolong bought. Wang Kai, Wang Peng, Su Yan and all present almost dropped their eyes. Since he was able to counter Wang Ming's attack with just one move, this man definitely had the strength of an 8th Order warrior. 8th Order. Fei Hu turned towards Wang Xiaolong and respectfully asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Wang Xiaolong nodded. "I'm all right." When he said that, he looked at Wang Ming, who was struggling to get up using a chair as a crutch. His eyes burned with hatred, but there's also fear. "Dad!" Wang Ming called out. His voice sounded hoarse and without warning coughed up another mouthful of blood. Wang Kai jolted out of his shock and flew onto the stage, his voice calm, as his eyes bored into Fei Hu. "I didn't expect that you were a hidden master, but your actions are an insult. Not putting our Wang Clan Manor in your eyes, you injured my child right in front of me." Wang Kai conveniently overlooked the truth. If it wasn't for Wang Ming breaking clan's rules and then insisted to cripple Wang Xiaolong's arms and legs, why would Fei Hu have acted? And yet he stood there and made it seem that it was all Fei Hu's fault. Fei Hu ignored Wang Kai. Indifferent and silent, he stood guard behind Wang Xiaolong. Wang Kai, seeing that Fei Hu ignored him, became angry and he shouted, "Speak! What is your purpose lurking for within my Wang Clan Manor? If you speak up now, I will have mercy and spare your life. Otherwise, it will be hard even to wish for death to come." Even though Fei Hu had injured Wang Ming with a single palm strike, Wang Kai wasn't perturbed. He felt that although Fei Hu was not weak at most, he'd only be a late 8th Order warrior. Chapter 28. The peak of late 10th Order. Can't even wish for death. Fei Hu looked at the angry Wang Kai with indifference. There was a hint of disdain in his expression. Seeing that Fei Hu not only ignored him, but also looked at him with disdain, Wang Kai's heart boiled with fury, and a murderous aura burst out as battle chi surged violently around his body, covering it with golden-colored patterns. Wang Kai's arms grew bigger by a fold and golden-colored hair grew on his skin and face. Soul transformation. Wang Kai's martial spirit was the six-winged golden ape. As Wang Kai merged with his martial spirit, his body enlarged and grew by half a meter taller. His eyes turned a golden red, and the atmosphere around him became violent and tyrannical. Apparently, Fei Hu repeatedly ignoring him in the presence of Wang Clan Manor's residents had truly angered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transformed first before dealing with Fei Hu. Absolute bestial palm. Wang Kai's roar came out hoarse and thick. His body lunged towards Fei Hu with his palms extended outwards. A bright, glaring light shone, and the roar of desperate beasts echoed in the hall. Absolute bestial palm is a high-grade mysterious rank battle skill, one of 3 treasured battle skills owned by Wang Clan Manor. Because Fei Hu was standing behind Wang Xiaolong, Wang Kai's aggressive attack would affect even Wang Xiaolong, and if Wang Xiaolong were pulled into the tide of battle, he would suffer severe injuries due to the gap in power. Seeing that his grandfather chose to ignore his safety just to kill Fei Hu, he became furious. Initially Fei Hu hesitated to attack because of Wang Kai's status as Wang Xiaolong's grandfather. However, suddenly he heard Wang Xiaolong's cold voice say, "Full power attack." Fei Hu was dazed for a moment, but he understood Wang Xiaolong's intention, thus no longer held back. His oppressive battle chi of a 10th Order warrior gushed out, causing everyone to tremble where they stood. This level of oppression is not something Wang Kai, an early 10th Order, had. Fei Hu's expression became sharp and his fists punched out. Heart-shattering fist. The heart-shattering fist attack cut across the distance accompanied by a sharp, whistling wind, and collided with Wang Kai's handprint. The terrifying aftershock energy from the impact spread outwards in all directions, and the force shook the pillars of the hall so much, so that the elders and housekeepers nearby had to quickly retreat, as the wave of impact blasted rows of chairs and sent them flying. Wang Kai was pushed back for more than a dozen steps before he managed to steady himself at the edge of the stage. Wah! Warm liquid flowed up his throat and blood spewed from Wang Kai's mouth. Wang Clan Manor's #1 expert, Wang Kai, lost. Thoroughly lost. Everyone was stunned. Dad. Old Manor Lord. It was a few breaths later before anyone reacted. Some of them quickly rushed towards Wang Kai while others exclaimed out loud. Wang Kai waved his hand to indicate that he was okay, then he turned to look at Fei Hu. It was hard to hide the horror in his eyes as he slowly uttered each word. Peak of late 10th Order. Peak of late 10th Order? The elders, housekeepers, and disciples looked at Fei Hu with shock, fear, and some other feelings mixed in. However, Wang Ming's body stiffened as he became overwhelmed with fear. Above the 7th Order, every small breakthrough represented a great difference in strength. Although Wang Kai was a 10th Order warrior, he was an early 10th Order. There was a huge difference in power between an early 10th Order and a peak late 10th Order, which is why, although Fei Hu did not release his martial spirit, nor did he undergo a soul transformation, he could still easily defeat Wang Kai. Fei Hu stopped attacking after he repelled Wang Kai, and he retreated behind Wang Xiaolong, standing there respectfully with his oppressive aura erased. Seeing Fei Hu's action, everyone turned to look at Wang Xiaolong, the 8-year-old child that they had ignored and forgotten. Evidently, Fei Hu wasn't a slave servant bought by Wang Xiaolong. But why would a peak late 10th Order warrior refer to an 8-year-old child as young master? And with so much respect, did Wang Xiaolong run into some dog shit luck again? What did he swallow to break through to 4th Order? Even if it was something more valuable than a young fruit, it still shouldn't have the ability to cannot make a person advance 2 orders in a year's time. Moreover, Wang Xiaolong had earlier said that this was only part of strength. If so, what is his real strength? If it wasn't some unbelievable dog shit luck, then how horrible must Wang Xiaolong's talent to be to go beyond 4th Order in less than 2 years? In just a few short moments, many thoughts flashed across the minds of everyone who was present. Even Wang Peng and Su Yan had many questions. Wang Xiaolong, you actually ordered an outsider to injure grandfather. How unfilial, roared Wang Wai, who had just woken up after being treated by some of the elders. Is the Wang clan manner in your eyes? Do you still acknowledge your grandfather? All around, expressions tightened. Who would believe that a child word carries no harm? Even in this dire situation, Wang Wai still dared to admonish Wang Xiaolong, who was protected by a strong warrior like Fei Hu. Wang Ming, so anxious that Wang Wai's words would worsen the situation, immediately turned around and scolded his son. Wang Wai, shut your mouth. But instead, Wang Wai's voice grew even louder. Dad, what are you afraid of? So what if he's a peak late 10th Order? Our Wang clan manor has several thousand people. Why should we be afraid of one person? Wang Wai hollered and said to Wang Kai, Grandfather, this unfilial descendant Wang Xiaolong should have his cultivation destroyed and driven out of Wang clan manor. Wang Kai had yet to say anything, but Wang Ming shouted angrily, shut up, and pushed him back. anxious to stop his son from talking. Listening to Wang Wei's gripe in anger, a cold smile appeared on Wang Xiaolong's face. I didn't treat him as my grandfather? Did he treat me as his grandson? His finger pointed at Wang Kaid. I won first place at last year's competition, yet contrary to the rules, when the spirit pool opened he allowed you to practice in the pool instead. At this year's competition, when Wang Ming broke the rules and intended to cripple my hands and feet, he turned a blind eye. And just now, if it weren't for Fei Hu's strength, both Fei Hu and I would have suffered serious injuries and probably died under his attack. Wang Xiaolong listed each point in a bone-chilling voice. When he heard Wang Xiaolong's words, Wang Kaid lowered his head and avoided Wang Xiaolong's gaze. The hall became so silent even a pin drop would be heard. Wang Wei was relentless. Wang Xiaolong, what qualification do you have to complain about grandfather? I possess a 10th grade martial spirit, and yours is only a measly grade 7 spirit. Therefore, it makes sense that he would prefer me, and train me because I am Wang Clan Manor's future. What is wrong with that? You're just jealous of me. Jealous. Shut up. Wang Kaid's palm fiercely struck Wang Wei's face. Earlier his father had hit him, and now Wang Wei couldn't believe that even his grandfather Wang Kaid slapped him. Tears rolled down his face, and he felt wronged. What did he say that was wrong? He wasn't wrong. The elders and housekeepers shook their heads secretly after hearing Wang Wei's delusional logic. Dad, Mom, let's leave. At this point Wang Xiaolong spoke up. He then turned around and walked away with Fei Hu, Wang Pen, and Su Yan, ignoring the looks directed at them followed. There was no longer any point to their staying. According to the clan's rules, no one was allowed to leave before the clan assembly is over. However, no one dared to stop them from leaving. Wang Kaid had a complicated expression on his face as he watched Wang Xiaolong's receding silhouette. Chapter 29. Asura Sword, Skill Second Style. For a long while after Wang Xiaolong left the hall, no one dared to speak. Dad, you see. A while later, Wang Ming asked in a small voice after he stole a glimpse at his father's expression. Wang Kaid sighed heavily as he raised his head, and then waved his hand. Everyone disperse. This year's assembly ends here. After saying that, he turned and walked away. His stooped shoulders gave off a feeling of loneliness. It ends here. Wang Clan Manor elders, housekeepers, and disciples looked at each other in doubt. Everyone disperse. After Wang Kaid's silhouette had disappeared from their sight, Wang Ming waved his hands and ordered. He left the hall half carried by Elder Zhu Guang, and a little while later the hall was empty. This is the first time since Wang Clan Manors established that a clan assembly ended midway. After leaving the hall, Wang Xiaolong returned to his courtyard. Not too long afterward his parents came to his little courtyard. Seeing his parents arrive, he knew that they would have many questions, so without waiting for them to speak, he said, Dad, Mom, I know you have many questions, but there are some things that I can't explain to you right now. Wang Peng and Su Yan exchanged a look when they heard this. Xiaolong, who is Senior Fei Hu? Wang Peng asked after a short pause. Senior Fei Hu? Wang Xiaolong replied after he pondered for a moment, then said, I became the disciple of an extraordinary person, and Fei Hu is his subordinate, so he calls me young master. Wang Xiaolong did not mention Ren Wokwang and Asura's Gate. Wang Peng and Su Yan finally understood, and were overjoyed that their son was able to become the disciple of such a great master. If Fei Hu is a peak late 10th order expert, what of his master? Thinking about this, their body quivered with excitement. Xiaolong, has your current strength gotten to the mid-4th order level? Su Yan asked some moments later. Both of them looked at their son expectantly. On the stage, Wang Xiaolong said 4th order was only a part of his strength. Mid-4th order? Wang Xiaolong was startled for a moment. In the end he nodded, confirming their suspicion. It was better that they thought of him as being at mid-4th order. If they knew he was actually at the peak late 5th order they would be frightened. Seeing that their son confirmed that his strength was at mid-4th order, their hearts almost flipped for joy, but even so they were shocked. Mid-4th order. Their son had actually reached mid-4th order. Dad, Mom, 2 days after the New Year's celebration I have decided to leave Wang Clan Manor to gain experience outside. Wang Xiaolong said firmly, leaving no room for debate. What? Gain experience? Wang Peng and Su Yan were surprised and almost shouted in unison, no. Wang Xiaolong opened his mouth and said, I know that you are worried, but with Fei Hu coming along with I won't be in any danger. Xiaolong, I know you want to leave Wang Clan Manor this instant because of your grandfather's actions, but no matter what, he still is your grandfather. Don't hate him. Besides, you're still too young. Why don't you wait another 2 years before leaving? Wang Peng used a gentle tone as he tried to dissuade Wang Xiaolong. Even though there is a 10th order warrior with Wang Xiaolong, he is still too young. Not even 9 years old. Wang Peng and Su Yan wouldn't be able to stop worrying if they allowed Wang Xiaolong to leave. Dad, Mom, I have decided. And I will leave after the new year. Wang Xiaolong shook his head. His eyes were resolute. It was true that he wanted to leave Wang Clan Manor at this very moment because he didn't want to have to see his grandfather, nor eldest uncle Wang Ming, the pair of father and son. But his wanting to go out and gain experience was not entirely due to them. He wanted to hone himself, so that he would become stronger and also explore the world outside of Wang Clan Manor and meet with experts. Seeing their son's expression, Wang Peng and Su Yan sighed. They both knew it was useless to continue trying to persuade him. Thinking about how her son was going to leave home and travel to distant places, Su-yan's heart ached, and her eyes become red. Xiaolong, when will you return? A trace of warmth spread across Wang Xiaolong's heart and smiled and said, Mom, rest assured, before next year's clan assembly, your son will definitely come back to see you. Next year's clan assembly? Only then did Su-yan feel better. Su-yan continued to nag Wang Xiaolong for quite some time. She kept reminding him to be careful while traveling, and to take care of his body, and to be careful of bad people, etc. Wang Xiaolong nodded throughout, unable to refuse her. 2 hours later, his parents finally left. Fei Hu, we will be leaving 2 days later after the new year. Prepare the necessary things that we need to take with us. Wang Xiaolong ordered Fei Hu after his parents left. Yes, sovereign. The night passed without incident. On the cold jade bed, Wang Xiaolong stopped practicing Asura tactics and gazed at the coming dawn sky through the window. He walked out to the small yard and started practicing Tempest of Hell. Tempest of Hell has already reached major completion. It only lacks power, but that will increase with my battle chi. The next step is to practice Asura sword skills second style. An hour later, Wang Xiaolong stopped practicing Tempest of Hell. He retrieved a piece of paper from the ring and studied the diagram of the second style. Asura sword skill second style. Tears of Asura. Tears of Asura. This name is really unique. Wang Xiaolong circulated his battle chi according to the diagram. The blades of Asura had already been called out. He leaped into midair and launched an attack, and from midair, a ray of light fell to the ground. That's right, it fell just like a teardrop falling to the ground. The first style, Tempest of Hell, attacked from the ground. However, the second style could only be used while one is in the air. Wang Xiaolong's body floated to the ground after his first attempt. He stood still on the ground, remembering the movements and how it felt when he launched a string using Tears of Asura. He stood there for half an hour, then made his second attempt. This time, the ray of light from the blades was softer, as if weightless, akin to a tiny drop of rain. Another half an hour had passed before Wang Xiaolong made the third attempt. And just like when he first started practicing Tempest of Hell, after each attempt, he would stand still for at least half an hour before trying again. As Wang Xiaolong immersed himself in practice, the sky gradually turned dark. He shook his head as his body floated down from midair. Although with 1 day's worth of practice the power of the attack had increased quite a bit compared to the first time, but he had yet to reach minor completion. According to the illustration, when Tears of Asura produces the sound of cries, then it would be considered as having reached minor completion. The entire time while Wang Xiaolong was practicing, Fei Hu stood silently outside the small courtyard. The truth is, Asura sword skill and claws of Asura were exclusive to those who practiced Asura tactics. Therefore, Wang Xiaolong wasn't worried that either Fei Hu nor anyone else would try to learn it in secret. Just as Wang Xiaolong finished his Tears of Asura practice, the sounds of footsteps echoed outside of the small courtyard. When he turned to look, he saw that the people approaching were his grandfather Wang Kaid, eldest uncle Wang Ming, and they were accompanied by his father, Wang Peng. Wang Xiaolong frowned. Chapter 30. Leaving Wang Clan Manor. As Wang Kaid and Wang Ming arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard, Fei Hu extended his hand to block their path. Only Wang Peng was allowed in. This put Wang Kaid and Wang Ming in an awkward position. Both of them wanted to get angry but dared not show any anger. Fei Hu had a deadpan expression on, and his demeanor was calm and indifferent. Despite the forced smile on Wang Ming's face, Fei Hu continued to block their path. At this moment, Wang Peng went up to Wang Xiaolong and said, Xiaolong, would you let? Wang Xiaolong nodded at Fei Hu, and when Fei Hu saw him nod, he put his hand down, allowing Wang Kaid and Wang Ming to enter the yard. Only then did Wang Kaid and Wang Ming feel relieved, and they nodded in thanks, with broad smiles on their faces. Especially Wang Ming, whose behavior was extremely respectful as they walked into Wang Xiaolong's small yard. What did you come for? Wang Xiaolong asked with indifference. If I remember correctly, this your first time coming to this little courtyard of mine, right? As far back as Wang Xiaolong could remember, his grandfather Wang Kaid and his uncle Wang Ming had never come to visit him in his courtyard. Both Wang Kaid and Wang Ming's face became red with embarrassment. But fortunately, the sky was turning dark, thus it wasn't obvious. Xiaolong, your grandfather and eldest uncle came to invite you to join the New Year feast. Wang Peng stepped up and said to his son, coming to Wang Kaid and Wang Ming's rescue. Every year during the annual clan assembly, after the disciples' sparring event on the first day, a banquet would be held on the following day. Wang Clan Manor would hold a big feast to celebrate the new year. Other than the elders, only the best of 3 generations' most talented disciples could attend the feast. Truth be told, Wang Xiaolong should have attended last year's feast when he defeated Wang Wai and won the event, but no one came to invite Wang Xiaolong, and just like the spirit pool, both privileges were given to Wang Wai. Right, Xiaolong, we came to invite you to the feast. Wang Ming quickly followed up with a smiling face as if Wang Xiaolong were the eldest manor lord, and he were an ordinary Wang Clan Manor servant that was sent over to invite him. Although Wang Kai did not speak, he still wore a dazzling smile. Being invited personally by these two to join the end-of-the-year feast was a first since Wang Clan Manor was established. In so many years, only Wang Xiaolong had the honor. But Wang Xiaolong answered coldly, no thanks, I still need to practice. The smiles on Wang Kai's and Wang Ming's faces stiffened. Zhao Long you. Beside him, Wang Peng panicked and blurted out. Dad, you know my temper. Wang Zhaolong replied. In this situation, Wang Peng don't know what to say. This son of his sometimes could be very stubborn, and once he had decided on something, neither he nor his wife could make him change his position. But Wang Kai motioned his hand at Wang Peng, and with a sincere expression looking at Wang Zhaolong, he said, Zhaolong, what I did in the past was wrong and biased, but I hope that you won't hate me. From now on, no matter what you want, as long as you request it, I will agree. Wang Zhaolong remained impassive. Of course, he knew why his grandfather lowered himself to come over and invite him, acting polite. It was all because of the talent he had exposed, and the fact that there was a peak late, 10th order expert behind him. Why else would his grandfather humble himself like this? Wang Zhaolong kept quiet and didn't reply. Wang Kai did not get angry when he saw this, but sighed in his heart as he continued, Your father said that you would be leaving to train outside after the new year? Wang Zhaolong glanced at his father, Wang Peng, and when Wang Peng was about to speak, Wang Kai beat him to it. Don't blame your dad, I unintentionally overheard him. Then, his tone suddenly changed, Zhaolong. I don't hope that you would forgive me, but grandfather wants you to know Wang Clan Manor and I will always wait for your return, and Wang Clan Manor is forever your home. Wang Kai's expression became a little wistful as he took out a small jade bottle. A few years ago, grandfather hired an alchemist to refine a grade 4 spirit Dan, Dragon Tiger Fundamental Dan. It's hugely beneficial in enhancing battle chi. Wang Ming was shocked when he saw his father took out the Fundamental Dragon Tiger Dan. It was an incredibly rare top grade 4 spirit Dan. His father had kept it for more than a dozen years, but now he's actually giving it to Wang Zhaolong. A grade 4 spirit Dan? Wang Zhaolong had hesitated for a moment before he received the bottle. When Wang Kai saw Wang Zhaolong took the bottle, a bright smile bloomed on his face, as if it was Wang Zhaolong who gave him a grade 4 spirit Dan, and not the other way round. But when his smile was most dazzling, Wang Zhaolong passed the bottle to his father who was beside him. Dad, take this Dragon Tiger Fundamental Dan. Instantly the bright smile on Wang Kai's face vanished, and both Wang Ming and Wang Peng were dazed. Zhaolong you can't. Wang Peng was about to refuse when Wang Zhaolong waved his hand and said Dad, you're now at peak the late 6th order and need this Dragon Tiger Fundamental Dan more than me. Don't refuse anymore, take it. And just like that Wang Zhaolong gave away the very precious Dan. Wang Peng received the jade bottle from his son, with a helpless expression. Wang Zhaolong then turned to look at his grandfather who was no longer smiling and said, You gave it to me, and I gave it to Dad. You don't have a problem with that, right? Oh, not at all. It makes no difference if your dad uses it. It's all the same. Wang Kai replied with a smile, but his heart was dripping blood. A top grade 4 spirit Dan. He had kept it more than 10 years. A short while later, Wang Kai, Wang Ming, and Wang Peng left the small courtyard. In the end, Wang Zhaolong didn't join them in the feast. The feast was held in the front hall, and just like the previous years it was a lively, grand, and festive occasion, but somehow Wang Kai, who sat in the main seat, wasn't feeling the festivity at all. In contrast to the liveliness of the front hall, Wang Zhaolong's small courtyard was quiet. Wang Zhaolong sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, running the Asura tactics exercise to absorb the netherworld's spiritual aura as it gushed down on him. Wang Zhaolong had now reached the second stage of Asura tactics. According to the illustrations, when one reached the highest level of Asura tactics, he could open Asura's gate connected to Asura realm. But he's not sure if this is true. 2 days passed quickly, and New Year arrived. This New Year, the eastern courtyard was more lively compared to previous years, and Wang Zhaolong spent time with his mom and dad, little sister and brother, and the air was filled with laughter. For Wang Zhaolong knew, the next time he would see his parents, little sister, and brother would be in a year. New Year came and went. The next day, Wang Kai, Wang Ming, and all of Wang Clan Manor's elders and housekeepers stood at the square before Wang Clan Manor's main entrance. Everyone was there to bid Wang Zhaolong farewell. Her son was about to travel far away. Suyan's eyes were red-rimmed as she hugged Wang Zhaolong tightly. You must be careful while traveling. Mom, I know. Wang Zhaolong's eyes too were red, and he quickly turned away and left with Fei Hu. Chapter 31. Silvermoon Forest. Wang Zhaolong and Fei Hu's figures slowly disappeared from everyone's sight as walked further away. Wang Peng looked at his wife, Suyan, that still stood in a daze looking towards their son direction. He came beside his wife and softly said, Yan Mei, let's go back. Son's already gone far away. As he rubbed Suyan's shoulder. Suyan nodded blankly, and Wang Peng held her as they walked back into Wang Clan Manor with the rest. Whereas after Wang Zhaolong and Fei Hu left Wang Clan Manor, they did not follow the usual road but entered the back mountain, moving deeper into the mountain. Crossing the back mountain a few hundred li they will reach the border of Silvermoon Forest. The Silvermoon Forest is so vast that it traversed more than 10 kingdoms' territory. Various beasts lived inside Silvermoon Forest. Thus, Wang Zhaolong decided to hunt some demonic beast while traveling. The 4th stage Barafloret python he killed previously came from Silvermoon Forest. 3 days later, Wang Zhaolong reached the edge of Silvermoon Forest. He raised his head to look at the sky. Seeing the sky gradually grew darker, he said to Fei Hu, "We'll rest here for the night, and continue our journey tomorrow." "Yes, sovereign," Fei Hu acknowledged with respect. The little violet monkey on Wang Xiaolong's shoulder clapped its hands and squeaked. Seeing its action, Wang Xiaolong smiled. "Little guy, go see if there's any fruit in the area, bring some back." The little violet monkey nodded with a squeak, which jumped off Wang Xiaolong's shoulder. With just a few leaps, it disappeared from sight, whereas Fei Hu went to collect dry sticks and tree bark to make a fire. A while later, the little violet monkey returned with lots of fresh fruit in its arms. Even its mouth is biting on a piece of fruit. "This is ice fruit?" Fei Hu exclaimed in astonishment, looking at the transparent-like fruits inside the little violet monkey's arms. Ice fruit is rarely seen, although it brings no benefits in regards to enhancing battle chi. Instead, it could strengthen the physique, and it costs several tens gold coins on the market. When the little violet monkey saw Fei Hu's astonishment, it lifted its little head with pride. It put down around 7 to 8 pieces of ice fruit, and then it gestured and squeaked before running off again, coming back with more ice fruits in its arms. Wang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed, seeing its action. This little guy is amusing. During the journey these few days, every time the violet monkey ran off, it will bring back some delicious fruits. So Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu tasted many delicious fruits the whole way. As they sat next to the pile of ice fruits, Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu took out some dry food and ate it together with the ice fruits. Easy, cold and fragrant. When the ice fruit slid down the throat, Wang Xiaolong ate 3 without feeling enough. Wang Xiaolong said to Fei Hu, "Too bad there's no meat. If there's meat plus a jug of good wine, then it is perfect." Wang Xiaolong was a wine lover in his previous life, but he had yet to taste this world's wine. Wonder how does the wine in this world taste like? Fei Hu laughed when he heard this. Sovereign also liked to drink? From his point of view, Sovereign hasn't even reached 9, actually knows how to drink. Then he added, "Wine, there's none at the moment, but meat there's some later." While Wang Xiaolong was confused, suddenly the sound of a demonic beast heading their direction, and from the sound of its movement, it's definitely not small. Moments later, 2 sharp fangs came into sight as a hog-like demonic beasts appeared before Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu. Low-level demonic beast, Sandifern beast. Watching as the Sandifern beast approached, Fei Hu laughed and stood up. "Sovereign, although this Sandifern beast's meat is a little thick and tough, it is quite delicious." He was prepared to deal with the Sandifern beast, but a small shadow beat him to it. It reached the Sandifern beast almost instantly. An array of cold light gleamed across the Sandifern beast's body as it wailed and fell to the ground. Seeing the culprit, Fei Hu shook his head, and of course, it is the little violet monkey. After killing the Sandifern beast, the little violet monkey dragged a corpse that is bigger than its body by a few hundred folds close to the bonfire. It squeaked and gestured towards Wang Xiaolong while Littlefinger pointed at the massive Sandifern beast's body. "Okay, I already know you're a glutton." Wang Xiaolong laughed and took out a sharp blade to skin the Sandifern beast, cleaned the meat, and roast on the bonfire. Gruel dripped while waiting for the meat to roast, and soon the air permeated with the smell of fragrant roasted meat, and the violet spirit devourer monkey squatted right in front of the bonfire with an anxious look as its eyes fixed firmly only the meat, salivated nonstop. Wang Xiaolong smiled watching the little violet monkey's expression. 1 year ago, the little guy tasted his roasting skill. Fei Hu sat nearby, and his eyes did not stray from the meat on the bonfire. The look on his face is the same as the little violet monkey. Just when the fragrant meat suffused the air, far away, a loud yell rang out. Both Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu were startled, but Fei Hu said, "Sovereign, once we entered Silvermoon Forest, we will see many of these types of killings, and you will get used to it soon. It is better not to interfere." Wang Xiaolong nodded. However, the faraway fighting noise grew clearer as it grew closer, and it seemed to be moving towards Wang Xiaolong's direction. Wang Xiaolong frowned, and within seconds he saw the fighting parties revealed themselves accompanied by loud yelling noises. A young girl and man chased by a group of people wearing purple-colored robes. Slashes made by sword apparent on the pair of youngsters as blood stained their clothes. Cosmic Star Academy, Purple Robe Sword Sect. Fei Hu's brow furrowed. Wang Xiaolong turned to look at Fei Hu. Fei Hu explained, "Young master, Cosmic Star Academy belongs to the Luotong Kingdom. You probably heard about it, whereby Purple Robe Sword Sect is Yunhai Kingdom's #1 sect. The pair of youngsters in front is from Cosmic Star Academy, and those behind them are from Purple Robe Sword Sect." Cosmic Star Academy, Purple Robe Sword Sect. Wang Xiaolong took another look at the parties headed his way. Cosmic Star Academy is an academy in the Luotong Kingdom. This he heard his father mention before. Most of the big and prominent families' talented descendants gathered there, and in the Luotong Kingdom, it is a family's glory to have their descendants or disciples successfully enrolled into Cosmic Star Academy. Whereby Purple Robe Sword Sect he had never heard of, but since this Purple Robe Sword Sect is Yunhai Kingdom's #1 sect, then they must be very powerful, at the very least not weaker than Cosmic Star Academy. And by this time, both parties were surprised noticing Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu and the little violet spirit devourer monkey in their path. The pair of young girl and man flew towards Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu after a slight hesitation. At the same time called out to Fei Hu in an urgent voice, "Senior, please, save us." Fei Hu frowned. He was disinclined to involve himself in this kind of matter. Now it seems like he won't be able to avoid it. Both of them stood up and still Fei, who did not move, waiting for Wang Xiaolong's decision. The pair of youngsters arrived beside the bonfire, panting heavily, their expression filled with dread as they looked back at the group of people pursuing them. Chapter 32. Fei, whose martial spirit. There were 10 or more disciples of the purple-robed sword sect pursuing the pair. Seeing that they had stopped running, the disciples scattered out and surrounded the 4 people at the bonfire. Senior Brother Cheng, what shall we do? A purple-robed sword sect disciple asked a middle-aged man that has distinct sword scar on his left face. The scar-faced middle-aged man looked at each person that were surrounded and stopped when he got to Fei Hu. His brows creased into a frown when he realized that he couldn't determine Fei Hu's strength. Senior, we are disciples of the purple-robed sword sect. We hope that Senior will stay out of this matter. After a brief pause, Zhang Hua added, as long as you do not interfere, we will allow you to leave safely. After all, they were within the borders of the Luotong Kingdom and not in the Yunhai Kingdom. Zhang Hua would prefer to avoid trouble if he could. Fei Hu didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong's expression remained blasé as he looked at the Zhang Hua. Are you saying that if we interfere then we wouldn't be able to leave safely? Although the other side seemed polite, Wang Xiaolong, however, detected the implied threat in their words. As a person born in the Luotong Kingdom, seeing disciples of his kingdom's premier academy being hunted, it was only natural that he would be slightly partial to help Cosmic Star Academy's disciples. Just like in his previous life on Earth, if people from his country were bullied, he would be biased in his support of his fellow countrymen. On hearing Wang Xiaolong's response, Zhang Hua's expression sank. Kid, what did you just say? Shouted one of the disciples, seeing a fledgling dare to speak in such manner to Senior Brother Cheng. And just as he was about to scold more, suddenly, a shadow flashed, and the disciple screamed, clutching his face. My face! My face! There were 2 lines of blood running down on both sides of his face. It was the violet spirit devourer monkey who attacked him, and after attacking he settled back on Wang Xiaolong's shoulder, and then bared his teeth at the disciple. Animal, you are courting death. Anger welled in that purple-robed sword sect disciple, and he imbued battle chi into the long sword he was holding and attacked, slashing directly at the little violet monkey. When the other disciples saw that one of their own was hurt, they couldn't resist, and they attacked together. Bright rays of sword light surrounded Wang Xiaolong. Zhang Hua wanted to stop them, but it was too late, and he watched the rays of sword light hurtle at Wang Xiaolong. Suddenly the rays of sword light vanished, and the 4 disciples who attacked were flying, spitting out blood in midair. When they hit the ground, their bodies jerked twice and became still. They were all dead. Fei Hu looked coldly at the 4 bodies before he turned towards Wang Xiaolong and asked respectfully, Young master, are you all right? Wang Xiaolong shook his head as he said, I'm fine. The truth was, even if Fei Hu did nothing, the 4 purple-robed sword sect disciples couldn't have hurt him. He could tell that all 4 of them were only 5th Order's warrior. Yang Hua and the other disciples of the purple cloth sword sect disciple were shocked as they looked at the 4 lifeless bodies lying on the ground. Anger caught up, and a cold light flickered in his eyes as he turned around to look at Fei Hu. You dare kill disciples of the purple-robed sword sect? Fei Hu just stared at Zhang Hua with an even colder expression and said, Those who dare to cause harm to the young master will die. This was one Asura Gate's rules. If anyone dared to harm the sovereign, all Asura's Gate disciples must kill the person with their utmost effort. Anger raged in Zhang Hua's heart, and his expression became ice cold. Good. Then he waved his hand signaling to the disciples and said, We are leaving. Then he turned to leave. The disciples were all stunned. Leave? Who allowed you to go? At this moment, spoke Wang Xiaolong with an edge in his voice. Wang Xiaolong saw the hate and animosity in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he knew that if the middle-aged man were allowed to leave in the future, he would definitely return for revenge. And Wang Clan Manor wasn't that far away from their current location. If the scar-faced middle-aged man discovered his identity, then Wang Clan Manor might be in danger of annihilation. So Wang Xiaolong decided not let these purple-robed sword sect disciples leave. Murder flitted across Wang Xiaolong's heart. In his previous life, the number of criminals that died in Wang Xiaolong's hands was no less than 20. The fact was, Wang Xiaolong wasn't a soft, kind-hearted person. The scar-faced middle-aged man and the purple-robed sword sect disciples paused, and their expressions changed in the same moment Fei Hu moved. As Fei Hu dashed forward, behind him, a river emerged. The river emitted a flickering silver glow as if it was made of numerous swords light. This is Fei Hu's martial spirit, Silver River. Silver River was also a variational martial spirit. Fei Hu immediately soul transformed after releasing his martial spirit. His body turned soft and flexible, moving as if he had become a silver-colored river. He wound around the disciples of the purple-robed sword sect, and horrifying screams came from their throats as pillars of blood shot out of their bodies. Without exception, all of them crumbled to the ground. In a blink of an eye, they had all died. In the time needed to take 6 to 7 breaths, all the other disciples of the purple-robed sword sect disciples, as well as the scar-faced middle-aged man, Zhang Hua, died. The 2 disciples of Cosmic Star Academy were rooted where they stood, filled with fear as they looked at Fei Hu. They were very aware of the strength of the purple-robed sword sect disciples who had been pursuing them. After all, the scar-faced middle-aged man was a late-peak 7th Order warrior. Other than him, there were 2 other 7th Order warriors. By this time, Fei Hu had returned to his usual self and retreated behind Huang Xiaolong. Only then did the 2 youngsters come to their senses. This little brother and senior, thank you for your saving grace, we will show our gratitude in the future. The young man's voice quivered as he cupped his hand in salute. He then grabbed the girl's hand and quickly left in panic. Long after, he turned his head back looking at the direction they came away from in fear. Fei Hu's face sank, seeing the 2 ran away in panic when he had just saved them, so he asked Huang Xiaolong, young master, should we? Fei Hu made a silencing gesture. A certain light flitted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, but in the end he shook his head. Forget it. Although he too was disgusted with the manner which they fled from him, he understood that they were afraid he would silence them just like the purple-robed sword sect. Also, he wasn't worried that the pair would spread the story about, for it wasn't in their interest if this incident came to light. Let's leave this place, Huang Xiaolong said to Fei Hu after the disciples of the Cosmic Star Academy had faded from sight. He had lost interest in staying here. Yes, sovereign. Before they left, Fei Hu incinerated the bodies. Thus, 2 people and 1 little monkey entered the Silvermoon Forest. Having Fei Hu, a peak late 10th Order warrior traveling with him, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of encountering any powerful demonic beasts. A month later, somewhere in the Silvermoon Forest, 2 bright rays of light flashed by and a big black bear roared as it fell, crashing into the ground. Afterward, Huang Xiaolong's silhouette emerged in midair. In the past month, through killing demonic beasts, through combining his martial spirit's innate talent, space concealment and phantom shadow, Huang Xiaolong could now easily kill a 6th-stage demonic beast. The black bear Huang Xiaolong had just killed was a mid-6th stage. At this moment, the little violet monkey leaped off Huang Xiaolong's shoulder towards the big black bear. Its tiny claws slid across the skin, dug out a beast core, before opening its mouth and swallowing it. Then it removed the bear gallbladder and gave it to Huang Xiaolong. A mid-6th stage black bear's gallbladder was much more potent compared to the 4th stage Baraflorid python's snake gallbladder that he took last time. Chapter 33. Asura Demon Claw. Huang Xiaolong took wine out from the Asura ring. Then he shredded the black bear's gallbladder to mix it into the wine before he drank, and gulped it all down. He finally got the wine a few days before after killing a group of mercenaries that called themselves Evil Spirit. The moment the mid-6th stage black bear's gallbladder entered his stomach, warm strands of energy began to flow into Huang Xiaolong's body. The strands started small and then grew thicker within several breaths of time. Huang Xiaolong quickly started running the Asura Tactics exercise law to absorb and convert the energy into battle kai. With little more than 1 month's time, his battle chi had increased much quicker by training and killing demonic beasts in Silvermoon Forest than when he crazily practiced at Huang Clan Manor. In Silvermoon Forest, he would run into things that aided his practice, such as the black bear gallbladder. This was important because the 6th Order barrier is hard to break through. Those who had top-grade level 10 martial spirits needed about a year to break through from late peak 5th Order warrior to 6th Order warrior. Even though Huang Xiaolong possessed twin superb talent martial spirits, at the very least, he would need between 5 months to half a year before he could break into the 6th Order. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged while he refined the energy, whereas the little violet monkey chewed on a purple-colored fruit that nobody knew from where it had picked it up. It never had to refine the beast cores that it swallowed. The entire time, Fei Hu stood guard 10 meters away, totally focused on the surrounding area. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong was done refining the black bear's gallbladder and got up. Not only had his battle chi increased, but his physique was also tougher, stronger and firmer, including his tendons, and this increased his instant explosive power. Huang Xiaolong summoned his blades and leaped up, and while in midair, his blades slashed downwards. Dozens of sword rays turned into razor-thin raindrops that drizzled down, covering an area 10 meters wide. Everything within that 10 meters turned into dust. A faint cry echoed from the razor-thin rain as if it came from hell, infringing upon people's mind. Afterward, Huang Xiaolong landed. After 1 month of practicing, the Asura sword skill 2nd style, Tears of Asura had finally gotten to the minor completion level. With one wave, cries of Asura could be heard, but he was still miles away from reaching major completion. With each wave of the blade, the razor-like rain was sometimes violent, or perhaps gentle like water. At times it raged like a heavenly river, and sometimes it was formless. That was the state when Tears of Asura reached the major completion level. Currently, each of Huang Xiaolong's waves brought down a drizzle of razor rain, but he had no control over its range or size. Huang Xiaolong stopped his practice and recalled the blades of Asura back into his arms. Suddenly, his fingers curled and clawed into the black bear corpse, ignoring space. Dark black threads of energy flowed out from the black bear's corpse into Huang Xiaolong's body through his hands. As the black strands of energy poured into Huang Xiaolong's body, he stood there while black light glimmered around his body. Then suddenly Huang Xiaolong clawed at a huge tree 10 meters away. The sky seemed to darken as 2 black claws appeared midair. A bang resounded through the air as both claws smashed against the huge tree, and it tumbled down, while the areas around the claw print had turned black, emanating death in the air. In the past month, Wang Xiaolong had also started practicing the other battle skill mentioned in the illustration, Asura Demon Claw. There were only 5 moves in Asura Demon Claw, but once it reached the major completion level, each move had an overwhelming destructive power. The move Wang Xiaolong displayed earlier was called the Hiss of 1,000 Demons. When this move reached major completion and struck out, thousands of demons would appear and cover the sky, sweeping away everything in its path. Yet, in Wang Xiaolong's previous hit, not even one demon appeared. It seems like I need to put more effort into practicing the Asura Demon Claw. Wang Xiaolong said to himself. The problem with practicing the Asura Demon Claw was that it had one primary requirement. One must absorb the soul blood chi of a recently deceased corpse, regardless of whether it was human or beast. The black strands of energy from the black bear Wang Xiaolong absorbed earlier was its soul blood chi. Due to the need to absorb soul blood chi, Wang Xiaolong could not practice the Asura Demon Claw when he was back at home. Suddenly, the sounds of footsteps and faint human voices was heard from afar. Fei Hu instantly arrived behind Wang Xiaolong in a flash, while the little violet monkey jumped down from a tree and perched onto Wang Xiaolong's shoulder. Let's avoid them, said Wang Xiaolong after having thought about it for a moment. Quickly Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu, and the little violet monkey flew into a tree with dense foliage some distance away and hid themselves. Just as they had hidden among in the tree, some distance away, Wang Xiaolong could still see a group people moving towards them. Wearing purple clothes, they were purple-robed sword sect disciples. Seeing that they were disciples of the purple-robed sword sect, Wang Xiaolong was a bit surprised and held his breath. Elder Chen, it has been 1 month and Senior Cheng has yet to meet up with us. Could something have happened to them? One of the purple-robed sword sect disciples asked. Ten Feng's thick gray brows wrinkled. Cheng Liang groups of disciples had yet to rendezvous with them, so something unexpected might have happened. Thinking of this, a cold light flickered across Chen Feng's eyes. Peach, those who dare to kill disciples of our purple-robed sword sect are tired of living. Another one added, if we ever find them, we will eradicate 9 generations of their lineage. Chen Feng turned his head and asked one of the disciples, have you found the 2 Cosmic Star Academy disciples? A month ago, Cheng Liang was pursuing both of them before his team went missing. As long as they found the Cosmic Star Academy disciples, then they would know what happened to Chen Liang and his team. Reporting to Elder Chen, according to the message from our disciples, the Cosmic Star Academy disciples are somewhere near Poison Mist Valley. A disciple responded respectfully. Poison Mist Valley. Chen Feng brows furrowed as he said coldly, all of you follow me, we are going to Poison Mist Valley right now. Yes, Elder Chen. A while later, the disciples of purple-robed sword sect left. After the purple-robed figures had gone, and were no longer visible, Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu came out from their hiding place. Sovereign, should we head towards Poison Mist Valley? Fei Hu asked. You should know that Poison Mist Valley is one of Silvermoon Forest's 3 most perilous spots. One of 3 most perilous? Wang Xiaolong pondered for a moment and then said, let's go and have a look. Thus, 2 people and a monkey followed behind the purple-robed sword sect disciples towards Poison Mist Valley. It wasn't that far away from where they were, and after only 1 day of travel, they arrived at Poison Mist Valley. They stood at the entrance of the Poison Mist Valley and watched as poisonous gray mists streaked with something green floated in the air. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, spread out and search. The disciples of purple-robed sword sect answered respectfully and spread out. Moments later, a disciple reported, Elder Chen, there are some traces of fighting up front. Oh, let's go and have a look. Chapter 34. Framed. Chen Feng and some of the purple-robed sword sect disciples moved quickly towards the scene of the fight. There were messy footprints, stamped into the ground, and sword marks on the surrounding trees. Chen Feng continued following the footprints while the other disciples followed closely after him. After they had walked about 20 li, they picked up their pace on hearing the sound of a battle close by. A few seconds later, Chen Feng saw 5 people in black robes fighting against a young man and woman who were clothed in blue. The young man and woman were the disciples of the Cosmic Star Academy who they had been searching for. Chen Feng was delighted at the turn of events and quickly motioned the disciples' purple-robed sword sect to spread out and encircle the 7 people who were fighting. The disciples of the Cosmic Star Academy and their assailants in black robes were surprised at being surrounded, and they immediately stopped fighting. Chen Feng walked forward slowly as he glanced at the 7 people. Suddenly, he pointed at the 5 in black robes and said to a group of disciples, "A lot of you go take care of them." "Yes, Elder Chen." The expressions of the 5 in black robes paled and one of them said urgently, "Senior, wait. We are disciples of Black Sand Sect, and the Black Sand Sect has no grudge with the purple-robed sword sect, correct?" "A grudge?" Chen Feng jeered. "Do you think we need a reason to kill you all? If you insist on a reason, so be it, I'll give you one. I find you not pleasing to look at that as the reason." The Black Sand Sect disciple wanted to say more, but a sudden beam of sword light filled with a murderous intent cut him down. The purple-robed sword sect disciples launched their attack, and of men the Black Sand Sect frozen in fear at the strength of the incoming attacks. They were mowed down like grass, and moments later they were all dead. Their blood splattered all over as it slowly seeped into the brown earth. The 2 disciples from the Cosmic Star Academy were paralyzed with fright. They had already tried to escape twice, but were pushed back by other purple-robed sword sect disciples that had closed up the area. Chen Feng looked at the pair and asked in an icy tone, Did you kill 10 or so of our disciples? The young man and woman were terrified. The young man suddenly said, Senior, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't kill your fellow disciples with our current strength, how could we? The young girl chimed in, saying, Right, that's right, Senior. The killer was a man with a variation Silver River martial spirit. We had nothing to do with it at all. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. A variation of Silver River martial spirit? Yes, Senior. That person also snatched away the treasure map. The treasure map is not on us anymore. Please let us go, Senior. The young man explained further. A strong killing intent flashed across Wang Xiaolong's eyes when he heard this. He didn't expect the two people that he saved to keep their lives, not only expose everything that happened that day, but even framed he and Fei Hu for taking away some treasure map. Both of them have not even seen a corner of this so-called treasure map. Chen Feng sneered as he looked at the two disciples from Cosmic Star Academy. You don't have the treasure map. Chen Feng didn't doubt it when they said, didn't kill Cheng Liang and the rest, but he didn't believe the treasure map is not on them. Senior, the treasure map really? The young girl emphasized again. But her voice trailed off in the middle. Her widened in shock as she stared at a point behind Chen Feng. Puzzled, Chen Feng turned 180 degrees and saw about 10 meters away stood a 7-8-year-old boy and a tall broad middle-aged man without him realizing their presence. Furthermore, there's a cute little monkey on the small boy's shoulder. Senior, that's him. He's the one who killed your sick disciples. The Cosmic Stars Academy female disciple went into a daze, and then shrieked in joy. Her finger pointed at Fei Hu. Earlier, she was afraid Chen Feng wouldn't believe her. Now isn't it great Fei Hu suddenly appeared before them? Yes, it's them. Senior, the treasure map is with him. He's the one who took the treasure map away. The male disciple's eyes lit up and he pointed at Fei Hu as he screamed aloud. Chen Feng stared at Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu walking towards them. Under Chen Feng's watchful eyes, Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu crossed the distance between them and stood not far from them. You are the one who killed my purple-robed sword-sick disciples? Chen Feng looked icily at Fei Hu. Fei Hu did not speak. Just like Wang Xiaolong, he just stared coldly at the two Cosmic Star Academy disciples. Wang Xiaolong looked at them both, and his cold voice rang out. You both deserve to die. Their expression immediately turned ugly. But very quickly the young man collected himself and grinned. Looking at Wang Xiaolong, kid, you killed purple-robed sword-sick disciples. I advise you to hand over the treasure map obediently to this honorable senior, and then kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe you can keep your little life otherwise. Hey. Although he knew Fei, who was very powerful, however, beside him is an elder of the purple-robed sword sect, which means he is at least a 10th order warrior. He doesn't believe Fei, who is so strong that he can ignore a 10th order. They can find a way to escape when both sides are fighting among themselves. These two didn't put him in their eyes at all. Fei Hu ignored him, and a little kid like Wang Xiaolong reprimanded the two Cosmic Star Academy disciples in front of him. With his identity as a purple-robed sword sect elder, it didn't matter where he went, he would be welcomed by the royal family and well-known families. In spite of all that, a wimpy kid actually dared ignore him. Chen Feng's face was extremely gloomy. However, he was in no hurry to attack. Although he's very confident in his own strength, the other side dared to walk straight at them. They must have something up their sleeves. This time, two purple-robed sword sects elder were dispatched into the Silver Moon Forest. Thus, there's another elder, Fu Yuan, and they have special means of communication. Very soon, the other elder would rush over to assist them. Chen Feng stared coldly at Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu when Elder Fu Yuan arrived. Hey. At this moment, Wang Xiaolong's gaze was like a sharp blade that cut into Chen Feng, as if he saw through his heart and knew what he was thinking. Wang Xiaolong said to Fei Hu, little monkey, and I will deal with the two, you handle the rest of them. Yes, young master, replied Fei Hu. Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu flew off in different direction at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xiaolong reached the Cosmic Star Academy disciples, while Fei Hu came in front of Chen Feng. His body leaned slightly, and a sword down on Chen Feng. The Luohan sword skill. The sudden attack shocked Chen Feng. His body spun away like a top, dodging Fei Hu's sword attack. Cold sweat ran down his back. Suddenly a shrill scream rang out beside him. He turned and saw Fei Hu had just stabbed through a disciple's throat with his sword. However, the pair of young man and woman were dazed for some seconds when they saw a kid like Wang Xiaolong approach them. Feeling gleeful, both of them were confident in their peak of mid-6th order strength. How easy would it be to deal with a little kid and monkey? Chapter 35. Martial Spirit Strengthening. The young man and woman leaped at Wang Xiaolong and the little violet monkey. Wang Xiaolong sneered as he watched both of them rush at him. With great delight, he materialized the blades of Asura in his hands, and he slowly mouthed, Tempest of Hell. Hundreds of light rays emerged from the blades and gathered into two large vortexes that rotated with intensity. Wails filled the air, causing people's hearts to shiver, as if cold in fear. A deep sense of dread overcame both disciples of the Cosmic Star Academy, who by now wanted to withdraw. But it was already too late as the vortexes created by the Tempest of Hell attack had reached them. Star Luo Sword. Fathomless Galaxy. Seeing the incoming attack, a cold gleam flickered in the young man's eyes and his battle chi surged with a wave of his long sword, and he sent out a torrent of sharp lambent stars light, which collided with tempests of hell. The young girl also swung her sword and launched her own counterattack. Plank, plank, plank. The chain of blasts sounded as if they had exchanged more than one move. However, the tempest of hell didn't slow down at all, and in less than a breath's time had ravaged the many flickering stars and continued towards the bright sword rays. Who, having been run through by the tempest of hell, they both were spun round and crashed into a huge tree several meters away, knocking down the tree and spurting blood from their mouths as they fell to the ground. Their clothes had been shredded into tiny strips, and blood ran down from their mutilated flesh as if they had received 100 slashes. Even their faces weren't spared as fresh blood dripped from the multiple cuts on both of their faces. Although they were in a miserable state, they were still alive. Wang Xiaolong deliberately chose not to kill them with the first strike. The cuts from the tempest of hell attack would cause them to suffer excruciating pain, as it rampaged through their bodies, destroying everything from within. Wang Xiaolong wanted them to suffer and experience this kind of agonizing pain. The pair from the Cosmic Star Academy rolled on the ground in great pain, screaming in agony, till they became hoarse. The purple-robed sword sect disciples turned towards the source of the screaming, and seeing the tragic sight, they instantly paled. What? That wimpy brat is actually that powerful? Chen Feng was stricken with disbelief as he stared at Wang Xiaolong, who stood with his blades of Asura in his hands. It really was hard to believe despite seeing it with his own eyes. A wimpy-looking 8 or 9-year-old brat actually defeated 2 peaks, mid-6th order warriors. How could this be? How could there exist such a monster? Even the revered sovereign, when he was an 8 or 9 years old, wouldn't be this brilliant. In the time Chen Feng spent in shock, several screams suddenly erupted. Still dazed, Chen Feng turned around and saw that Fei Hu's sword had pierced through the throats of 5 more disciples while they were distracted. Chen Feng was rattled and furious at the same time. What a bunch of idiots. Quickly, call out your martial spirits, and get in the blood wolf killing array formation. After saying that, a dazzling light exploded from his body, and an enormous wolf emerged behind Chen Feng. Its eyes were the color of red blood, its fur a silver gray, and between there were dark black patterns in between the silver gray fur. This was his beast martial spirit, a wolf species, Sky Wolf. Seeing that Chen Feng had released his martial spirit, the other disciples of the purple-robed sword sect quickly followed suit. All 7 disciples' martial spirits were all wolves. Some of their martial spirits had gold-colored eyes, some had 2 tails, and some were even entirely pitch black. Although these disciples' martial spirits weren't the same as Chen Feng's Sky Wolf, they were all wolf-type spirits. Even Wang Xiaolong was stunned when he saw this. They then quickly moved into formation with Chen as the center, before fully releasing their battle chi. Their martial spirits flew towards Chen Feng's Sky Wolf, and a powerful aura broke out from Chen Feng's Sky Wolf as 8 wolf martial spirits seemed to have combined together. In general, people who had similar martial spirits could channel their energies together by using an exercise law or array, multiplying their strength and power. The aura of these 7 purple-robed sword sect disciples and Chen Feng increased at an alarming rate. Fei Hu was surprised a little. He hadn't expected that these disciples of the purple-robed sword sect could all possess wolf-type martial spirits. But seeing all 8 of them had gotten into an array formation, he scoffed, and silver light shone from his body like a silver-colored sun, and a silver river became visible as it wound around Fei Hu. With each turn, the silver light that shone from his body became brighter as the silver river grew bigger. Martial spirit strengthening. Chen Feng exclaimed in horror when he saw the transformation caused by Fei Hu's martial spirit. Yes, this was martial spirit strengthening. And this was Fei Hu martial spirit's supernatural ability. Fei Hu's silver river strengthening would allow Fei Hu abilities to become 5 times stronger. His power increased by half at the same time. With a 5-time boost, Fei Hu's silver river expanded several meters in width and more than a dozen meters in length. Once Fei Hu fully merged with his martial spirit with 5 times boost of power, it was as if he had turned into a silver river. His bones, skin, and flesh disappeared. Attack! Chen Feng roared while his fear gripped him, and without warning a handprint loomed over Fei Hu and an enormous wolf head stretched its jaws wide open. Sky Wolf Palm. A majestic wolf covered the sky, and its roar vibrated through the forest. The 7 purple-robed sword sect disciples also launched attacks at the same time. All of them sent out a wolf head, which was comparatively smaller than Chen Feng's. Seeing this, Fei Hu's eyes became vindictive. He lifted his arms and sent out strong punch. Shattering Heart Fist. Shattering Heart Fist. As the fist print pierced through the air, something seemed to have cracked. The 8 wolves' head exploded, and the 8 who launched the attack were shaken and blasted away. Only Chen Feng fared a little better than the others, managing to steady himself after being pushed away by 10 meters. When the 7 disciples hit the ground, popping sounds could be heard from their bodies, each pop causing them to tremble involuntarily until all 7 of them died where they lay. The same popping sounds could be heard from Chen Feng's body, but in his case, each time a pop was heard, blood spurted out of his mouth, leaving him terrified and frightened. What kind of battle skill is this? He wondered. Without any indication, he turned around and tried to escape. Seeing this, Fei Hu's body glimmered and flowed just like a river cutting off Chen Feng's path. Then with a twist of his body, Fei Hu pushed Chen Feng back to his original position. Wang Xiaolong was relieved, for they couldn't afford to let Cheng Feng escape. He turned and walked slowly towards the two disciples of the Cosmic Star Academy. Both of them were still rolling on the ground in excruciating pain. Blood and dirt smeared all over them made it hard to recognize them. "I beg you, please let me go. The tree treasure map, I'll give it to you," said the young man when he saw Wang Xiaolong walking towards them. Wang Xiaolong said nothing. As he looked at the young man with a cold expression, he used the blades of Asura in his hand and slit his throat, ending his pitiful screams. Terrified, the young girl was about to say something when Wang Xiaolong sent her on her way with a wave of his blade. After he killed the two from Cosmic Star Academy, Wang Xiaolong recalled the blades of Asura. He searched and found a piece of map from the young man's body. On the surface of this map, there was a drawing of a monkey. Comparing the drawing and the little monkey beside him, one thought crossed his mind. Such likeness. Chapter 36. Luotan, Royal City. The front of the treasure map was actually a drawing of a monkey. While Wang Xiaolong pondered about the significance of the drawing on the map, the little violet monkey ran to him and became visibly excited when he saw the map. Seeing the little monkey's reaction, Wang Xiaolong became even more baffled. Could this treasure map be related to the little violet monkey? Suddenly, Wang Xiaolong heard an anguished scream. Turning his head in the direction of the scream, he saw Fei Hu in his Silver River martial spirit form throw a powerful punch at Chen Feng's chest, causing it to collapse. A heartbeat later, a long sword flew out of the silver-colored river and went straight into Chen Feng's throat. Chen Feng looked down and saw that a long sword had pierced through his throat, with red blood dripping to the ground. He looked up, only to see Fei Hu holding the other end of the sword. His mouth opened and closed a few times, and suddenly he dashed towards Fei Hu. But after 2 steps his body tumbled and he fell to the ground. Fei Hu cast a cold glance at Chen Feng's body before walking towards Wang Xiaolong. His expression became weird when he saw the so-called treasure map, and he said in a somber tone, "Sovereign, this treasure map was left behind by a powerful demonic beast cultivator." "A demonic beast cultivator?" Wang Xiaolong was shocked. "Yes, Sovereign. The words on the other side of the treasure map are written in the beast language," said Fei Hu as he pointed to the back of the map. Hearing that, Wang Xiaolong turned the over map and saw that a strange mountain resembling an elephant was drawn on the other side of the map, and at the bottom were several lines of unusual patterns that seemed to be the beast language Fei Hu was talking about. Suddenly, the little monkey pointed at the writings and gestured at Wang Xiaolong. "Little guy, are you saying that you understand what's written here?" Wang Xiaolong asked. Shy. The little violet monkey nodded, then it shook its little head. Wang Xiaolong continued asking the little monkey for a while, but in the end he still got nothing. Helpless, he put the map in his ring. Although he currently didn't know the location of the strange elephant-like mountain, nor could he yet decipher the writing, he was certain that the treasure map was related to the little violet spirit devourer monkey who traveled with him. As Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu began to dispose of the corpses lying around, Wang Xiaolong found a high-grade mysterious rank exercise law on Chen Feng's corpse called Black Moon Art. Other than that, he also found some gold coins and dans on him. Everything went into Wang Xiaolong's Asura ring. Even though the high-grade mysterious rank exercise law was useless to him, he could auction it to fetch a good sum, especially for those clans like the Huang clan manor that only had low-grade exercise laws of similar same rank. Moments later, Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu, and the little violet monkey left the place. Very quickly another 2 months had passed. During these past 2 months, a man, a child, and a monkey continued to travel even deeper into Silvermoon Forest. Wang Xiaolong's level had improved so much that he was already a half step into 6th order, and he could break through at any time. He worked hard at training the tears of Asura, and its power had gone up by several folds, and the only thing left were the meridians required for the body metamorphose scripture's 4th stage convert power of the stars, which had yet to open up. Reaching higher levels of the body metamorphose scripture got harder with each stage until it reached 12th stage. However, in his previous life, Wang Xiaolong had gotten to stage 9 of the body metamorphose scripture, so this time starting all over again was actually easier. Night came and moonlight covered the continent. If you looked up at the moon while staying within the Silvermoon Forest, the moon would appear to be basked in silver, giving the forest its name. Under the silvery moonlight, Wang Xiaolong had his right hand held high above his head, his left hand behind him on his waist, and he continuously breathed according to a particular rhythm. His internal force circulated within his body and gathered in his dantian. A few feet away, Fei Hu didn't know what to think of Wang Xiaolong's odd postures. He had never heard of anyone on the Snow-Wind continent who had to twist themselves in order to practice a battle chi exercise law. Night gradually receded and the bright sun rose in the sky. Wang Xiaolong stopped his practice and 2 people and a monkey once again continued their journey, killing demonic beasts along the way while practicing battle skills. 5 days later, Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu, and the little monkey finally left the Silvermoon Forest and traveled along a forest trail. Having spent 4 months training in Silvermoon Forest, Wang Xiaolong decided to head to the nearest city for a change of scenery. Following the forest trail down the hill for a few hours, they finally saw a large city. This city was far bigger than the Kanglin County where Wang Clan Manor was situated. Looking at the city from afar, the city walls were about 30 meters high with a towering entrance, and there was a moat of gray water before the city walls. With a huge city up ahead, Wang Xiaolong was delighted and quickened his pace. As he got nearer to the gates, he saw written above the gates, Lutong Royal City. Luotong Royal City. Wang Xiaolong was dazed for a moment when he saw the words, "This is the Luotong Kingdom's royal city." He had actually reached the royal city. "Sovereign!" Wang Xiaolong came to his senses when Fei Hu called to him. "Shall we enter into the city now?" he asked. "Let's go into the city," he replied to Fei Hu with excitement. Just like when he was back on Earth, he felt happy on arriving at the capital city. Before they could go in, a guard at the gate pulled the two of them to one side, looked them up and down before he asked. "Admission fees, 10 gold coins per person." 10 gold coins are enough for a common household 1 month's expenses. At this time, a young man and woman riding a stage 4 flame beast mount swaggered into the city. The guards at the gate didn't block them but instead bowed deeply as they passed by. Wang Xiaolong's expression turned cold and pointed at the two people who had just passed by. "Why don't they have to pay admission fees?" The guard captain sneered them. "They are members of the marquis households, Miss Lin and young Master Lin. They are nobles. Do you know what nobles are? Of course, they needn't pay admission fees when entering and exiting through city gates. How can you lowly outsider common folks from the outside be equivalent to Miss Lin and young Master Lin?" It seemed like these guards judged that he and Fei Hu were common folks by their clothes. Wang Xiaolong frowned. Outsider common folks, entering the city need to pay 10 gold coins, whereas nobles are free to enter and exit. Suddenly, from the distant mountain came the sound of many beasts running as tremors on the ground reached the gates, so Wang Xiaolong turned to look. There were about 12 or more people riding on a stage 4-horned rhino racing towards the gates. Judging from their speed, they would reach the gates very soon, but none of them showed any intention of slowing down. Wang Xiaolong and Fei, who were standing before the gates in the middle of the road going into the city, and if they didn't get out of the way on time, Wang Xiaolong would be sent flying from the impact of the charging beasts. When the guard captain saw the young man in a yellow robe leading the pack, he panicked and immediately hid in a corner. "Young Master Meng is back, quickly move aside." Move aside. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid of this yellow-robed young man. Chapter 37. Notify the Duke's mansion. Seeing that both Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu had ignored his loud warning and remained standing in the middle of the pathway, the captain of the guards stopped yelling and decided that he couldn't be bothered. The lives of two penniless commoners didn't matter even if they died. Things like this happened every other day in the Luotong Kingdom. It was nothing new. A blood-thirsty light flickered in the eyes of the yellow-robed young man, Meng Zia, and he urged his mount to go even faster when he saw that two people were blocking his way. While the guards looked on with frightened expressions on their faces, Meng Zia's horned rhino had gotten to Wang Xiaolong, and in just a matter of seconds, Wang Xiaolong would have been sent flying from the impact. At the last second, Fei Hu moved. A long sword had already appeared in his hand, and with a swing of his arm, many rays of sword light danced out. Roar! The blood-curdling screams from the horned rhinos were heard, and then everyone noticed that the horned rhino was no longer charging forward. Its legs could no longer support its weight, and it tumbled forward. Blood spurted from its body like a geyser eruption, and Meng Zia was thrown off its back. The horned rhinos following behind were no exception. Once they had reached within 10 meters of Wang Xiaolong, they all tumbled with blood spurting from their wounds and their riders were thrown off. The beast's wails lasted for a short while, and as the tremors ceased, only the moans of the yellow-robed young man could be heard. The guard captain and the other guards were stunned at the sight of the fallen horned rhinos twitching in a pool of their own blood. The guard captain felt his throat dry up as he stared at Fei Hu in horror. Finally, Meng Zia, the yellow-robed young man, got up with difficulty and was extremely angered when he saw his beloved mount lying in a pool of blood. Pointing at Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu in anger, he yelled, "Rebels! Rebels! You cheap lowly commoners dared to kill my mount! You deserve to die! Kill them for me! No, wait! First, cut off their hands, then their legs and feed it to the dogs!" The yellow-robed young man's guards crawled up, and when they heard their young master's order, they quickly pulled out their swords and rushed up together. In Royal City, only they harassed the commoners and never the other way round. Yet today, they didn't know from where these two crept out that they actually dared to kill their mounts. The attacks from the guards were ruthless. Each was intended to maim. It seemed that they planned to first cut off Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu's arms and then the legs. Fei Hu's eyes turned cold and snorted. He stood still as he raised up his sword, and once again waved it, sending out sharp rays of sword light which snaked through the group of incoming guards. An agonizing scream sounded every time a light flickered. Before the very eyes of the city gate guards, a flurry of arms shot up to the sky and before falling to the ground. My hand! My hand! My hand's cut off!" The guards cried out in pain. Initially, the angered yellow-robed young man who ordered his guards to dismember Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu stiffened, followed by fear and panic. Fei Hu walked over his direction. Terrified, the yellow-robed Meng Zia retreated, saying, "You fellows are just a bunch of dirty, worthless nobodies. What do you think are doing? I am the young master of the Duke's mansion. If you dare hurt even a strand of my hair, you will die like dogs." He wasn't bluffing. Someone once wounded him just slightly, and both the man and his entire family of more than 100 people were killed. "Hurt a strand of your hair?" Fei Hu's expression remained unchanged. Without warning, Fei Hu's sword suddenly slipped out and a ray of sword light swirled around Meng Zia's head. Meng Zia shrieked in fright, his body quivering, as Fei Hu sheathed his long sword. Then, Wang Xiaolong noticed an acrid smell. Looking at the yellow-robed young man, Wang Xiaolong saw the lower half of his body was wet. Urine flowed down as he screamed. Seeing a Duke Mansion disciple act so cowardly, he smirked, saying, "Little brat, don't worry, I won't kill you. You aren't dead yet." When the young man heard that, he opened his eyes and realized that his head was still attached and his neck is fine too. Only his hair was shaved off by Fei Hu's sword and he had become bald. A breeze blew past and his scalp felt cold. Meng Zia's heart seemed to shiver uncontrollably like it was going to burst out from his chest, his back dampened by cold sweat. "The next time you insult my young master, calling him a dirty commoner, it won't be just your hair. I will cut away your scalp layer by layer," said Fei Hu as he stared coldly at the young man, letting the words sink in one by one. Meng Zia stood there dazedly. He had been frightened senseless by Fei Hu using a sword to shave off his hair. Fei Hu went back to Wang Xiaolong and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm okay." Wang Xiaolong nodded and said, "Let's go, we enter the city." He turned and walked towards the city gates. When he passed by the guard captain, he stopped and with a cold expression, he asked, "Do you still want admission fees?" The guard captain immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. No, don't want. Little ancestor, mercy, spare my life." He was so frightened that he even used the honorific little ancestor when addressing Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong asked yet another question, "Am I still a lowly dirty commoner?" The guard captain shook his head vigorously, shaking his hands. No, little ancestor, you are the highest of nobility, a true noble." "If I'm a noble, then what about him?" asked Wang Xiaolong as he suddenly pointed at the yellow-robed young man whose robes were still dripping with piss. The guard captain's face reddened, not knowing how to answer, and Fei Hu glared at him. The glare made the guard captain weak with fright, his butt muscles loosened, and he let out a loud fart before quickly saying, he is the dirty cheap commoner." The moment the words left his mouth he almost wanted to die. As a guard captain he actually dared utter such blasphemy against a young master of the Duke household. If the matter spread to the Duke's ears, he would definitely lose his job, but he wondered if his life could be kept. "What about you?" asked Wang Xiaolong. "I'm a dog, I'm just a dog." With his face as pale as a white sheet, the guard captain answered and kept repeating it, over and over again. Wang Xiaolong's expression turned indifferent as he turned around and walked away, continuing towards the city with Fei Hu following at his side. The moment Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu's silhouettes had gone far away, the guard captain's legs gave out. He sat his arse on the ground with an ugly expression, as if he had just swallowed dog shit. The other guards looked at him with concern. One of them came to his side and whispered, "Captain, about young Master Meng Zia. Should we inform the Duke's mansion?" All this time, the yellow-robed young man still stood in a daze on the same spot, and around him were all the guards who lost their arms, still moaning in pain. "Inform the Duke's mansion?" Hearing this, the guard captain jumped up. Yes, inform the Duke's mansion." At this time the guard captain's eyes burned with hatred, staring at Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu's receding figure. "You dirty commoners actually dared to hurt the Duke mansion's young master. I will let you taste the consequences." At this moment, Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu had already stepped into the city. "Young master, don't worry. A Duke mansion? Nothing will happen," Fei Hu assured Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong nodded his head. He knew that since Fei Hu had acted like this, it meant that he had aces under his sleeves. Even though he didn't intend to rely solely on Fei Hu's strength, since Fei Hu said so, then he was sure nothing would happen. Chapter 38. At the delicious restaurant, two people and a little monkey strolled around the royal city. Undeniably this is the royal city of the Luotong Kingdom, prosperous, lively and bustling on the long wide streets. Some of the streets were 50 to 60 meters wide, with an endless stream of horses and carriages that trotted along, and if Kangnam County City were to be compared, it could only be described as a rural backwater. From time to time there were people in strange clothes who passed by Wang Xiaolong. There were over 30 counties ruled by the Luotong Kingdom's royal family, and under each county were many cities, so the many different cultures between the cities were apparent. This was similar to Huazia, which had many different ethnicities. As they strolled about the city, a 2-meter-tall muscular man whose entire body was covered in coarse hairs and on his face were tiger-like whiskers passed by Wang Xiaolong. "Is that a beastman?" wondered Wang Xiaolong as he looked at the muscular man who just walked past them. In the martial spirit world, other than the human race, there existed many others races, and beast people were one of them. There were also half-beast human, the offspring from the coupling between humans and beast people. As the streets were crowded, Wang Xiaolong just went along with the flow, the little monkey on his shoulder squeaking non-stop in excitement. Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu strolled casually, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. A few moments later, as he walked by a restaurant called Delicious Restaurant, Wang Xiaolong came to a stop. "Fei Hu, let's go in and eat something," Wang Xiaolong said. Having spent 4 months training in Silvermoon Forest, his tongue was already coated black from eating roast meat every day, so he planned to eat to his heart's content today. When Wang Xiaolong finished speaking, the little monkey perched on his shoulder immediately clapped in agreement. "Glutton," Wang Xiaolong teased. They went into the restaurant and saw that it was full. "Let's go to the second floor." But as Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu were about to climb up the stairs, The restaurant's waiter quickly rushed up to them to stop them from going to the second floor and politely explained. Little brother, my apologies, but our second floor is reserved for nobles. Nobles again. Wang Xiaolong frowned, then he looked at Fei Hu. Fei Hu replied by throwing a gold coin to the waiter saying, "This is young master's tip." The restaurant servant blanked out for a moment staring at the gold coin in his palm. This is for me. His monthly salary was 1 gold coin, and the nobles that frequent here usually reward him with a few silver coins. Now we can go up? Fei Hu asked indifferently. Sure, certainly, replied the waiter as he regained his senses. With his face sporting a wide smile, he said this way, please, and respectfully led Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu to the second floor. Although the second floor was said to be reserved for nobles, it was not necessarily true, for as long as the customer could pay, the second floor was open to them. Evidently, Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu were people with money. Thus, the restaurant waiter led them to a good seat close to the window. After Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu had sat down, the waiter asked politely with a smile plastered on his face, "Masters, what dishes would you like to order? Bring us about 10 or more dishes that your restaurant is most famous for, and 3 of the biggest jugs of the best wine available." Wang Xiaolong said, 10 or more dishes. 3 urns of the best wine. The restaurant waiter was stunned and his mouth agape. More than 10 dishes and 3 urns of wine. Why are you still standing there? Not moving? Asked Fei Hu, but seeing that the restaurant waiter still was standing there, he frowned a little. Then he took out a small pouch and threw it to the waiter. The restaurant waiter caught the small pouch, opened it and looked inside. A beautiful golden glow shined before his eyes. That small pouch held about 60 gold coins. This is enough, right? Asked Fei Hu. The restaurant waiter nodded his head vigorously. Enough, enough. There will be plenty left over too. The rest is your reward. Go quickly and get the dishes. The rest is your reward. When the restaurant waiter heard the sentence, his eyes seemed to turn gold colored. His head nodded like a chick pecking grains. "To masters, rest assured, I will be very fast and quick in sending the dishes up." He hurried down while his hand wiped away the sweat on his forehead, not sure whether the sweat is due to fright or delight. Soon, the dishes were sent up. The table was laden with fragrant dishes, enticing the appetite. "Masters, these 3 urns are our restaurant's best wine called Snowmoon wine, our restaurant's special brew," the said restaurant waiter respectfully. "Snowmoon wine." Fei Hu nodded and waved the restaurant waiter away. "Good, you can go." Yes, please call me if there's anything you need," the waiter said and withdrew with a smile on his face. The moment the waiter left, the little violet monkey leaped off Wang Xiaolong's shoulder and went straight at one of the wine urns. With a light slap from its little hands, the cover flew off and instantly the scent of fragrant wine wafted through the air. The little monkey's eyes lit up, lifted the urn of wine up and drank greedily. After which it grinned and squeaked at Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu. Both of them laughed at the little monkey's antics and each took an urn and started drinking. The instant the wine was swallowed, a refreshing icy cold feeling filled their mouths, full of the wine's fragrance. While Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu, and the little violet monkey were enjoying themselves, at the Luotong Kingdom Duke Fu Mansion's main hall, Meng Zia, who was shaved bald by Fei Hu, was shouting in anger. "Dad, you must kill these 2 darned commoners. Cut off their arms and legs. Cut off their arms and thighs. And then I want to parade them around the city. I want everyone to know the consequences of going against our Duke Mansion." Looking at his son's miserable appearance, the murderous intent in Meng Chen's heart soared. His son was actually beaten right in front of the city gates. Furthermore, the mansion guards' hands were all cut off. This was naked humiliation. "Still haven't found those 2? Asked Meng Chen in a cold tone as he turned to look at his chief steward, Zai Fei. Just as Chief Steward Zai Fei was about to speak, without warning, from outside the main hall one of the guards who had been sent to investigate ran in, reporting to Lord Duke. "We have found the 2 people. They are at Delicious Restaurant." "Delicious Restaurant?" Meng Chen stood up in anger, a cold glint flitted across his eyes, and he said, "Good, very good. Hit my son, and hurt this Duke's guards, yet still dare to enjoy yourself at Delicious Restaurant." The other side was practically looking down on the Duke Mansion. "Gather all the experts above 7th order in the mansion, and follow me to Delicious Restaurant," Meng Chen yelled. "Yes, Lord Duke." Chief Steward Zai Fei acknowledged respectfully, but then hesitated before asking then, "Should I call first Mr. and second Mr.?" Meng Chen said, "That's fine. Do so. I don't care what tricks the other side has. I want them to die miserably." While all this was going on, Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu were wolfing down delicious dishes. Moments later, Fei Hu stopped eating abruptly, stood up and said to Wang Xiaolong, "Young master, I'm going to see a person. He's here in Luotong Kingdom, and is also a disciple of our Asura's Gate. I will bring him over to greet young master. If he knew that young master is in Luotong Kingdom, he would be very happy." An Asura's Gate disciple? Is this the reason why Fei Hu dared to hit a duke's son? Wang Xiaolong nodded. "Okay, go and come back quickly." He didn't ask for the identity of the Asura's Gate disciple in Luotong Kingdom because when Fei Hu returned, he would naturally find out. "Yes, young master." Fei Hu answered respectfully, then turned and left. Not long after, Fei Hu appeared before an enormous mansion, and written above the main entrance was a sign, "Martial Mansion." In the Luotong Kingdom, there were generals, dukes, marquises, but there was only one marshal. Chapter 39. Marshals not in. The Luotan Kingdom's marshal remained the same even after 3 generations of rulers, and he had saved the Luotan Kingdom from disaster a few times. Because of this, his was an exalted status, and he followed only one person's order. He was exempted from kneeling before the king and has supreme prestige in the military. However, Fei Hu was stopped when he wanted to enter the martial mansion. Who dares to trespass into the marshal's mansion? Fei Hu didn't say anything, but took out a gold plate. The soldier's face changed drastically when he saw the gold plate. The arrogance he had on his face earlier vanished as he knelt down immediately, saluting, "Seem the Lord." The gold plate on Fei Hu's hand was given to him by the Luotan Kingdom's Marshal Haoshin, more than a decade ago. "You may stand up. I want to see your marshal," Fei Hu said. The soldier stood up and hesitated before he respectfully replied, "My lord, the marshal was summoned to the palace not long ago, and is currently not in the mansion." "What? He is not in?" Fei Hu's brows wrinkled. "It is so, my lord." The soldier lowered his head when he answered. "Send someone to the palace now and inform the marshal that his junior brother came to visit, and will wait for him at the delicious restaurant," said Fei Hu. Junior brother. The soldier didn't expect that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man who wore clothes no different from that of ordinary folks would be the marshal's junior brother. However, the soldiers stationed at the entrance hesitated to go to the palace to inform the marshal. "Take my gold plate and go. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. But if you were to delay the matter and something happens, your lives won't be guaranteed." Fei Hu threw the gold plate at the soldiers, and the captain quickly rushed forward to catch it. "Yes, my lord." The captain didn't dare disagree. Fei Hu turned around and left. As Fei Hu turned around and headed back to the delicious restaurant, Meng Chen leading a group of experts from his mansion had gotten to the delicious restaurant and bulldozed their way through the door. All the customers on the first floor were frightened and shocked when they saw Meng Chen and his men barge in aggressively. "Oh, it is Lord Duke. Does the Duke have matters with our restaurant?" When the restaurant owner saw Meng Chen, he quickly went forward and asked politely. Meng Chen ignored the owner, and instead, he turned to a guard beside him, asking, "Are they upstairs?" "Yes, Lord Duke." The guard replied immediately. A cold glint had flashed across Meng Chen's eyes, and his hand signaled the men behind him. "Rush up and surround the second floor. Leave some of your guards below. Not even a fly should be able to fly out of here." He pushed the restaurant owner away, and surrounded by his many experts, he rushed up to the second floor. "Dad, that's him. It's that kid!" shouted Meng Zia. They had just gotten to the second floor, and the bald Meng Zia instantly spotted Huang Xiaolong, who was seated near the window. Meng Chen was surprised when he noticed that Huang Xiaolong was alone. Frowning, he asked, "Where is the other one?" "Lord Duke, this is better. We catch the younger one first. The older one certainly won't escape," said the chief steward, Zai Fei, with a smile as he got to Meng Chen. Huang Xiaolong slowly stood up and looked coldly at the Duke's mansion guards and experts who had the second floor surrounded. Truth was, Huang Xiaolong had spotted them from the window as they made their way towards the delicious restaurant early on. But despite being surrounded by so many experts of the 7th, 8th, 9th, and even some 10th order, he still wore a calm expression because he was confident that he could escape unharmed. Huang Xiaolong's martial spirits, supernatural talent space concealment could last for 10 breaths from the initial 6 breaths after he broke through to the 4th order. In 10 breaths of time, combined with Huang Xiaolong's speed, he could vanish from Meng Chen's sight without a trace. His gaze fell on the bald Meng Zia and snickered. "I didn't expect that you would have the guts to show up. Aren't you afraid that I will cut off your scalp, layer by layer?" Meng Zia and the people with him were surprised. How could this kid still maintain his calmness before all of them, to the point where he even dared to say he would cut off Meng Zia's scalp? Anger followed surprise, and Meng Zia's expression became ugly as he roared, "Cut off this kid's arms and legs for me." "Yes, young lord." The 7th order warriors dashed towards Huang Xiaolong, and just as one of the guards' sword was about to down on Huang Xiaolong, a voice thundered from afar, saying, "Who dares hurt my young master?" The air seemed to ripple and formed into a streak of lightning. The guards who had been struck by the lightning, like energy, felt their bodies turn numb and they stopped moving. Fei Hu, who went to the martial mansion, had finally returned. While still at some distance to the restaurant, when Fei Hu saw the scene in delicious restaurant's 2nd floor, he used a battle skill that he hadn't used in a long time, Sound of Lightning Fall. The sound of lightning fall was similar to Lai Mu's Sky Lion's Roar. However, Sound of Lightning Fall was a high-grade mysterious rank battle skill, and its power was much stronger than Sky Lion Roar. When all the 7th Order's guards were numbed from the lightning strike, the remaining experts of the Duke's mansion could see a silver river still far away streaking towards them like silver lightning. It arrived before them in the blink of an eye. "Lord Duke, careful. Heavenly Serpent Sword. Order Fist." By this time, Fei Hu, who had transformed into Silver River, stood before them, and the Duke's mansion's strongest experts, Mr. First and Mr. Second, made their moves at the same time, launching fierce strikes at Fei Hu. A huge heavenly serpent appeared, jaws wide open, intending to swallow Fei Hu. Simultaneously, a fist print also spun towards Fei Hu. But when both the heavenly serpent and the fist print hit Fei Hu, it was as if they fell on a vast sea, and sunk into the depths of the sea without leaving any ripples. However, Fei Hu's Silver River continued to constrict the guards of the Duke's mansion. Agonizing screams echoed throughout the 2nd floor for a moment before all the guards tumbled to the floor, painting the 2nd floor's floorboards red with their blood. This time, Fei Hu wasn't as merciful like the first time where he only cut off his opponent's arms. Ignoring the fallen bodies, Fei Hu appeared beside Wang Xiaolong, but his eyes stared at Meng Zia like sharp blades. When he spared his opponents, however, he didn't expect that they would gather the courage to retaliate. This time round, Fei Hu's icy cold eyes zoomed towards Meng Zia's scalp. "Dad, it's him. He's one who shaved off all my hair." Seeing Fei Hu, Meng Zia shrieked with fear and hid behind the Duke's mansion's two 10th Order experts. The expressions of the two 10th Order experts from the Duke's mansion were somewhat ugly. Their combined attack just now was actually unable to stop Fei Hu. This meant that Fei Hu was a peak late 10th Order warrior. One had to know that one of them was late 10th Order while the other was peak mid 10th Order. Meng Chen stared at the bodies of his guards fallen on the floor, feeling fear and shock at the same moment. You dared to kill this Duke's guards?" Chapter 40. Junior Brothers in Trouble. As always, Fei Hu kept silent, so it was Wang Xiaolong who replied with a sneer. "Dare to kill your Duke Mansion's guards? Don't tell me that we should have stood here and waited for you to kill us. We shouldn't have moved a finger in retaliation, right?" In the eyes of dukes like Meng Chen, commoners were supposed to stand still and be killed by them. Meng Chen's face became darkly sullen. "Rat, I don't care who's supporting you. Today you've killed this Duke's guards. It doesn't matter who it is, they won't be able to save you." Meng Chen's killing intent soared as he spoke in a cold voice. Then he stepped back after and said to the two 10th Order warriors, "First Mr. and Second Mr. It doesn't matter what method you use. Today, you absolutely must chop off their arms and legs. Please rest assured, Lord Duke." First Mr. and Second Mr. exchanged a look and acknowledged Meng Chen's order, and the 9th and 8th Orders also replied loudly. Meng Chen and his son then moved to the sides, expecting to see a good show. Meng Chen coldly observed the scene before him. Although he had already guessed that if a little kid like Wang Xiaolong had a 10th Order bodyguard, surely it meant that he had an unusual background. However, he wasn't worried. As a Duke of the Luotong Kingdom, he had a high status within the kingdom, and the number of people he feared were very few, so few that they would total less than 10. First Mr. and Second Mr. cautiously walked towards Fei Hu and Wang Xiaolong. "Both of us will deal with him, Fei Hu, while the rest of you go and break both of that kid's arms and legs." First Mr. instructed the 9th and 8th Order Duke Mansion guards. "Yes, First Mr." First Mr. made his move before they could reply, and a great serpent emerged behind him. This serpent had a large head, but a small body, and its entire length were a sickly white in color. This was his martial spirit, the Heavenly Serpent. The Heavenly Serpent belonged to the snake beast category of martial spirits, and snake martial spirits are generally ranked as grade 7. However, some powerful snake martial spirits were categorized as grade 8, and this Heavenly Serpent was one of them. First Mr. immediately soul transformed after his martial spirit emerged. His body turned into the same pale white, with layers of serpent scale. His eyes became entirely red as he pounced on Fei Hu. Whereas Second Mr.'s martial spirit was something rarely seen. A vine-type plant. The vines were a purple so dark that it looked black as ink, and it had thorns on it sharp as knives. This is a type of special plant martial spirit, and was highly toxic. Second Mr.'s action was as swift as First Mr.'s. He immediately soul transformed after releasing his martial spirits and leaped towards Fei Hu. At this time, the other guards of the Duke's mansion moved quickly towards Wang Xiaolong. "Young master, you must be careful," Fei Hu said as he looked sharply at the flood of oncoming people rushing at them. Suddenly his Silver River martial spirit emerged, turning tens of meters long, and enclosed Wang Xiaolong, protecting him. His hands were deflecting the many attacks coming from the Duke Mansion's guards. The little violet monkey on Wang Xiaolong's shoulder was unusually quiet. Its pair of gemstone-like blue eyes stared at the Meng Chen and his son. Bang! 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 Battle chi clashed, and the shock waves spread through the air of the small restaurant space. All the furniture had turned into dust, and the customers had all run for their lives. First Mr. and Second Mr. never imagined that Fei Hu could block all the attacks from more than 10 people while not moving a single step. This made their faces warped in fury. Fei Hu's strength had exceeded their assumptions, and most surprising was his martial spirit, which had evolved to the extent that it could strengthen its owner 5 times. In general, a 10th Order warrior with Silver River martial spirit could only enhance their strength to a maximum of 4 times. The warriors from the Duke Mansion were both shocked and angry at the same time, which motivated them to attack unceasingly. Although Fei Hu was very strong, however, he couldn't last very long against so many experts at once, and in the end, each time he blocked an attack, Fei Hu's face lost a little color. Fei Hu's body had strengthened till his Silver River was so dense that it looked close to being mercury. When Meng Chen and Meng Zia saw this, a wide smile blossomed on the faces of both father and son. "You will regret it if my young master is harmed." Seeing the father and son's disgusting smile, Fei Hu reminded them while his hands continued to block attacks. Meng Chen smirked. "Regret? I, Meng Chen, don't have the word regret in my dictionary. Not only do I want to chop off your arms and legs, after I have you both paraded around the city streets, I will also have you beheaded in public. I want to see who can save the 2 of you." And at this point, Marshal Hayashin had just returned from the palace and was surprised when he sensed bursts of battle chi energy coming from the direction of the Delicious Restaurant. For the Delicious Restaurant was not far from the Marshal Mansion, and because Fei Hu's was a peak late 10th Order warrior, the energy vibration could travel the distance. Peak late 10th Order? Marshal Hayashin's brows furrowed. Although fights are very common in the royal city, however, it rarely involved a 10th order warrior. Marshal, it seems to come from the delicious restaurant's location. A guard beside Hayashin remarked. And at this time, the guard captain who was guarding the main entrance of the Marshal mansion saw that the Marshal had returned, quickly went up to report. Marshal, a few moments ago, someone came and said that he was your junior brother and he took out Marshal's gold plate here, wanting to see Marshal. The guard's captain then took out the gold plate and showed it Yo Hayashin. Junior brother. Hayashin took the gold plate from the guard captain, pleasure evident on his face. This was the gold plate he gave to his junior brother more than a decade ago. Where's my junior brother? He asked. It had been a very long time since he had seen junior brother, Fei Hu, and he didn't expect that his junior brother would be here. When they meet up, they must drink together again. The guard captain hesitated for a moment, then honestly reported, replying Marshal, when he was here, I informed him that you were summoned to the palace, and he left this gold plate and left, saying that he would wait for you at the delicious restaurant. Delicious restaurant? Hayashin's face sank, as he continued to sense the ever-increasing battle chi energy coming from the direction of delicious restaurant. Could it be? Junior brother's in trouble. Junior brother Fei Hu is in delicious restaurant, and there was a clashing battle chi emitted from there. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. It must be junior brother. In less than a heartbeat's time, Hayashin was sure of it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hayashin roared at the guard captain. The guard captain was so terrified that his liver nearly cracked. He had never seen the Marshal in such a big temper. Marshal, the guard's captain tried to explain, but Hayashin didn't want to listen. Instead, he shouted loudly towards the sky, Ironclaw. Condor. High up in the air, the sharp cry of an eagle rang out following Hayashin's holler, and a huge gray condor appeared. About 5 meters long, its grayish wings looked like it was made out of iron, reflecting a sharp light under the sunlight. Its big claws looked like it could tear apart an elephant with ease. Hayashin leaped up onto the iron-claw condor's back, and they disappeared towards delicious restaurant's direction. In all of the Luotong kingdom, other than the kingdom's ruler, only Marshal Hayashin were permitted to fly in the royal city. The captain guard's knees gave out in fear and slid to the ground when he saw Marshal called out the grade 4 iron-claw condor to rush towards delicious restaurant. Even though Fei Hu had given him the gold plate and asked him to send someone to the palace to inform the Marshal, he did not. At that moment he thought that since there was no war going on, there was no point to it, as the Marshal would return very soon from the palace. That's why he did not go and did not send anyone. He didn't expect that an accident would happen, and from the looks of things, it was a grave matter. If something really happened to Marshal's junior brother, what would happen to him? Chapter 41. Who dares to hurt my junior brother? On the second floor of the delicious restaurant, attacks from the guards of the Duke's mansion became more aggressive and even more powerful as time wore on. As Fei Hu's barrier came closer to breaking, Wang Xiaolong frowned, and was considering if he should first conceal himself within space and kill the bald-headed Meng Xia. Suddenly, from the skies above, a sharp cry of a condor that could shatter a rock with its sound wave was heard. Everyone within a few miles heard the condor's sharp cry, which hadn't been heard for a long time, so all royal city residents looked up to the sky. When Fei Hu heard the condor's sharp cry, he was so glad. Senior brother finally arrived. Meng Chen heard it. He felt the cry was very familiar, but at the moment he couldn't grasp why. So he snickered when he noticed the happy expression on Fei Hu's face. Oh, it would seem that your backup is here. He came at the right time. This way I can clean up all of you once and for all. I want to see who he is, that is so powerful, even if he has 3 heads or 6 arms, to come and interfere in this Duke's business. Meng Chen didn't bother to turn around after he spat those words at Fei Hu. Fei Hu was already spent, and no longer a threat. So what if another peak late 10th order appears? The Duke mansion could equally deal with it. Meng Chen did not turn back. However, his son, Meng Xia, turned to look when the condor's sharp cry resounded, and when he saw the huge gray condor up in the air and the silhouette on its back, his jaw dropped in shock. He became frightened, and his body shook as if it was covered with fleas from head to toe. Dad! Dad! His tongue seemed to have knotted as he called out to his dad, desperate and yet unable to form a coherent sentence. Noticing that something wasn't quite right with the way his son was behaving, he frowned as he said, "What are you panicking for? Even if the sky falls on you, Dad will hold it up." He turned around after saying that, looking at his son with dissatisfaction. Useless. If he was this frightened over just a little matter such as this, how then could he take over the Duke's position in the future? He then looked up, following his son's gaze. Just like his son did, he instantly saw the silhouette of an enormous bird, and on its back was the dignified Marshal Hayashin in his golden armor. Meng Chen stammered, and he became dizzy as if the sky was falling directly on him. By this time, the Ironclaw Condor and Marshal Hayashin were less than 300 meters from delicious restaurant, and he could see more than 10 people were simultaneously attacking one person. His junior brother Fei Hu. A wave of rage rose up from the bottom of his heart to his head, and he became livid with anger, his veins distended, making it look as if green vines were popping up under his skin. Who dares to hurt my junior brother? He roared, and the sound of the roar thundered for several li. A heavy oppressive atmosphere burst out and descended from his body, the aura of the King of Generals. All the residents within several li heard his angry thundering voice. Marshal Hayashin leaped off the back of the Ironclaw Condor and crossed the distance of tens of meters with just one leap like a tornado. From above the second floor, Marshal Hayashin let his halberd down at the second floor of the restaurant. Heaven's wrath! As the halberd cut down, chained images of the halberd slammed downwards. And when Duke Mengchen heard Marshal Hayashin's words, the blood vessels in his heart nearly snapped. Junior brother? Marshal's junior brother. That lowly commoner was actually the Marshal's junior brother. The attackers from the Duke's mansion only heard a loud shout, and suddenly a silhouette descended from the sky as terrifying halberds rained down on them. They were shocked and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Screams were heard throughout the restaurant's second floor as all the attackers were swept away by the force, and the floor trembled like it was about to collapse. Blood spurted out of First Mr. and Second Mr.'s mouth, their faces filled with fear. Two pairs of eyes quickly glanced around and found out other than the two of them, everyone else was dead. One strike injured 2 10th order, and annihilated more than 10 8th and 9th orders. This kind of terrifying power, only. Both of them quickly looked upwards and saw the person floating down, unable to believe it. How, Marshal Hayashin. After he had swept away the flies, Marshal Hayashin walked towards Fei Hu, his deep voice asking, Junior brother, your senior brother was late. Are you all right? Smiling, Fei Hu looked at the person before him and said, I'm all right. Then, the Marshal's gaze shifted to Huang Xiaolong. When he was in the air, he had noticed that his junior brother was exerting all his might to protect this little kid. What is this little kid's identity? Could he be junior brother's grandson? While these thoughts were running through Hayashin's mind, his eyes suddenly fell upon Huang Xiaolong's left hand. On Huang Xiaolong's left hand ring finger was a dark black ring, and when Hayashin saw this ring, his body shook visibly, eyes staring widely in disbelief. Isn't this? His eyes turned to Fei Hu. Fei Hu already knew what his senior brother wanted to ask and nodded his head at Hayashin. Seeing his junior brother's nod confirming his guess, his body trembled and his face flushed red with excitement, while his body shifted wanting to kneel down. A tiny voice similar to a fly's buzz was transmitted to his ear as Hayashin was about to kneel, stopping him. He swallowed the word sovereign that was about to leave his mouth and changed it into Luotong Kingdom's Marshal Hayashin greets the young master. Young master. The minds of the Duke and his son, First Mr. and Second Mr.'s crashed. The Luotong Kingdom's exalted Marshal Hayashin actually saluted that little kid. Moreover, the Marshal called him young master. It was as if the heavens flipped over, their legs shook unsteadily, and they were close to fainting. At this moment, not even the sky falling could compare to this disaster. Marshal Hayashin. Even Huang Xiaolong was stunned. This person saluting him, who looked like a man in his 70s, was Luotong Kingdom's Marshal Hayashin. Marshal Hayashin is an Asura's Gate disciple. Fei Hu's senior brother. Then, how vast and powerful was Asura's Gate? Young master. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was in a daze, Fei Hu called in a small voice, reminding him. Only then did Huang Xiaolong wake up, and his hands reached out to help Hayashin up. Marshal Hayashin, please stand. Marshal Hayashin's heart nearly jumped out when Huang Xiaolong reached out to help him. Feeling extremely flattered, he quickly stood up. Hayashin thanks young master. After he had stood up, Marshal Hayashin's sharp cold eyes looked at the four people. Meng Chen, Meng Zia, First Mr. and Second Mr. He naturally recognized Meng Chen and his son. Waves of murder raged in Marshal Hayashin's eyes. If they were only ganging up on his junior brother Fei Hu alone, he would have let this matter slide and ended it here, but now, he walked slowly towards the father and son pair, and he got to First Mr. and Second Mr. His wrist turned and his palms struck directly on their chests, causing it to explode instantly. 2 10th Order warriors died just like that. Marshal Hayashin. Meng Chen's face had already lost all his arrogance, stammering as he desperately tried to act tough. I am Duke Meng Chen. Although Marshal Hayashin is only below the king, but he still can't recklessly kill a duke. Marshal Hayashin in a cold voice said. I know you are Duke Meng Chen. Meng Chen sighed in relief when he heard this. It's better that you already knew who I am. But as Meng Chen relaxed, the halberd in Marshal Hayashin's hand speared forward, passing straight through his throat before he pulled it back. Even though you are a duke, for daring to attempt to kill my Asura Gate sovereign, you must die just the same. Marshal Hayashin looked on coldly as Duke Meng Chen's body slowly tumbled to the floor. Chapter 42. Xinshin Warrior. Meng Zia looked at his father's body which was tumbling while red blood spurted out from his throat. His mouth opened, and he let out the loudest scream of his entire life. His face turned pale, devoid of any color, his eyes rolled back, and once again he wet his pants. Hayashin's halberd stabbed forward once again into Meng Zia's throat, stopping his scream forever. Retrieving his halberd, Hayashin turned around without sparing a glance at the two bodies and returned to Huang Xiaolong's side. Young master, your subordinate came late and let young master suffered some shock. And at this time, the Marshal Mansion guards arrived at Delicious Restaurant, shocked when they saw the two bodies of Meng Chen and Meng Zia lying on the floor. Marshal, this is? A general within the group asked cautiously. Hayashin said coldly, they were killed by me. Go and clean up the bodies. The soldiers were very shocked. Marshal Hayashin then pointed at a person, drag him out and behead him. That person was the captain who had received Fei Hu's gold plate, but didn't go to the palace to inform Marshal Hayashin. Marshal, mercy. I was wrong. Marshal, mercy. That captain's soldier was so frightened that he immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. However, two soldiers dragged him out by force and moments later, a heart-wrenching wail rang out. Young master, would you consider returning to the martial mansion with me? Haoshan turned around and respectfully asked for Huang Xiaolong's opinion. Young master? The martial mansion's generals and soldiers all had disbelief written on their faces, and everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong in wonder. All you of you come, kneel down and greet the young master. Haoshan ordered the present generals and soldiers. Greeting the young master. The generals and soldier under Marshal Haoshan quickly knelt down and salute before Huang Xiaolong. All of you can stand up, said Huang Xiaolong as he looked at the soldiers kneeling down. He was unaccustomed to having all these people kneeling down to him, especially as they were generals and soldiers of the Luotan kingdom. Even if it was his grandfather, Wang Kaid, even he would need to lower his head in front of these people. After everyone got up, Huang Xiaolong turned to Marshal Haoshan and said, "Let's go." Marshal Haoshan was overjoyed, and it clearly showed on his face when he heard the sovereign agree to return to the martial mansion with him. Respectfully he said, "Yes, young master." "Young master, this way please." Thus, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Hu Haoshan, and the soldiers from the martial mansion headed towards the martial mansion in big strides. Soon after Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the marshal's mansion, the news about Marshal Haoshan killing Duke Mengchen and his son along with all their guards at delicious restaurant spread like wildfire to every corner of the royal city. All the nobles' families were shocked when they got the news, and their expressions turned ugly. This was the first time ever that a duke had been killed in public in the royal city since the kingdom's establishment, more than 200 years ago. I heard that it was Duke Mengchen who led his mansion's experts to delicious restaurant to seize Marshall's junior brother. Marshall was furious and killed Mengchen and the others in anger. Duke Mengchen's luck is appalling, provoking the Marshal, but Marshall was too domineering. He ignored the law, and he recklessly killed a duke in the middle of the royal city. Dukes, marquises, and barons were all having intimate discussions about this matter. Within the Luotan kingdom's palace, the king listened to endless reports from his ministers. The king hesitated for a moment before he waved his hand and said, "I now understand the matter. You may all go now." All the ministers present were startled when they heard this, but they dared not speak a word anymore. They quietly left the vast hall knowing that Duke Mengchen and his son died in vain. Since the king did not say anything, then it meant that the king had decided to not pursue the matter. Night came, and the moon shone down brightly. Huang Xiaolong stood in the martial mansion's garden with his hand behind his back admiring the full moon, recalling the scenes that happened in the restaurant during the day. Today's events had once again reminded him that he was still too weak, although he was only 9 years old and had already reached the peak of late 5th order. But while for others this might be incredible compared to those 7th, 8th, and 9th order warriors, his strength was still very insignificant. Moreover, Marshal Haoshan leaped off the condor from a high altitude, and with just one wave of his halberd he could kill more than a dozen 8th and 9th order warriors while heavily injuring 2 10th order warriors. This level of strength was definitely not something a 10th order warrior could do. Therefore he must be above a peak late 10th order warrior. Power above a peak late 10th order. What kind of strength is that? All along, Huang Xiaolong had never asked Fei Hu, and when he was still in Huang clan manor, his parents had never talked about this matter. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong called Fei Hu over. "Sovereign, what are your orders?" Fei Hu inquired respectfully when he arrived. "Sit." Huang Xiaolong pointed at a nearby garden stool opposite him. When both of them were seated, Huang Xiaolong asked about the doubts he had. "What is the realm above peak late 10th order?" Hearing Huang Xiaolong's question, Fei Hu paused a few seconds before answering, replying, "Sovereign, after breaking through peak late 10th order in the martial world, they are called Xianshan warrior." "Xianshan warrior?" Huang Xiaolong repeated. "Yes, Sovereign." Fei Hu nodded and said, "Our martial spirits absorb spiritual energy to convert into battle chi in our meridians, and battle chi can temper the body. The initial stages of a warrior, from 1st to 3rd order, can temper the muscles, 4th to 6th order refines the tendons, and 7th to 10th order tempers the bones. However, battle chi from the 1st to 10th order doesn't strengthen our internal organs. Only when we break through 10th order into Xianshan warrior does that happen. As long as we break through to Xianshan, we can then continuously temper and refine every aspect of our body, and at the same time our lifespan will also increase. A 10th order warrior can at the most live up to 100 years or so. However, when one advances to Xianshan, our lifespan will increase exponentially. In general, a Xianshan warrior can live up to 100 years old and a peak Xianshan up to 300 years. 300 years. Huang Xiaolong was amazed. Fei Hu nodded. "That's right, roughly 30 years ago, senior brother already break through to Xianshan. Senior brother Haoshan looks like he's in his 70s, but in fact he's already more than 100 years old." Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He never imagined that Marshal Haoshan was more than 100 years old. Fei Hu continued, "When one reaches the 7th order warrior, a chi si will form near the chest, and it will change once we break through to Xianshan, and the chi si will condense into liquid form. That's why a Xianshan warrior's battle chi contains more power. Not only that, our martial spirits will evolve and can then turn into a real physical entity. A martial spirit can become a real physical being." Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in astonishment. If martial spirits could turn into matter, then does that mean that martial spirits can be called out to battle? "Yes, Sovereign." Fei Hu nodded his head, saying the higher the martial spirit's grade, the stronger it will be once it turns into a physical body. For example, seeing your brother Hayashin has a top grade 10 martial spirits, the Dark Nether Lion. When released, there is not much of a difference in their strength. Saying there isn't much of a difference in their strengths would mean that the martial spirit is equivalent to another Zainian level expert. This is the gap between a Zainian and a Haoshan warrior. Wang Xiaolong also thought of something. At the time when he break through to Zainian, his martial spirits will be released in physical form, and since his martial spirits are twin dragons, couldn't he fly into the sky with one foot on the black dragon and another foot on the blue dragon? With his superb talent martial spirits, how heaven-defying would his strength be when he entered the Zainian realm? Chapter 43. Duanran Empire. But breaking through to Zainian realm is too difficult. While Wang Xiaolong was daydreaming about his martial spirits advancing to the Zainian realm and how strong it would be, Fei Hu was shaking his head, sighing as he said, to break through the Zainian realm, one needs at least a grade 10 martial spirits and above to have any chance. When a martial spirit is awakened, its natural talent already decides a person's future achievements in martial cultivation. This was the reason why Wang Kai spoiled Wang Wei to such an extent. Because Wang Wei possessed a grade 10 martial spirit, as long as no mishaps happened to Wang Wei, he would enter Zainian realm in his lifetime. One must have a grade 10 and above martial spirit to break through to the Zainian realm. Wang Xiaolong asked. Fei Hu was silent for a while before he continued saying. Not necessarily. There were some people who were able to advance to Zainian, but the difficulty is much higher than having a grade 10 martial spirits. There have also been stories that say even some people with top grade 8 martial spirits were able to advance. Pity there is little evidence to back up these stories. Among 100,000 people who possess top grade 8 martial spirits, perhaps not one could step into Zainian realm. As for grade 7, 6, and 5 martial spirits, no matter how much effort or hard work they put in, they would never achieve it. Wang Xiaolong nodded. If his martial spirits were grade 7, then he would never be able to advance Zainian, no matter how much time and sweat he exuded. Fortunately, his martial spirits were not grade 7. Then, are there warriors above Zainian realm? Wang Xiaolong's eyes burned into Fei Hu. Fei Hu was startled and subsequently nodded his head. Sovereign, indeed there is a higher realm above Zainian. Based on hearsay, the realm above Zainian is referred to as the Saint Realm, and after one steps into the Saint Realm, one's lifespan is extended to 1,000 years. The body will be immune to poisons and be as hard as steel, akin to having an immortal body. However, to have all that is harder than climbing up to heaven. Harder than climbing up to heaven? Wang Xiaolong was shocked. Fei Hu nodded his head. In the Zainian realm, every level of break through is much more difficult than the Haoshan level. Take senior brother Hayashin as an example. He broke through to Zainian more than 30 years ago. Only those who have superb martial talent have a chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Even then only if you will get chance, it's not a certainty. Not to mention the Luotong Kingdom, none of the hundreds of surrounding kingdoms have a saint warrior. More than 100 kingdoms and not even one has a Saint Realm warrior. Wang Xiaolong's eyes opened wide. How large is Luotong Kingdom's populace? At the very least, there are 2 or 3 billion people in each of the 100 or more kingdoms, that would equal more than 2 to 300 billion people. But there wasn't even one saint warrior. The truth was about 10 years ago, your subordinate saw a saint warrior. And at this moment, a respectful crept up Fei Hu when answering. A light lit up in Wang Xiaolong's eyes. Fei Hu laughed out loud when he noticed Wang Xiaolong's look. That year, your subordinate was in Duanran Empire's royal city, but it was just a glimpse. Fei Hu's face was a little embarrassed when he mentioned this, as even he with his 10th order strength wasn't qualified to meet with a sacred warrior. On that occasion, it was only by coincidence that he saw the saint-level expert flying across Duanran Empire's royal city. Duanran Empire. This was the first time Wang Xiaolong heard this name. Fei Hu continued to explain, saying, Luotong Kingdom is one of the 1,000 kingdoms under Duanran Empire. Although the 100 kingdoms around the Luotong Kingdom have no saint-level warrior, the Duanran Empire has a saint-level to protect the empire. Our continent is called Snowwind Continent. Other than the Duanran Empire, there are more than a dozen other empires, but only ours are composed of the human race. Apart from our human race, there are beastmen, elves, dwarves, ents, the golden giants, and others. Fei Hu explained. Wang Xiaolong's heart raced when he learned all this. Duanran Empire, Snowwind Continent, beastmen, elves, dwarves, ents, and the golden giants. This martial spirit world was actually this vast, wonderful, and exciting. He wanted to practice, to become stronger. Then he would head towards the Duanran Empire to meet with the Saint Warrior. One day, in the future, he will be a Saint Realm Warrior of Legends. A short while later, Fei Hu left. Wang Xiaolong sat in the garden alone, his heart unable to calm down for a long while. Let's first break through 6th order before thinking about anything else. Wang Xiaolong stood up, shaking his head in a chuckle. The so-called Zainian or Saint Realm for the current him was too far away. What he needed to do now was advance to the 6th order. He had a feeling that it would happen within 2 days. Returning to his room, Wang Xiaolong took out the cold jade bed from the Asura ring, sat on it in the lotus position, then began to run the Asura tactics exercise law. His twin dragon martial spirits appeared. devouring the netherworld spiritual aura flowing down from the space above Huang Xiaolong. After leaving Huang Clan Manor 4 months ago, his twin dragon martial spirits have become not just bigger, but the scales of both black and blue dragons have become tougher and denser, and their claws look stronger than before. The night passed in silence. Huang Xiaolong ended his practice when sunlight shone into the room through the window. Returning the cold jade bed into the ring, Huang Xiaolong left the room. When he stepped out, he saw Haoshan and Fei Hu both entering the yard. Saluting the sovereign, Haoshan and Fei Hu quickly knelt down in salute. Even though Martial Haoshan is a strong Zainian expert, but when meeting the sovereign, he still needed to kneel down and salute. This was the Asura's Gate rules. In Asura's Gate, the sovereign was supreme above all. This rule was carved into every Asura's Gate's disciple, to such an extent that even Huang Xiaolong as the current sovereign was powerless to abolish it. Thus Huang Xiaolong could only bear with it, and ask them to rise. I want to go out to look around, and I'd also want to buy a residence, said Huang Xiaolong when both of them had gotten up. In his opinion, although Martial Haoshan is an Asura's Gate disciple, staying here in the Martial Mansion for an extended time was inconvenient. If he had his own residence here in the royal city, whether it was training or other matters, it would be much more convenient. Martial Haoshan was startled when he heard this and anxiously asked, Sovereign, are the guards or servants performing unsatisfactorily? I will replace them in an instant. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled, saying no, it has nothing to do with them. I just want to buy a residence as it would be more convenient. When Haoshan heard this, he breathed out in relief. Huang Xiaolong was the sovereign, and since Huang Xiaolong already taken a position on the issue, he couldn't force the matter. Then, this subordinate will accompany sovereign to the property market to select a suitable resident, Haoshan said. No need, just send 2 guards to come along. In addition, there's Fei Hu, so nothing will happen. Huang Xiaolong added after he paused for a moment to have the Luotan Kingdom's marshal tagging along with him just to help him select a residence. There was no way he would be able to maintain a low profile in the future, and Huang Xiaolong didn't wish to attract any attention. Understood. Your subordinate will arrange it. Haoshan understood sovereign's worries. Thus he agreed and replied respectfully. Concerning the things that happened at the delicious restaurant, Martial Haoshan had already instructed the generals and soldiers not to breathe a word about Huang Xiaolong's identity. So far, none of the nobles and the influential families knew about the marshal's young master. A short while later, Haoshan sent 2 of the martial mansion's guards over to protect Huang Xiaolong. The 2 guards, Fei Hu and Huang Xiaolong, left the mansion walking towards the property market. Chapter 44. Stolen from our auction house. 4 people, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Hu and the 2 guards from the marshal's mansion headed towards a cultivation technique and battle skill auction house, having decided to go there before heading to the property market. While Huang Xiaolong was in the Silver Moon Forest, he had gotten some gold coins from killing mercenaries. However, it was not enough money to buy a property. So Huang Xiaolong decided to auction off the cultivation technique, Black Moon Art, which he had gotten from the purple-robed sword sect elder Chen Fang. Black Moon Art is a high-grade mysterious rank exercise. It would definitely fetch a good price. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 arrived at a cultivation technique and battle skill auction shop called Solitary Peak. Probably due to the early hours, the auction hall was empty when the 4 of them walked in. May I ask if you gentlemen want to buy or sell cultivation techniques? Asked the shop supervisor as he approached them, having seen the 4 of them as they walked in. I want to auction a high-grade mysterious rank cultivation technique, said Huang Xiaolong without preamble. Mysterious high-grade. The supervisor was really surprised as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. In general, people were rarely willing to sell a high-grade mysterious rank technique and skill. Correct. Huang Xiaolong answered lightly. Please come inside so that we can discuss. The supervisor's expression drastically changed, and he smiled broadly as he ushered the 4 of them into the inner hall. He quickly ordered servants to serve tea as Huang Xiaolong was seated, then he went to inform his superiors. Very soon, an old man in his 60s wearing a gold-colored robe came into the hall, followed by the previous supervisor. He was Solitary Peak's elder Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan came in, surprise flickered across his eyes when he saw Huang Xiaolong. Hee, I'm Solitary Peak Auctions Lin Yuan. I heard that little brother wants to auction a high-grade mysterious ranked cultivation technique, said Lin Yuan as he came in smiling. Huang Xiaolong didn't say anything but pretended to take something out from his robes, while actually taking a black book out of the Asura ring. He put the book on the table and opened to the first page. Black Moon Art. Lin Yuan was rather surprised as he had heard of Black Moon Art. After practicing this cultivation technique that trains in the yin energy of the moon, if one practices it especially at night, the power of this technique increases. Controlling his expression, Lin Yuan smiled, saying, This is definitely a high-grade mysterious art. How does little brother want this auction? I need money at the moment, so you offer a price, replied Huang Xiaolong after thinking for a moment. If he decided to auction the book, it would take 2 to 3 days before he could get the proceeds from the auction, which was why Huang Xiaolong decided to sell it directly to the auction house, so that he wouldn't need to waste time. On hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, it was clear to Lin Yuan that Huang Xiaolong needed the money urgently. A pained expression appeared on his face as he said, This little brother. you are aware that directly selling it will only fetch you a very low price. Then, he continued with an air of magnanimity saying, but I won't shortchange you. I offer you 50,000 gold coins. His hand showed 5 fingers. 50,000 gold coins? Wang Xiaolong sneered in his heart when he heard that. This old guy is really taking him as a little kid, trying to send him away with a measly 50,000 gold? A high-grade mysterious rank cultivation technique can reach a price as high as 300,000 gold coins minimum in an auction, so selling directly should at least bring him 250,000 gold coins. Even a mid-grade mysterious rank cultivation technique would cost at least 100,000 gold coins. Wang Xiaolong did not bother to continue negotiating, but instead he retrieved the black moon art from the table, got up and said to Fei Hu, let's go. And the 4 prepared to leave. Stop, yelled Lin Yuan when he saw that the 4 were about to leave. His body then flashed. Then he appeared beside Wang Xiaolong, blocking his path with his hand. Suddenly more than 10 gray-robed guards rushed into the room. Wang Xiaolong's expression became cold. Looking at them he asked, what is the meaning of this? Lin Yuan's earlier smile vanished as he said, little brother, why are you in a rush to leave? Is it because of guilt? Does your cultivation technique manual have suspicious origins? Wang Xiaolong returned Lin Yuan's look with a look full of interest of his own. My manual's origin is suspicious. Lin Yuan smirked, that's right. Our auction house lost a high-grade mysterious rank cultivation technique, the black moon art, a few days ago. Wang Xiaolong sneered in his heart. It seemed like this person wanted to force him to sell cheaply, so he gave an excuse implying that the black moon art was stolen from the Solitary Peak auction house. On Earth, Wang Xiaolong had come across this kind of forced sale situation a few times. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you, said Lin Yuan in a cold tone. Return the black moon art to our Solitary Peak auction house, and we will let you leave. If not, stealing from us comes with dire consequences. Now, Lin Yuan didn't want to pay the 50,000 gold coins which he had previously offered. With 50,000 gold coins in his pocket, it was enough for him to live happily for some time. He knew all the children of royal cities, nobles, and prominent families, and Wang Xiaolong was not one of them, so he dared to act in such a manner, confident that Wang Xiaolong didn't have the means to seek revenge. He had done this a few times. Listening to the auction house's elder slander Wang Xiaolong, saying the black moon art was stolen from them, Fei Hu regarded him with interest. He stood next to Wang Xiaolong silently. However, while Fei Hu could stomach it, the 2 guards from the marshal's mansion standing behind Wang Xiaolong couldn't. One of them stepped up and slapped Lin Yuan's cheek and shouted in anger, are your eyes blind? You dare to bully our young master? Pah! That one slap sent Lin Yuan staggering back several steps, and a red 5 fingerprint appeared on his right cheek. You dare to attack me? Lin Yuan's hand touched his burning cheek and roared. His eyes filled with killing intent. Because the 2 guards weren't wearing their uniforms, but instead wore normal robes, Lin Yuan couldn't recognize them. Attack! Kill them all! Snatch back that black moon art manual! Lin Yuan shouted anxiously. He flashed and appeared in front of Wang Xiaolong and struck out. But the moment he appeared before Wang Xiaolong, a silhouette suddenly cut in between them. They oozed out and swords sparks floated out like white snowflakes. Startled, Lin Yuan tried to retreat, but the many snowflake-like sword sparks melted into his body, and Lin Yuan screamed as his body was sent back flying and crashed into a pillar. The 2 marshal's mansion guards' bodies were spinning, and with every turn, an auction house guard fell down. Having been sent to protect Wang Xiaolong by Marshal Hayashin, these 2 guards' strength couldn't be weak. Although they were yet to reach the 10th order, but they both were at the peak late 9th order, so how could the auction house guards win against them? Very quickly all the gray-clothed guards were lying on the floor moaning in pain. Only then the 2 guards who followed Wang Xiaolong stopped. Young master, are you all right? Both of them stepped towards Wang Xiaolong and asked respectfully. I'm all right. Wang Xiaolong shook his head. He walked towards the auction house elder Lin Yuan, who just got up and was leaning against the wall. Seeing Wang Xiaolong standing near him, he became frightened. Little brother, a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's our mistake. We lost a cultivation technique a few days ago, but it wasn't the black moon art. I was mistaken. This pighead of mine, so stupid, deserving death. Chapter 45. Meeting Lai Lu again. A misunderstanding? Wang Xiaolong sneered. Are you sure that the cultivation technique manual that your auction lost is not the black moon art? Wang Xiaolong, of course, knew the auction house's so-called lost manual was made up by this elder Lin Yuan. There's no such thing. Lin Yuan desperately squeezed out a stiff smile that was uglier than a cry. Sure, I'm sure I made a mistake. At this time, a loud voice thundered from outside the auction house. Who ate leopard guts and dared to make a ruckus in my auction house? Brisk, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall, causing tremors on the floor surrounded the perimeter of the inner hall. From the sounds of footsteps, it seemed that there were a lot of people outside. Joy surfaced on Lin Yuan's face. Moments later, a bearded middle-aged man with thick bushy eyebrows marched into the inner hall, leading a dozen people with him, making a big entrance. The inner hall was big. Even with so many people it didn't feel crowded at all. As the middle-aged man stepped into the inner hall, he saw more than 10 gray, loathed guards of the solitary peak auction house lying on the floor moaning in pain. His became even more sullen. President. Seeing the middle-aged man, Lin Yuan stumbled towards him in a panic. President, save me. This bushy-browed middle-aged man is solitary peak auction house's president, Du Bei's. What happened? Du Bei's expression turned cold. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then quickly pointed his finger in Wang Xiaolong's direction and said, President, in the few days you weren't around, the auction house lost a high-grade mysterious rank cultivation technique manual. It was these people who stole it. Mysterious high-grade cultivation technique. When Du Bei's heard this, his palm struck Elder Lin Yuan so hard that he flew back. Lin Yuan screamed as he flew off and crashed into a wall of the inner hall. The four corners of the inner hall were deadly silent and Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu, and the two guards were stunned. Ashen-faced, Lin Yuan quivered as he struggled to stand up, blood spurting from his mouth as one of his hand clutched his mouth. He looked unbelievably at President. You mean to say they stole our cultivation technique and then brought it back to sell to us? Demanded Du Bei's as he stared coldly at Lin Yuan who was trying to stand up. Only an idiot would believe Lin Yuan's lie, which was so full of holes. Lin Yuan's face turned a beet red. President, you think that by covering up I won't find out about how you've been doing forced sales? And on several occasions at that? Du Bei's eyes turned sharp as he glowered at Lin Yuan who trembled on hearing this, and his face turned pale white. President, this is enough, you don't need to say anymore. If it weren't for your sister I would have crippled you long ago. I will deal with you afterward. Scram! Du Bei's waved his hand, and two guards came and took Lin Yuan away. Du Bei's then turned towards Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu. Customers, my name is Du Bei's. For this to happen, it is because I was lacking in management. I apologize to everyone. It doesn't matter. Wang Xiaolong replied, since the issue has been resolved, there is no problem. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique little brother wanted to auction. Du Bei's asked as he waved his hand sending away other guards that had rushed in with him earlier. Since the conflict was resolved, Wang Xiaolong did not intend to pursue such a small matter. He sat down on the same chair and took out the little black manual. High-grade mysterious rank cultivation technique, Black Moon Art. Just like Lin Yuan, Du Bei's was a little shocked as he looked at Wang Xiaolong and the little black book. That's right. Wang Xiaolong added, I'm in need of money at the moment, so I don't plan to auction it. I'd like to sell it directly to the auction house, but I don't know what price President is willing to offer. Du Bei's hesitated slightly before answering, 350,000, but I don't know if little brother is satisfied with this offer. 350,000. Wang Xiaolong was slightly surprised. If this manual was auctioned, it could fetch that price, but he was dealing direct with the auction house and yet Du Bei's still quoted such a high price. However, Wang Xiaolong quickly understood that Du Bei's gave him such an offer because he wanted to show goodwill. Thus, Wang Xiaolong didn't feign politeness and sold the Black Moon Art manual for 350,000 gold coins. A short while later, Du Bei's personally sent Wang Xiaolong out. President, that Black Moon Art manual, although it is a high-grade mysterious rank cultivation technique, to buy it for 350,000. Isn't that too high? Asked an elder behind Du Bei's cautiously. Besides, they also injured our guards. Du Bei's looked at the four peoples as they walked away, a light flickered in his eyes and shook his head. You don't understand. He had a feeling that these four weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. If he could form a good relationship with Wang Xiaolong, it may very well bring enormous benefits for to the auction house will be much bigger. Wang Xiaolong's group of four headed to the property market, after they had left the auction house. After going through some choices, Wang Xiaolong finally settled on a Tangshuan courtyard at 250,000 gold coins. This Tangshuan courtyard was quite close to the marshal's mansion which was 3 streets away, estimated at about half an hour's distance. And this Tangshuan courtyard was spacious and spanned about 1,000 square meters, which was one of the reasons why Wang Xiaolong chose it. Wang Xiaolong wanted to develop his own force, and the large space would make training convenient. Even though he is said to be Asura's Gate sovereign, the Asura's Gate cannot be considered as his own power. After settling Tangshuan courtyard matters, Wang Xiaolong went to the slave market with the 3 of them. After all, a mansion would need servants to maintain it. When Wang Xiaolong came out of the slave market, behind Fei Hu and the 2 guards were 16 slaves. 4 of them were beastmen, 2 were from the elf race, 2 were mountain dwarves, and the remaining 8 were human. Fei Hu felt it strange that Wang Xiaolong even chose to buy 2 dwarves, since normally people wouldn't choose them as servants. But Wang Xiaolong was the sovereign, so it was not his place to question his actions. With the newly bought slaves, Wang Xiaolong went straight back to his new mansion, Tangshuan Mansion, instead of returning to the marshal's mansion. Arriving at the Tangshuan Mansion, Wang Xiaolong took a tour around the mansion. In total, it had more than a dozen rooms, several small yards, and in the back, there was huge open space. Wang Xiaolong found the place very satisfactory. However, the mansion had been left empty for some time, so some walls had paint peeling and weeds were growing all over the place. From among the 16 slaves, Wang Xiaolong picked out a beastman called Boli, tasking him with cleaning the mansion along with others. After he had made the proper arrangements, Wang Xiaolong's group of 4 left the Tangshuan Mansion and returned to the marshal's mansion. Unexpectedly, halfway to the marshal mansion, Wang Xiaolong suddenly heard from behind the surprised cry of a familiar voice. Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong was startled and turned around, but a shadow had already leaped towards his direction. It was Lai Lu. Shouldn't Lai Lu be in Kanglan County? How did she appear in the royal city? Xiaolong, it is really you. Lai Lu ran towards Wang Xiaolong, a big smile on her face, and hugged him. A girl's body fragrance entered his nose. Wang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect to run into Lai Lu in the royal city. Xiaolong, why did you also come to the royal city? Wang Xiaolong had yet to ask before Lai Lu's happy voice sounded. Also come to the royal city? Wang Xiaolong didn't know how to answer. Did you also come to register at the Cosmic Star Academy? Asked Lai Lu while Wang Xiaolong was still struggling to answer her first question. Chapter 46. Imperial City Battle. Register for Cosmic Star Academy enrollment. Wang Xiaolong was dazed. At this time, Lai Cheng and a few of Lai residents' bodyguards had caught up with them. It was Lai Cheng who brought Lai Lu over to Royal City. Uncle, Wang Xiaolong greeted Lai Cheng, struggling to get out of Lai Lu's arms. Lai Cheng looked at Wang Xiaolong meaningfully, laughed and said, Xiaolong, I haven't seen you for a few months, yet you have grown taller. These past few months, Lai Lu has missed you very much. Dad, what are you saying? Protested Lai Lu shyly, stamping her feet a couple of times. Lai Cheng chuckled and then turned around towards Fei Hu. Greetings, Senior Fei Hu. The news had traveled that Fei Hu defeated Wang Clan Manor's old patriarch, Wang Kai, in one move, thus revealing his peak late 10th order strength. Of course, Lai Cheng heard about it. Fei Hu slightly nodded, his expression remaining indifferent. Xiaolong, have you found a place to stay? If not, let's stay together. The Lai family's business dealt with silk and was relatively a large business. Thus, they have a small store and residence courtyard here in the royal city. But their residence courtyard was about 200 square feet. It couldn't compare to Wang Xiaolong's Tangshuan courtyard. Stay together? Wang Xiaolong stared at Lai Lu and swallowed his saliva before answering. No need, I already found a place to stay. Oh, Lai Lu pouted, feeling disappointed, but very quickly a smile appeared again on her face, showing two cute dimples. This royal city is very big, bigger than Kanglan County City. Come, let's go and have a look around. Lai Lu was already pulling Wang Xiaolong's hand as she said that. Look around? Black lines appeared on Wang Xiaolong's forehead. Still, in the end, he was pulled around the city by Lai Lu for more than an hour. More than an hour later, Wang Xiaolong finally escaped and returned to the marshal's mansion with Fei Hu and the two guards. Wang Xiaolong left early in the morning, and it was afternoon when he returned. In the marshal mansion, Wang Xiaolong invited Marshal Haoshan over to his yard. Sovereign, Haoshan respectfully greeted upon seeing Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong pointed to chairs nearby and indicated that both Haoshan and Fei Hu should sit. Both of you, come sit. When both of them were seated, Wang Xiaolong said to Haoshan, I would like to know about Cosmic Star Academy. Haoshan paused. He didn't expect that Sovereign called him over to ask about Cosmic Star Academy. Then, something occurred to him. Cosmic Star Academy is Luotong Kingdom's elite academy. Does the Sovereign want to enroll into the academy? Immediately, Haoshan told Wang Xiaolong about Cosmic Star Academy's history, and all he knew about it. He talked for 20 minutes or so before asking Sovereign, do you want to enroll into Cosmic Star Academy? Wang Xiaolong practiced the Asura tactics, and he had the Asura sword skill, and the Asura demon claw. Therefore, in his opinion, it's not that important whether or not he got into the Cosmic Star Academy. But when Haoshan asked, Wang Xiaolong did not deny it. Haoshan continued to elaborate, if Sovereign enrolls into Cosmic Star Academy, it will be helpful to Sovereign's practice. Every year in Cosmic Star Academy, a competition is held between the different classes. Then the different class years and the overall academy, and every year's first place winner is eligible to enter the Dragon Flame Valley to practice. Dragon Flame Valley is a practice treasure land. Not only can it refine the physical body, but it also can improve battle chi grade. Dragon Flame Valley, refining physical body and improving battle chi grade. Wang Xiaolong was astonished. This was his first time hearing that there were things that could enhance battle chi grade. Yes, Sovereign. This Dragon Flame Valley has a natural underground dragon vein, and that is the reason why practicing in Dragon Flame Valley can refine and strengthen the body, and enhance battle chi quality. But it is only effective for those under the 10th order. After the 10th order, practicing in the Dragon Flame Valley has no significant benefits. Added Fei Hu. Natural dragon vein. The Cosmic Star Academy actually has a natural dragon vein. A light flickered in Wang Xiaolong's eyes. Although it only benefits those under the 10th order, it is already unbelievable enough. And for the current Wang Xiaolong, the benefits reaped would be great. Apart from that, the first place of every class year is rewarded with a Dan. First place first year, a high grade 4 Spirit Dan. First place second year is rewarded with an early grade 5 Spirit Dan. The third year's first place gets a mid-grade 5 Spirit Dan, and lastly, the overall Academy champion gets a high-grade 5 Spirit Dan. Haoshan explained in detail. High-grade 4 Spirit Dan, early grade 5, mid-grade, and high-grade. Both of Wang Xiaolong's eyes were wide with disbelief. This Cosmic Star Academy was so generous, willing to come out with so many grade 5 Spirit Dans as rewards. Grade 5 spirit dans in the Luotong Kingdom can't be bought even if you have money. Grandfather Wang Kai's heart bled profusely when he gave the grade 4 spirit dan that he had kept for nearly 20 years to Wang Xiaolong. Instead, Wang Xiaolong gave the Dragon Tiger fundamental dan to his father, Wang Peng, and that was only a high grade 4 spirit dan. The one who wins the overall academy competition will be representing Cosmic Star Academy to Duanrun Empire Imperial City for the Imperial City Battle. They who said, head to Duanrun Empire Imperial City for the Imperial City Battle. Wang Xiaolong's astonishment came from the bottom of his heart. Correct, every year, all the first-place Academy disciples under Duanrun Empire's rule will travel to the Imperial City to compete in what is called the Imperial City Battle. Hayashin continued to say, in the competition, disciples that perform outstandingly, ranking within the first 100, are eligible to enroll in Imperial City's Duanrun Academy, becoming a Duanrun Academy disciple. And this is a great honor no matter how prestigious the family or kingdom. And in that 100 spots, from 11 to 100 the disciples are rewarded with an early grade 6 spirit dan. Second to the 10th place are rewarded mid-grade 6 spirit dan. As for the champion, is rewarded with a high grade 6 spirit dan. Hayashin was very excited as he spoke about the rewards that would be given. That's a high grade 6 spirit dan. A high grade 6 spirit dan is a much coveted treasure for a Zainian like him. Even Fei who was filled with longing. And Huang Xiaolong swallowed, a glue sound was heard. His mother asterisk, that's a high grade 6 spirit dan. If a peak late 10th order warrior swallowed it he probably could break through to Zainian realm. Slowly, Huang Xiaolong calmed down. Then Huang Xiaolong asked Hayashin the Cosmic Star Academy's registration process and requirements. Hayashin warrior can register and with Sovereign's age there won't be any problem. The basic requirements are aged 12 and under, and the martial spirits must be at least a grade 9. Hayashin replied. Grade 9 and above? Huang Xiaolong frowned. If it is necessary to check his martial spirits, then wouldn't his twin dragon martial spirits be exposed? Actually, it doesn't matter if Sovereign doesn't have grade 9 martial spirits. I can arrange for Sovereign's entry to the academy. As Hayashin had never seen Huang Xiaolong's martial spirits, upon noticing Huang Xiaolong's frown, he thought Huang Xiaolong's martial spirits doesn't meet the requirement. As the Luotong Kingdom's only martial, he has the ability to arrange for a person to enter the Cosmic Star Academy. Chapter 47. Sovereign invincible throughout. Don't have grade 9 martial spirits? Huang Xiaolong listened to Martial Hayashin misunderstanding, shook his head and smiled bitterly. After thinking for a moment, Huang Xiaolong said, the truth is, it is not that my martial spirit doesn't reach grade 9. I am worried about my martial spirit being exposed. Hayashin and Fei who exchanged a glance. Sovereign was worried about troubles that might arise if his martial spirit was exposed. In general, even if he possessed a grade 10 martial spirit he didn't need to worry about this matter, right? While Hayashin and Fei who were still confused, suddenly, a bright light shone from Huang Xiaolong's body and subsequently, 2 small dragons, one black one blue floated above Huang Xiaolong's head. 2 oppressive auras that made the heart palpitate spread out from them, and an aura that could have swept the world was exuded from Huang Xiaolong's body. Both of them were dazed as they stared at the martial spirits floating behind Huang Xiaolong, their bodies trembling, not daring to believe the scene before them. Twin martial spirits, cried out Fei Hu in a shaky voice. Sovereign's martial spirit turned out to be the legendary twin martial spirits. A dragon? Twin dragons? Superb talent twin martial spirits. Martial Hayashin quivered with excitement, his tongue knotted, and he started to mumble incoherently. Heavens, twin superb martial spirits. This actually are Sovereign's martial spirits. Both Hayashin and Fei Hu became so excited that they felt faint. Without warning, both of them jumped off their seats and prostrated before Huang Xiaolong. Sovereign invincible throughout! Sovereign invincible throughout! They lauded the words every time they lowered their head in prostration, their usual calmness and indifference lost in their excitement. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied at the sight of Martial Hayashin and Fei Hu repeatedly bowing while shouting slogans. Speechless, he laughed bitterly in his mind. It's just superb talent, twin martial spirits. Do you both need to be so excited? Both of you stand up, said Huang Xiaolong finally. But both Hayashin and Fei Hu did not stand up. Martial Hayashin beamed in elation, tears welling up in his eyes as he said, Sovereign, superb martial spirits, this is heaven's blessing to our Asura's gate. Our Asura's gate will definitely rise again, rebuilding our past glory. Superb twin martial spirits. Such a rare talent, not to mention the Duanrun Empire, or even the entire Snow-Wind continent did not have one since they were so very few. The Duanrun Empire was built over 2,000 years ago, and yet to date there hasn't been even one twin martial spirits emerging in its history. Fei Hu was no exception, babbling nonsensically to himself. It took 10 minutes for their excitement to subside a bit before both of them were willing to stand up, but they still had not fully calmed down. The matter about my martial spirits must not be leaked out. Huang Xiaolong reminded when Hayashin and Fei Hu stood up. Sovereign, rest assured. Even if we die we will not say a word about Sovereign's martial spirits. Fei Hu and Hayashin once again knelt down in oath. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He revealed the secret because he trusted them due to the fact Fei Hu and Hayashin were absolutely loyal to Asura's gate. Wang Xiaolong told them to rise and asked, "Can you tell me the grade of my twin martial spirits?" Hayashin and Fei, who were stunned, and exchanged a look between themselves, but neither of them spoke. Some time passed before Hayashin finally opened his mouth, saying seriously, "In general, Black Dragon martial spirits are graded 10. However, from what I can see, this Black Dragon differs from the usual Black Dragon. Sovereign's Black Dragon should be a variation, and as for the Blue Dragon, there is no record of it." "No record?" Wang Xiaolong was astounded. "Yes, Sovereign. In the Snow-Wind continent, there hasn't been a time where a Blue Dragon martial spirit appeared before. Although I can't determine the grade of Sovereign's Blue Dragon, I can say that the Blue Dragon is much stronger than the Black Variant Dragon," Hayashin said. Wang Xiaolong was surprised. A Blue Dragon martial spirit had never appeared on the Snow-Wind continent. Does this mean his Blue Dragon is unique, one of a kind? Then Wang Xiaolong asked more questions about Black Dragon martial spirits. A while later, both Hayashin and Fei Hu left. After both of them left, Wang Xiaolong remained seated in the garden musing. Although he was unable to determine his martial spirit's grade, he could confirm that it was above grade 12. Wang Xiaolong then thought of Duanran Empire's Imperial City battle, and Asura's Gate internal strife, and in the end, Lai Lu crossed his mind. Better not to think too much about these things, it's better train harder. Wang Xiaolong stood up. He wanted to break through to 6th order before enrolling into the Cosmic Star Academy. Wang Xiaolong returned to his room and took out the cold jade bed. He sat on the bed and began to run Asura tactics while the twin dragons appeared behind him, devouring the emerging netherworld spiritual aura. Battle chi roared in his meridians and veins and crashed against the 6th order barrier. The situation continued like this as time flowed on without notice. Then, out of nowhere, a crack resembling the sound of an eggshell breaking that only Wang Xiaolong could hear broke the silence. Joy was evident in Wang Xiaolong's eyes. 6th order break through. Battle chi flowed into wider meridians and waves through the body, flooding it with thicker battle chi. The night passed. Wang Xiaolong came out of his room, did some light warm-ups, and headed to the garden. His palm suddenly struck an iron stake, and a 1-inch dent with his palm print appeared on the iron stake, making it vibrate endlessly. After advancing to the 6th order, Wang Xiaolong's battle chi now is equivalent to a dozen stones, and the strength of each palm reached 2,000 jin. At the same time, Wang Xiaolong noticed that when his palm struck out, his muscles' explosive power was higher than it used to be and was much firmer. To test his power and strength, after advancing to the 6th order, Wang Xiaolong leaped up, the twin blades appearing in Wang Xiaolong's hand, and he swung down. A myriad of sword rays transformed into a violent rainstorm dominating the yard, the wind whistling as loud as thunder. Despite that, the strange thing was that even though the whole yard was in the storm area, the grass and flowers weren't affected, leading one to think that the attack did not affect the ground. After the first strike, Wang Xiaolong swung the second strike. This time the myriad of sword lights became drizzles and each dropped the size of a small fly. Without truly focusing, it was difficult to hear the sound of it. Past few months of practice had increased his comprehension, made understanding of tears of Asura to rise even more. He repeated this routine and 2 days were gone in a blink. In these past 2 days, Wang Xiaolong did not once leave the yard. All his time was spent practicing the Asura tactics, the body metamorphose scripture, and the tears of Asura. On the 3rd day, Marshal Hayashin came to see Wang Xiaolong with a recommendation letter for the Cosmic Star Academy. He stayed for a while, highlighting the things that Wang Xiaolong needed to pay attention to, and then arranged for the same bodyguards to follow Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu to Cosmic Star Academy for enrollment. The Cosmic Star Academy was located to the north of Royal City's center, not too far from the Marshal's mansion. 1 hour later, the group of 4 arrived at the huge Cosmic Star Academy gates. What depressed Wang Xiaolong was that the moment he arrived, he ran into Lai Lu's group who were there for the same reason. "Xiaolong," exclaimed Lai Lu when she spotted Wang Xiaolong at the gates, and just like she did the previous day, she ran into his arms. Chapter 48. Revoked Qualifications. Lai Lu embraced Wang Xiaolong, causing people nearby to look at them. Although in appearance both of them were 9-year-old kids, but with so many people paying attention to them, he still felt a bit shy. Uncle Wang Xiaolong greeted Lai Cheng, who was coming behind Lai Lu, while trying to separate himself and create some distance from Lai Lu. This girl seemed to be addicted to embracing him, as every time she sees him, it seemed necessary to hug him at least once. The most baffling thing was Lai Cheng as a father. Why doesn't he curtail his daughter? Lai Cheng smiled and nodded right at Wang Xiaolong before turning towards Fei Hu, respectfully greeting him. They had already met the day before. Therefore, after the brief greetings together, they walked into the Cosmic Star Academy's gates until they got to a huge square paved with a rarely seen stone, Starlight Stone. Starlight stones contained a trace of spiritual energy, and standing close to it energizes a person. Every piece of Starlight Stone is worth 1,000 gold in such a huge square. How many Starlight Stones were that? This Cosmic Star Academy is really wealthy and influential. There were already many people already gathered in the huge square, a few hundred in number, and they all came for the Academy registration. Wang Xiaolong and the others looked around, then headed to the registration spot. Arriving at the registration spot, They saw that the person in charge of reception was a 20-something-year-old woman with arched brows and phoenix eyes. So fair was her skin that it seemed transparent to the bone. She was stunning, with a cold temperament. "Hello teacher, we came to register." Lailu walked up and said, her cute dimples making an appearance. Xingmei looked up. Seeing Lailu's adorable dimples, her cold face loosened a little. With a faint smile, she nodded and asked, "Name, age?" Lailu answered all politely. After recording everything down, Xingmei gave Lailu a wooden plate, then told Lailu to go into the inner hall to test her martial spirit and other procedures. Despite stating requirements of grade 9 and above martial spirit and being under the age of 12, there were still additional assessments to be taken. Receiving the wooden plate, Lailu stood one side to wait for Wang Xiaolong. At this point, Wang Xiaolong walked up and withdrew a recommendation letter. Seeing that Wang Xiaolong took out a recommendation letter, the amiable attitude she displayed with Lailu vanished into thin air and was replaced with a frosty expression. Dislike and contempt shone from her eyes. She hated these types of disciples that didn't have grade 9 martial spirits and instead relied on their family's connection to get a recommendation for Cosmic Star Academy for special enrollment. Name, age? Xingmei snapped. Wang Xiaolong, 9.5 years old. Wang Xiaolong answered. Xingmei roughly recorded the information and took out a plate about 2 thumb size with starlight twinkling and flung it to the floor, saying, "This is your student plate." The twinkling student plate fell right beside Wang Xiaolong's feet. It was extremely obvious that the plate did not fall by accident. Seeing this, Fei Hu and the 2 guards became angry, but just as they were about to step forward, Wang Xiaolong stopped them and shook his head. Only then did the 3 endure and restrain themselves. Fei Hu picked up the student plate. Since Xingmei threw his student plate on the floor, Wang Xiaolong was no longer inclined in being polite with such a person. His voice sounded cold as he asked, "Where do I pay the fees?" Xingmei retorted icily, "Are you dumb? Can't you to ask someone else?" Insolent. When Fei Hu heard Xingmei actually dare to insult his sovereign as a dumb, his 10th order oppressive atmosphere was instantly released. Xingyu blanked for a moment, realizing Fei Hu was a peak late 10th order warrior, but instead of fear, she laughed coldly. "Want to make trouble?" Saying that, Xingmei went all out, and her martial spirit appeared in the air behind her. Xingmei's martial spirit was actually a butterfly, but her butterfly wasn't the common type. Hers had 8 wings colored gold and silver, and a halo of colors surrounded its entire body. 7. Colored butterfly. This was beyond Wang Xiaolong's expectation. The rainbow butterfly was a rare kind of martial spirit. Although it was a grade 9 martial spirit, it was considered average. Martial spirits of the same grade are further classified into average, top, and apex classifications. At this time, from different directions of the square, 3 silhouettes flew over to Wang Xiaolong's location at high speed, and soon, the 3 figures appeared before them. All 3 people wore similar clothing to Xingmei, the Cosmic Star Academy's teacher uniform. Apparently, the newly arrived people were also academy teachers. One of the 3 had a vertical slit on his forehead, akin to having a third eye, adding a devilish charm. Arriving at the location, the slit on his forehead moved as he turned to Xingmei, asking, "Meiki, what happened?" As his question ended, his gaze fell on Fei Hu. Xingmei burned with indignation, glaring at Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu. Just a waste of a student with a recommendation letter who is relying on a family's background to cause trouble. A waste with a recommendation letter. Relying on family's influence. Causing trouble. Wang Xiaolong's face instantly turned cold. Initially, he found this woman unpleasant, but now it shot up to total dislike. Even if Wang Xiaolong was registering into the academy with a recommendation letter and not through assessments, this was the academy's issue. This ugly woman had no authority to interfere. She's only a teacher. By trying to vent her dissatisfaction on him, this woman chose the wrong prey. Oh, so it is a waste student bringing a recommendation letter. Kid, if you're trying to make trouble, you found the wrong place. Why don't you look around and realize where you are standing? The man, Zhang Yuan, barked at Wang Xiaolong and continued in a cold tone, "Now, kneel down and apologize to Teacher Xing, and we will forgive this matter. Otherwise." Those coming to register with recommendations usually had strong backgrounds. Therefore, in Zhang Yuan's opinion, just punishing him by asking him to kneel down and apologize for his actions was already very tolerant and magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have revoked this kid's qualification and told them to scram. Kneel down and apologize? When Fei Hu and the 2 guards heard that the man wanted Wang Xiaolong to kneel down and apologize, their anger soared. And at this point, Wang Xiaolong shifted his attention to Zhang Yuan. Pointing at Xingmei, he sneered sarcastically, "I also give you and this female bear a choice. Kneel down and apologize to me, or else." A cold, sharp light glinted in Wang Xiaolong's eyes. Since these 2 people him, and were giving him trouble, he would grant them their wishes. That no one dared to do so past didn't mean no one would in the future. By this time, those who came to register with their family had crowded around them. Hearing Wang Xiaolong wanted 2 teachers to kneel down and apologize, shocked gasps echoed within the crowd. This brother is 2F*** King Awesome. Xingmei and Zhang Yuan were shocked senseless. Their faces turned red and deepened to purple in a fury. A waste relying on a recommendation letter to enroll was so brazen, and dared to tell them to kneel down and apologize to him instead. Meki pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Her voluptuous bosom rose and fell as she hollered, "I'm revoking your qualification this instant. Get out of here with your 3 slaves." Huang Xiaolong jeered, "You want to revoke my qualification? A mere teacher like you doesn't have the qualification." What Huang Xiaolong said was a fact. Only the principal had the right to revoke the registration of students who registered through a recommendation. Chapter 49. Ought to be beheaded. You. Meki was so angry that she didn't know how to retort. According to the academy's regulations, only the vice principal and above had the right to revoke special admission students like Huang Xiaolong. She had uttered the words in anger, forgetting this one detail. Dong Yuan, however, snorted and disputed Huang Xiaolong's words. "Although we don't have the authority to rescind your qualification, we have the right to propose and insist on your disqualification. Moreover, you caused trouble in the academy, and us teachers have the right to detain and hand you over to the disciplinary hall." After Zhang Yuan had said his piece, a bright light shone from as Zhang Yuan released his martial spirits. And his martial spirits was a mountain. A triangular black mountain that has 3 eyes. The 3-eyed black mountain. Like Fei Hu's Silver River martial spirit, the 3-eyed black mountain is also martial spirit's base on nature. Fei Hu's Silver River were a variation of a natural river, and the 3-eyed black mountain born of a variational mountain. Dong Yuan immediately soul transformed after releasing his martial spirits. His body became covered with a layer of black armor, and he struck out at Huang Xiaolong. Although Zhang Yuan said he wanted to detain Huang Xiaolong, yet his strike was powerful enough to kill Huang Xiaolong, and more likely than not, Huang Xiaolong would have been crippled even if he escaped death. Facing this, Huang Xiaolong became even colder, and the words slowly came out. "Kill him." "Yes, young master." Fei, who had been waiting for this instruction from Huang Xiaolong, acknowledged loudly. He released his Silver River martial spirits, and soul transformed, punching out, meeting the opponent straight on. The 2 guards from the marshal's mansion fought against Meki and the other 2 teachers. Boom! Plangent blasts resounded as Zhang Yuan and Fei Hu's attack collided, and Zhang Yuan was seen staggering backward. The black armor protecting him dimmed considerably. "You peak late, 10th order." Dong Yuan was flabbergasted looking at Fei Hu. Earlier, what Fei Hu revealed was early 10th order warrior's atmosphere, which led Zhang Yuan to think Fei Hu was just some general 10th order. Never would he imagine Fei Hu to be a peak late 10th order. A warrior with Silver River martial spirits. Peak late 10th warrior. In the Cosmic Star Academy, there were a few 10th order warriors, but a peak late 10th order was scarce. And since he was a 3rd year teacher, he was only a mid 10th order. Fei Hu disregarded Zhang Yuan's shocked expression. After he fended off Zhang Yuan with the first punch, Fei Hu reappeared in front of him in a blink of an eye and struck again. Heart-shattering fist. A big fist print pierced through across the distance, the space cracking from the force. Face full of fear, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth, and ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes. The vertical slit in his forehead suddenly split open, revealing a black protruding eye. This was Zhang Yuan's martial spirit's innate ability. Divine Soul Eye. A dark black light burst out from the 3rd eye on Zhang Yuan's forehead, and the black light amassed into a large black-colored eyeball that exuded a strong eerie atmosphere, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. The black eye formed from the black light collided with Fei Hu's fist. Boom! In the collision, black eyeball continuously emitted explosion of sounds that exploded in the air. The strong wave of impact shook and repelled Zhang Yuan. Fei Hu too staggered back. His brain was buzzing with a sound that wouldn't disappear, and everything vanished from his sight, leaving only a huge black eyeball staring at him. While Zhang Yuan staggered, his attention was on Fei Hu, and when he noticed Fei Hu's lost and confused eyes, a cold sneer appeared on his face. This was where his martial spirit's ability had an advantage. It had the ability to quietly affect the enemy's body, causing their eyes to see illusions. A cruel glint flashed across Zhang Yuan's eyes. Without wasting any time, Zhang Yuan flew at Fei Hu, preparing for the next assault. A finger aimed at Fei Hu's temple. Piercing finger style. Battle Chi swirled fiercely around Zhang Yuan's finger, creating a vortex of fingerprint as it inched closer to Fei Hu's temple. Suddenly, the lost and confused Fei Hu turned sharp and focused. A sharp light flickered in Fei Hu's eyes. The Silver River martial spirits wound around Fei Hu, and with every rotation, the Silver River expanded a fold. Divine Soul Eye? Now, it's my turn to let you see my martial spirit's ability. Fei Hu had a condescending sneer on his face, as the Silver River swiftly enhanced 5 times strength, splintering Zhang Yuan's incoming attack. Zhang Yuan screamed, and his body was hurled off more than 10 meters away, crashing down onto the square. The students who crowded to watch had already fled far away in all 4 directions, seeing Zhang Yuan defeated by Fei Hu before their eyes. All of them were petrified on the spot, and silence filled the huge square. Lai Cheng and Lai Lu's heart trembled witnessing this scene. Lai Cheng was shocked because of the recommendation letter in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Needless to say, this recommendation letter couldn't be from Wang Clan Manor's old patriarch. Not to mention Old Manor Lord, even the Kanglin County's most powerful person couldn't get a recommendation letter for Cosmic Star Academy. Lai Cheng was taken aback by Fei Hu's strength, but more than that was Huang Xiaolong actually ordered Fei Hu to injure a Cosmic Star Academy's teacher. This is the Cosmic Star Academy. What is Huang Xiaolong's backup? Furthermore, since when did Wang Xiaolong have another two ninth order warriors? This was because the two guards wore commoners' clothes instead of their usual uniforms. Thus, no one knew the two came from the marshal's mansion. Nearby, Qingmei, who was fighting against the two guards, saw Zhang Yuan's miserable ending, was stunned. More than 10 meters away, Zhang Yuan trembled as he crawled up, eyes widened with fear staring at Fei Hu. Martial spirit strengthening. Strengthening martial spirits were amongst the strongest of innate abilities, and Zhang Yuan didn't expect Fei Hu's martial spirits to possess this particular skill. And at this point, from a distance away, a dozen or so figures rushed over, with a whistling behind them as their auras burst out, overwhelming those on the square. Wang Xiaolong turned around and saw a dozen figures flying over, and his vision narrowed. Cosmic Star Academy's expert finally arrived. Wang Xiaolong's attention fell on the foremost person where the strongest aura originated from an old fellow in his 60s. This old fellow's aura was slightly stronger than Fei Hu's but way weaker than Heishan. He should be a borderline peak late 10th order warrior waiting to break through to Xianshan. Vice Principal. Seeing the person who arrived, Zhang Yuan cried out in elation. But it can't compare to the delight Qingmei felt as she called out, "Dad! Dad!" The Vice Principal was actually the female bearer's father. Wang Xiaolong was a little jolted, and Fei Hu was also a little surprised by this event. By this time, everyone had stopped fighting. The two guards retreated beside Wang Xiaolong. Chen Chu and Cosmic Star Academy's experts arrived, took a look around, and saw the heavily injured Zhang Yuan. Frowning, he asked, "What is happening?" Zhang Yuan had yet to open his mouth when Qingmei rushed forward and said, "Dad, this waste with recommendation letter brought his guards over to our academy to make trouble. A useless waste like this, you absolutely must revoke his qualifications." Oh, Shinchu couldn't help but take another look at Wang Xiaolong. The Cosmic Star Academy had been there for more than 100 years. This was the first time someone dared to create trouble here in the academy. Vice Principal, merely revoking his registration qualification is letting them off too lightly. Zhang Yuan interrupted at this point, looking at Fei Hu full of loathing. This person injured academy's teachers, so he ought to be beheaded. Otherwise, anybody can come and create trouble at the academy. Chapter 50, Dare to Hurt Young Master. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Qingmei eagerly added, "That's right, Dad. This waste deserves death. And not just him, the three guards behind him also. He's just a waste that relies on his family background." Having said this, Qingmei then pointed at Wang Xiaolong and said they should all be detained. Let their families, elder come here personally to collect them and publicly apologize to our academy. Listening to this, Wang Xiaolong sneered but kept silent. He wanted to see what the female black bear's Qingmei father would do. Qing Chu's expression remained calm as he looked at Wang Xiaolong and the three people with him as he listened to his daughter and Zhang Yuan's explanation. Finally, he said to his daughter, "Bring me the letter of recommendation." Qingmei was rather surprised, but still, she obediently brought out the recommendation letter. Qin Chu took the recommendation letter, and when he noticed a minuscule mark at the bottom of the letter, his eyes narrowed. Without a doubt, this letter was issued by the principal. In every batch of new students, only 10 recommendation letters were allocated, and they were all handled by him, Qin Chu, but this time there was an exception. The principal, who in the past never bothered himself with such matters, actually requested a letter from him 2 days ago. And this little one's recommendation letter was sent out personally by the principal. Since the principal issued the letter, he didn't have the right to handle this matter. Since this waste came with the principal's recommendation letter, he could only hand the matter over to the principal. Qin Chu kept the letter, and after some quick thinking, he said to Wang Xiaolong, "Little one, as long as you and your 3 guards apologize, I will forget this matter and not pursue it any further." Forget and not pursue. Everyone present went blank, unable to believe it. A Cosmic Star Academy teacher was injured, yet just apologies were enough. "Dad, you." Qingmei was so anxious that she blurted out those words, but before she could say more, Qin Chu waved his hand at her, saying, "Enough, say no more." The words she was about to say choked in Qingmei's throat, and having no say left in the matter, all she could do was to throw Wang Xiaolong a vicious glare. Everyone thought Wang Xiaolong would just publicly apologize, but what he said instead was, "Why must we apologize? I want them to apologize to me." His finger pointing at Qingmei. "What?" His words resounded through the square and shocked the onlookers as they looked Wang Xiaolong in amazement. Could this kid be insane? Didn't he understand the meaning behind the words just spoken by the vice principal? "What did you say? Want us to apologize?" Qingmei almost exploded in anger. She was already dissatisfied when father only asked them to apologize, but the other side still acted like before, wanting them to apologize instead. "Dad, you've seen it yourself. This waste simply does not put Cosmic Star Academy in his eyes," said Qingmei as she turned toward Qin Chu, almost yelling. Qin Chu was watching at Wang Xiaolong the entire time, his face sporting a gloomy expression. This waste who got the principal's recommendation letter is too obtuse, not knowing when to retreat. He had been very generous by allowing the other side settle the matter with just an apology, thereby giving the principal face. But this boy wanted a foot after being given an inch. Wang Xiaolong smirked, and his cold eyes fell on Qingmei. "You have repeated over and over again that I'm a waste, that we came to make trouble. Since this is the way it is, bring out the square's recording globe. Let everyone see how exactly we cause trouble." A recording globe is a tool used to survey and record images, and in a huge square such as this one under the Cosmic Star Academy, there definitely were a few placed around the square. Chinchu's expression turned cold. Go, bring the square's recording globe over. Yes, Vice Principal. One of the teachers acknowledged with respect and hurried off. He soon returned, holding in his hand something that looked similar to a crystal ball. Play the recording globe, Chinchu said. The same teacher summoned Battle Kai and sent it into the recording globe. Within moments, moving images were projected in midair, and from the images, what happened earlier could be seen clearly. First, it showed Shinmeki flinging Wang Xiaolong's student plate to the floor, and then Zhang Yuan and two teachers rushed over and on arrival, told Wang Xiaolong to kneel down and apologize. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan attacked Wang Xiaolong and ended up being injured by Fei Hu, who was protecting Wang Xiaolong. Shinmeki and Zhang Yuan looked gloomier by the second as the images flashed by. Students and their families gathered from all over as the truth revealed itself, and started to whisper amongst themselves. Watching the images repeating the incident, Chinchu's gloomy expression gradually turned sullen. Once the replay ended, Wang Xiaolong sneered and said, "We didn't make trouble, yet you accused us. That so-called teacher wanted to kill me. My bodyguard retaliated in defense. Is this called making trouble? Should I have stood here and let him kill me in the name of not making trouble?" he asked while he pointing one finger at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan wanted to evade the issue, but didn't know how to respond, and he became filled with anger and hatred. Wang Xiaolong's attention was on Chinchu, said, "Now that things are as clear as day, since it wasn't us who started this, why should we be the ones to apologize? Or are you saying we must apologize just because they are academy teachers?" Chinchu was reticent. "Dad." Shinmeki wanted to justify her actions, but she was cut off by Chinchu, who shouted, "Hold your tongue." Chinchu turned to look at Wang Xiaolong and said, "Little one, how about this? Your registration and tuition fees for this year are exempted, and we will consider this matter solved." Registration and tuition fees all exempted. The new students were stunned. Their gazes zoomed towards Wang Xiaolong. Injuring an academy teacher was not only fine and dandy, he even had all fees exempted. Staring straight at Chinchu, Wang Xiaolong slowly nodded his head, then said to Fei Hu and the two guards, "Let's go." Four left the square. Watching Wang Xiaolong's receding silhouette, they each had a different expression on their face. Chinchu did not say another word. His figure flashed and vanished from the square. Thus, the crowd gradually dispersed. In one of Cosmic Star Academy's chambers, Chinchu was seated. A soft trace of starlight shimmered from his body. The mood of the huge chamber was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Shinmeki and Zhang Yuan had stood behind Chinchu for a very long time, but they dared not speak. "That little one's recommendation letter comes from the principal," said Chinchu suddenly after having been silent for a long time. Shinmeki and Zhang Yuan were shocked. "Sent by the principal. This. Well, both of you leave." Chinchu spoke again. When Shinmeki wanted to say something, Zhang Yuan tugged at her sleeves, his eyes telling her not to. Zhang Yuan saluted silently, turned and left the chamber. On leaving the Cosmic Star Academy, Wang Xiaolong went back to the Tangshuan mansion instead of returning to the marshal's mansion. Arriving at the Tangshuan mansion, Wang Xiaolong took a look around. After 2 days of cleaning, the weeds that grew along the corridors and the bedroom dust were no longer there. Wang Xiaolong ordered the beastman Boli to gather all 16 slaves and inquired about mansion matters. Afterwards, Wang Xiaolong gave beastman Boli some gold coins to buy some furniture and flowers to decorate the mansion. Wang Xiaolong intended to live and train here once the academy started. Tangshuan mansion was much closer to the academy, and academy disciples were allowed to stay outside the dormitory. Having settled mansion matters, Wang Xiaolong headed back to the marshal's mansion with Fei Hu and the two guards. What? Cosmic Star Academy teachers dared to attack young master? On returning to the marshal's mansion, the two guards quickly reported what had happened today at the academy to Marshal Hayashin. Listening to his subordinate's report, Marshal Hayashin's furious roar shook the entire marshal mansion. Chapter 51. Something big happened. Yes, Marshal. One of the guards stepped forward and confirmed. And that woman said she wanted to revoke young master's registration qualification. Revoke young master's qualification? Marshal Hayashin's anger soared and pierced the sky. That's right, Marshal. That woman also said to detain the young master, and the guard hesitated when he reached this part. And what after that? Spit it out. Marshal Hayashin roared. Yes, Marshal, that woman said to first detain young master, and then summon you to go and collect him back before publicly apologizing to the academy. The guards quickly revealed everything in a shaky voice. At that time, Shinmeki said to detain Wang Xiaolong and let his family's elders to come and bring him back after publicly apologizing to the academy. But what Shinmeki wasn't aware was that Wang Xiaolong's elder happens to be Marshal Hayashin. What? Marshal Hayashin stood up in anger, the hard as rock side stool turning into scattered powder. Also, the man wanted Fei Hu Sr. to be beheaded to deter the public. The other guard added, behead junior brother to deter the public? Marshal Hayashin's fury reached a point of no return and shouted, relay this marshal's order. 10 infantry brigades to pressure Cosmic Star Academy. 10 infantry brigades, that's 100,000 soldiers. 100,000 soldiers to pressure Cosmic Star Academy. This greatly shocked the two guards. Why aren't you moving quickly? Seeing the two of them was still standing in the room, Marshal Hayashin yelled aloud. Yes, yes, Marshal. The two guards ran out to relay the order in a frantic. Ire, Clock Condor. After the two left, Marshal Hayashin called loudly towards the sky above, and a huge gray condor appeared above the Marshal mansion, and a loud sharp cry rang out several li away. All the mansion's guards and servants looked up at the condor's figure, and each of their expression changed. Something big was going to happen. Only for grave and serious matters would the Marshal call the Iron Claw Condor. All Marshal Mansion's guards 8th Order and above, gather at the square. Then, everyone in the mansion heard Marshal Hayashin's booming voice. Yes, Marshal. At the same moment, silhouettes flashed and disappeared from different corners of the mansion, heading to the square in the Marshal Mansion. A warlike tension spread throughout the mansion. Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu, who were in their own yard, also heard Hayashin's voice. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu arrived at the square and saw Marshal, who was ready to lead 100,000 soldiers to the Cosmic Star Academy. In an instant, Wang Xiaolong understood what Marshal Hayashin planned to do. Wait. Young master. Seeing Wang Xiaolong in the square, Marshal Hayashin leaped off the condor and saluted. Hayashin, I don't want the matter to become bigger. Said after Wang Xiaolong thought about it for a moment. If things spiraled out of control, whether for Wang Xiaolong or Marshal Hayashin, it wouldn't be a good thing. He knew that his recommendation letter was given to Hayashin by Cosmic Star Academy's principal, showing their good relation. If Marshal Hayashin led such a large infantry to the academy, it surely would make their friendship awkward, and at that time the conflict would be harder to resolve. Furthermore, they are in the royal city. Such a big movement would harm Marshal Hayashin's reputation. Young master. Hayashin wanted to say more, but Wang Xiaolong shook his head, saying, this matter ends here. That's right, senior brother, since young master is all right, forget this issue, Fei Hu persuaded. Hayashin stood still, saying nothing. He took a deep breath and finally spoke. Yes, young master. Hayashin obeys. Subsequently, his right hand waved to disperse the gathered guards, withdrawing his martial order. A while later, Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu, and Hayashin were seated in the main hall. Sovereign, you are the Asura's Gate sovereign, but here in the Luotong Kingdom, you were repeatedly placed in danger. Please punish this subordinate for this sin. When all three sat down, Hayashin suddenly fell to his knees and said those words. Wang Xiaolong quickly held Hayashin's arms. Hayashin, quickly stand up. Request, sovereign, to punish this subordinate for the crime. Marshal Hayashin remained kneeling on the floor. Wang Xiaolong sent Fei Hu a helpless look, and Fei Hu followed through, saying, senior brother, since sovereign asked you to stand, then stand up. After all, the fault lies not with you. Marshal Hayashin hesitated for a second before he finally got up. Thank you, sovereign. Asura's Gate rules are extremely strict. If it was before, if Wang Xiaolong was injured under his territory's jurisdiction, his punishment would leave anyone in fear. Although he might keep his life, however, his martial cultivation would be destroyed. Of course, Wang Xiaolong wasn't hurt in any way. Seeing Hayashin stand up, Wang Xiaolong asked, any news about Elder Yu Ming? Wang Xiaolong heard Fei Hu mention that their master went to Mo Kingdom's royal city, so he requested Marshal Hayashin to search for Yu Ming's news. Replying, young master, there is yet any news of master, but subordinate fears master has already left the Mo Kingdom's royal city, Hayashin replied with respect. Wang Xiaolong felt a trace of disappointment, but he had expected this result. Yu Ming went to Mo Kingdom for some matters, so after 3 years, it is hardly possible for him to be there still. His master, Ren Wokweng, left something for him in the Asura's Gate headquarters, and it was something vital to Wang Xiaolong's Asura tactics cultivation. So, he wanted to ask Yu Ming where the headquarters location was. Even Marshal Hayashin doesn't know its location. A while later, Wang Xiaolong went back to his courtyard from the main hall. When he stepped into the yard, a small figure rushed into his arms. Little guy, where did you run off to these past few days? Wang Xiaolong chuckled as he inquired, not dodging the figure. Of course, this little figure is the little violet monkey. The past few days Wang Xiaolong didn't see a glimpse of the little guy anywhere. Shy. Perched on Wang Xiaolong's shoulder, the little violet monkey started to gesture while squeaking. Watching the little monkey, Wang Xiaolong laughed to himself. Probably in this world, only he can tell what it is trying to say. In this martial spirit world, beast cultivators needed to break through into the Xiantian realm before they can speak in the human language. Without a doubt, this little monkey has many days ahead of him before it can speak, so it can only gesture to communicate with him. Afterwards, Wang Xiaolong let the little violet monkey play by himself while he walked into the room and took out the cold jade bed and started to practice. Since he advanced to the 6th order, the speed he absorbed the netherworld's spiritual aura had increased again. The twin dragon martial spirits behind him had grown a circumference bigger, the black dragon's scales shone and the blue dragon's gleamed a royal blue. 3 days soon arrived. During these past 3 days, other than practicing, Wang Xiaolong was able to stabilize his new strength. His battle kai laced with the netherworld's spiritual aura which ran smoothly in his meridians. Finally, the first day of school. Wang Xiaolong walked out from his room, the morning sunlight warming his body. First day of academy. Not long after, Wang Xiaolong left the martial mansion with Fei Hu and 4 guards, heading in the direction of Cosmic Star Academy. Marshal Haoshin added 2 more guards to protect Wang Xiaolong after the previous incident. Soon, the 6 of them reached the academy's gates. Since the academy had started, Fei Hu and the 4 guards accompanied Wang Xiaolong until they reached the front gates. Wang Xiaolong passed through the gates alone, and after inquiring from the passing teachers and students, he walked towards where his class was. Chapter 52. Invincible Throughout. Xiaolong. What was out of his expectations was Lai Lu's familiar call the moment he stepped into the classroom. Wang Xiaolong looked towards the direction of the sound and saw Lai Lu waving enthusiastically at him, smiling and exposing 2 lovely dimples. Wang Xiaolong smiled with a trace of helplessness inside. He's in the same class as Lai Lu. What Wang Xiaolong didn't know was that every batch of new students was placed together in the same class because there was only one class for every year. And Wang Xiaolong's appearance attracted the new students' attention. He's that awesome waist. On registration day, his guards beat up academy teachers. Not only nothing happened to him, even all his fees were exempted. Too awesome. Awesome? No matter how awesome, he's still a waste relying on his family. If not for the recommendation letter, is he qualified to enter Cosmic Star Academy? In my opinion, at the most, his martial spirit is just a grade 6. Most of the new students saw what happened between Wang Xiaolong and Xing Meiki on registration day, and the scuffle with Zhang Yuan and the rest. Wang Xiaolong's brows slowly creased as the gossip entered his ears. Xiaolong, sit beside me. Lai Lu ignored the discussions around her, went up and pulled Wang Xiaolong's hand to a seat next to hers. Wang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled. However, it's not nice to refuse Lai Lu's kind intention in public. Wang Xiaolong just sat down, and a young blonde boy, about 10 years old, in a pale gold robe came in. This blonde boy was born with delicate features, albeit a little arrogant. John Tang. He is John Tang? From what I've heard, on registration day, his martial spirits was determined to be Bright Holy Tiger, a grade 11 superb martial spirits. Since our Cosmic Star Academy's establishment, there has never been a superb talent martial spirit. When this matter reached the principal and vice principal, both of them already said they wanted to take him as their disciple. Both the principal and the vice principal? This has never happened in Cosmic Star Academy before. In the midst of the students' discussion, the blonde boy walked to an empty seat in the middle of the class and sat down. Wang Xiaolong, who was on the second row, watched the blonde boy. This boy's martial spirits was out of his expectation. Grade 11 martial spirit, Sacred Bright Tiger. As if he felt Wang Xiaolong's gaze, the blonde boy John Teng turned his head, and their eyes collided. And when their eyes met, in the blonde boy's eyes, loathing flashed across them. The same emotion that was in Xing Meiki's eyes when she looked at him on registration day when he gave her his recommendation letter. Then he turned his head back in contempt. Wang Xiaolong noted the other side's dislike and contempt, while his heart sneered. Whatever good impression he had of the other side instantly dropped to the lowest point. While the students were discussing in whispers, suddenly, a cold female teacher entered the classroom, and it was Xing Meiki. Seeing Xing Meiki, Wang Xiaolong was a little startled. Don't tell me this female bear is the class teacher. Xing Meiki entered the room and went up to the platform. I'm your class teacher, Xing Meiki, confirming Wang Xiaolong's guess. After Xing Meiki finished saying that, her eyes were like daggers as she glared at Wang Xiaolong for a split second. Wang Xiaolong was calm and indifferent, directly ignoring Xing Meiki. Seeing his reaction, Xing Meiki laughed coldly and went on to inform the class some of Cosmic Star Academy's rules and the course content that they will be learning in the coming days and some methods to advance in class. There was only 3 class years in Cosmic Star Academy. 6th order and below in the first year. A break through from the peak late 6th order to the 7th order gives one eligibility for taking the second-year classes examination. Those who pass can advance 1 year. As for the 3rd year, students were required to be a 9th order. Anyone who reached 22 years old but failed to enter the second-year class will be expelled from Cosmic Star Academy. Xing Meiki said, to break through to 7th order before 22 is hard for some of you, but it is not so for those with grade 9 and above martial spirits. After our Cosmic Star Academy's nurturing, as long you are willing to work hard, in general, most of you can break through 7th order before reaching 22 years old. As for waste that came in using a recommendation letter, no matter how much the Academy nurtures and guides them, a waste is fated to remain a waste. As if intentionally or maybe not, Xing Meiki furtively glanced at Wang Xiaolong. Wang Xiaolong frowned. Wastes with recommendation letters at most possess a grade 7 or 6 martial spirits, maybe even grade 5. Even if they cultivate till 40 years old, 60 years old, they still have no chance of breaking through to the 7th order. Thus, they have only one ending: expulsion from the academy. Xing Meiki continued, and as if hate wasn't enough, her eyes stared at Wang Xiaolong with an icy coldness as she spoke. All the new students in the classroom looked at Wang Xiaolong, making him the center of attention. Then Xing Meiki's voice tone suddenly changed, her cold expression replaced with an amiable smile, saying, I would like to introduce everyone to our academy's most talented genius in more than 100 years, student John Tang. Xing Meiki pointed at the blonde boy, John Tang, when she finished the introduction. Student John Tang possesses a grade 11 martial spirits, Bright Holy Tiger, He's our academy's first student who has a superb talent martial spirit since its establishment. At this time, Jiang Teng stood up from his chair and nodded to the surrounding classmates, his head held a little too high. Jing Meiki led the class in a thunderous applause. Feeling the envious and admiring gazes on his body, Jiang Teng's demeanor became even more haughty. But when he caught a glimpse of Wang Xiaolong's indifference as he sat there, clearly having no intention to join in the applause, Jiang Teng's smile reduced slightly. The dislike in his eyes increased even more. At this point, Jing Meiki abruptly spoke, "Let me tell everyone a fantastic piece of news. Our student Jiang Teng just reached 10 years old, but he's already a 4th order warrior. Peak early 4th order. 10 years old already is a peak early 4th order. This is too scary." Shock was evident in every new student's expression, and envy and admiration almost shot through the roof as they looked at Jiang Teng. "Jiang Teng, principal and vice principal said you had learned battle skills?" Jing Meiki smilingly asked Jiang Teng. "It's true, teacher." Jiang Teng answered with a laugh. "Can you demonstrate and let everyone see?" Jing Meiki requested. "Okay." Jiang Teng nodded and walked out proudly to an empty spot in the classroom. He stood still. Suddenly a bright light burst out, revealing a huge tiger behind him. This huge tiger's entire shone brightly, breathing out radiant flames. It let out a deafening roar, exuding a superb talent martial spirit's oppression. Then, Jiang Teng leaped up and bellowed, "Tiger flame palm!" One after another tiger paw was stamped in midair. While watching, the new students applauded and cheered non-stop. However, Wang Xiaolong shook his head. This tiger flame palm should be a high-grade mysterious rank battle skill, and it isn't bad, but in Jiang Teng's movements, it was full of weakness. Listening to the applause and cheers, Jiang Teng worked harder, and at the end of it, he complacently looked down at his classmates, shouting, "Bright holy tiger appear, invincible throughout the world." Invincible throughout? When Wang Xiaolong heard Jiang Teng shout, he failed to hold in his laughter and a puff rang out. Wang Xiaolong's laughter came so abruptly that the whole class was shocked silent. Everyone's attention zoomed to Wang Xiaolong. Jing Meiki lost her smile and stared icily at Wang Xiaolong, screaming, "Wang Xiaolong, stand up." Chapter 53, Bet. Wang Xiaolong's brows were knitted together. Nonetheless, he still stood up. Lai Lu beside him was full of worry. "What were you laughing at?" Jing Meiki snapped in anger. A faint smile curved up at the corner of Wang Xiaolong's lips. "I laughed because it was such a crappy battle skill, yet everyone was cheering so much." "What?" Anger rose to Jing Meiki's face. "You, a waste with a recommendation letter, isn't qualified to judge others' battle skill." Wang Xiaolong sneered and retorted, "I have no qualification to judge? Then what right do you have to say I'm a waste, you female bear?" "Female bear?" Everyone's face had an excited expression of anticipation, seeing that Wang Xiaolong dared to call Jing Meiki a female bear in front of so many people. "You!" Jing Meiki almost flared up with anger, pointed at Wang Xiaolong. Her voluptuous bosom was heaving up and down. "Fine, fine, you won't admit that you're a waste. 3 days later, there is an assessment test for new students. If you can enter top 10, then I will admit that you're not a useless waste." Top 10 in the assessment test. This condition was a bit too much. Despite that, Wang Xiaolong just laughed. "Do I need your acknowledgement whether I am useless or not? Okay, if I enter one of the top 10 spots in the assessment test, I want you to growl 3 times like a bear, kneeling down in the academy square." Growled 3 times like a bear. A sharp, dangerous glint burst deep within Jing Meiki's eyes, as if she wanted to swallow Wang Xiaolong alive. Gritting her teeth, "What if you fail to enter one of the top 10 places?" "If I fail, I will voluntarily withdraw from school and also will kneel down in the academy's square and bark like a dog 3 times. Wang Xiaolong's cold voice sounded. Jing Meiki's gloomy face changed indecisively. "How about it, don't you dare to?" Wang Xiaolong smirked. "Okay." Jing Meiki bit her lips and agreed. A ruthless light flashed across her eyes and disappeared quickly. She simply refused to believe a waste relying on a family's background could enter into one of the top 10 in the assessment. Seeing that Jing Meiki agreed through gritted teeth, he sneered inside and walked in the direction of the classroom door. "Stand still, where are you going?" Jing Meiki yelled. "Do I have to tell you where I go?" Wang Xiaolong paused when he heard that and stepped out of the classroom. But when he passed beside Jiang Teng, Wang Xiaolong muttered, "A self-righteous idiot." Jiang Teng's face stiffened, then turned red when he understood the meaning behind Wang Xiaolong's words. A waste that came in through recommendation actually scolded him, calling him an idiot publicly? A strong light flickered around his body, burning with rage as he looked at Wang Xiaolong's back, looking at the receding figure that ignored him, choking with anger that failed to vent. Walking out from the classroom, Wang Xiaolong headed to the library. After all, it made no difference whether he sat in lectures or otherwise. In fact, it was better this way. He could head to the library to find out the information that he wanted. The library was far from Wang Xiaolong's classroom. Entering the library, Wang Xiaolong took out his student plate for verification. After passing the check, he looked for the shelf containing books about martial spirits, randomly picking up a book titled Types of Martial Spirits and started to read. This book basically described the different types of martial spirits and some of their innate supernatural abilities. Wang Xiaolong's memory had always been excellent. Flipping past the pages, speedily and moments later, He had finished reading and gained some understanding to this world's martial spirits. After types of martial spirits, Wang Xiaolong took a book called The Different Martial Spirits Grades that evaluated the distinction between the grades of martial spirits and its progress. Twin martial spirits. When he reached the last page, there were some notations about twin martial spirits that Wang Xiaolong read carefully. Twin martial spirits of the same kind can combine to become one, where they could be separated as two individual entities. This paragraph astonished Wang Xiaolong. Twin martial spirits can become one. No wonder in the early days when his martial spirits had just awakened, it existed in a combined state. When he broke through to the fourth order, the twin dragon martial spirits separated into two independent entities. Wang Xiaolong read the passage below and his eyes lit up. It actually described the method to combine and separate twin martial spirits of the same kind. Moments later, Wang Xiaolong finished the book feeling elated. Great. With this method, he could combine his martial spirits before releasing them in the future, so that no one can guess his secret. He reread the paragraph explaining the method, committing them into his brain, and then moved towards the shelves placed with books about beasts text. Following the beast language on the map he had gotten from the Silver Moon Forest, he checks them one by one. A while later, he deciphered the text written on the beast cultivator's treasure map. Demon Beast Holy Land, Thousand Tusker Mountain, Windless Tunnel. Wang Xiaolong frowned. The location of the treasure was actually in the beast race Holy Land? In this world, the demon beast race was bigger and more powerful than the normal beastmen, and they abhorred humans. Wanting to enter their holy land, this was too difficult. At least, it was impossible for the current Wang Xiaolong. After he had finished translating the words, it was already high noon. Wang Xiaolong left the library, and he exited the academy instead of returning to the classroom. When he came out from the academy, Fei Hu and the three guards immediately saw him and hurried up to him. Young master. Wang Xiaolong nodded. Come on, let's go. He brought the four of them to Tangshuan Mansion. On the way, Fei Hu couldn't resist, so he asked, Young master, the academy hasn't ended. How come you're already out? The other four guards also looked at Wang Xiaolong with curiosity, having the same doubt in their hearts. Wang Xiaolong explained from registration day that female bear is my class teacher. What? The female bear is young master's class teacher? Fei Hu was stupefied, then his voice turned sullen, asking, Young master, did she make things difficult for you today in the class? Wang Xiaolong chuckled. Some ridicule is unavoidable. Then, Wang Xiaolong summarized what happened and his bet with Xingmei in the new student's assessment 3 days later. When Fei Hu heard it, couldn't resist laughing out loud. He already could imagine 3 days later, Xingmei kneeling on the square and growling like a bear. Soon, the 6 of them arrived in Tangshuan Mansion. Beastman Boli and the rest of the slaves saw Wang Xiaolong and Fei Hu, so they quickly walked up to salute. Telling them to stand up, Wang Xiaolong went to the main hall and asked Boli about Tangshuan Mansion's matters. Beastman Boli answered them with respect. In the last few days, the necessary furniture was arranged accordingly, and the open yard was planted with flowers and plants. Beastman Boli even arranged for the old and moldy walls to be scrapped and painted with a new layer of paint. Wang Xiaolong nodded. You did well, you can leave. Acknowledging respectfully, Beastman Boli turned and brought the servants with him out of the main hall. After that, Wang Xiaolong left Tangshuan Mansion and returned to the Martial Mansion. Then, he suddenly asked, Fei Hu, do you want to break through to the Xianxin realm? Break through to the Xianxin? Fei Hu was stunned, stammering, Sovereign, you have a way. Chapter 54. New Student's Assessment. Wang Xiaolong nodded. I have a method that would help you to break through to the Xianxin realm in 5 years. 5 years? Fei Hu was dumbfounded. He had advanced to peak late 10th order not too long ago. Following a reasonable time frame, it would take 20 to 30 years. Instead, now Sovereign actually said that he could let him break through to the Xianxin realm in merely 5 years. After Fei Hu had regained his sense, excitement was written all over his face. He had been following Sovereign for so long, he knew Sovereign would only say something he was confident in, and he definitely wouldn't lie to him. Come, sit down, Wang Xiaolong said. I'll teach you a cultivation technique. Cultivation technique? Fei Hu was surprised for a moment and proceeded to sit down. Then, Wang Xiaolong taught Fei Hu an internal force cultivation technique called Liquid Thunder Arts. Although the Liquid Thunder Arts weren't as good as the Body Metamorphose scripture, but once it reached major completion, it would be very powerful, comparable to this world's heaven-rank cultivation technique. Fei Hu's martial spirits was the Silver River, and his own cultivation technique coupled with Liquid Thunder Arts will speed up his cultivation speed tremendously. To step into Xianxin realm in 5 years' time was no problem. Subordinate bow down for Sovereign's grace. After memorizing the Liquid Thunder Arts, Fei Hu knelt down in gratitude. Vowing subordinate will always follow Sovereign. Wang Xiaolong waved his hand and helped Fei Hu up. He trusts Fei Hu's loyalty, otherwise he wouldn't have taught Fei Hu Liquid Thunder Arts. When you return to the Martial Mansion, tell Hayashin to come over. I will also teach him a cultivation technique. This subordinate thanks Sovereign on behalf of senior brother. Delight showed on Fei Hu's face, and he knelt down to thank Wang Xiaolong again. Telling Fei Hu to stand, he explained some of the technique's profoundness until Fei Hu started to grasp them. He then told Fei Hu about his plans to buy more slaves and train them to build his own power. Sovereign, please rest assured Fei Hu will handle this task. Fei Hu said with confidence. Wang Xiaolong nodded and allowed Fei Hu to leave. After Fei Hu had left, Wang Xiaolong went to the yard to practice Tears of Asura for a while. Then he continued with the skills he knew from his previous life. Ethereal Palm, Execute Demon Sword, Luohan Fist, etc. And as for the Academy's afternoon class session, Wang Xiaolong didn't bother to attend. The fact was, he enrolled into Cosmic Star Academy because the Dragon Flame Valley could temper his body and enhance his battle chi, and the allure of the prizes from the class competition, year competition and the Academy overall competition's rewards, the Grade 4 and 5 Spirit Dans, and of course, the representative spot to participate in Duanran Empire's Imperial City Battle. Attending classes to him was equivalent to wasting time. He just needs to show up and participate in the class and year competitions. Afternoon it angered Qing Miki even more when she noticed Wang Xiaolong was absent for afternoon class, after he ignored her and left the classroom in the morning. That waste. 3 days later, I will see how you bark like a dog in the square. Qing Miki laughed when she thought of this scene. But when she remembered Wang Xiaolong giving her the female bear nickname, her anger returned. Now, the nickname female bear had spread around the academy. In the Tangshuan mansion, when Wang Xiaolong was done with his training, Fei Hu arrived with Martial Haoshan. Clearly, Fei Hu already told Haoshan that Wang Xiaolong was going to teach him a cultivation technique because he looked excited when Wang Xiaolong saw him. And Wang Xiaolong taught Martial Haoshan a cultivation technique called 5-Yang Tactic. Martial Haoshan used 30 years to break through from Xianshan First Order to Xianshan Second Order. With this, he could at least shorten the time by half to reach the Third Order. Although a dozen years seemed very long, to break through from Xianshan Second Order to Third Order in that much time was quite an amazing result. Some people who have grade 11 martial spirits would need just as much time, if not more, to advance to Xianshan Third Order. It could be said, for Martial Haoshan who possessed a grade 10 martial spirits, practicing the 5-Yang tactic would speed up Martial Haoshan's cultivation, bringing a similar result as if he possessed a grade 11 martial spirits. Even though cultivating 5-Yang tactic can speed up Martial Haoshan's cultivation speed, it cannot change or improve his martial spirit's natural limitation. The chances for a top grade 10 martial spirits to advance into Saint Rel was slim. Even so, Martial Haoshan was still grateful to Wang Xiaolong that tears and snot started to flow. Sovereign, rest assured that Haoshan would live up to your expectation. I will work hard to cultivate and break through to Third Order. After committing the 5-Yang tactic to memory, Martial Haoshan kowtowed in gratitude. Wang Xiaolong nodded and helped Martial Haoshan up. A while later, Martial Haoshan left Tangshuan Mansion, and Wang Xiaolong requested him to send someone to bring the little violet monkey over to the new mansion. Wang Xiaolong returned to his room and took out the cold jade bed after the marshal left and called out the twin dragons. But it wasn't for practice. He followed the method he read today in the library and ran his battle kai slowly, trying to fuse the twin dragons like it first appeared. As Wang Xiaolong ran his battle chi, one black and one blue dragon's body slowly coiled together as black and blue light flickered, fusing, and suddenly a glaring light glowed, and the fusing was completed successfully into a double-headed dragon instead of a serpent. When the twin dragon fused into one body, the oppressive aura belonging to a dragon increased, even its body mass became bigger. The netherworld spiritual aura, absorbing speed, slowed a little in the state. Wang Xiaolong noticed this difference. After the successful fusion, Wang Xiaolong practiced the Asura tactics and continued with the body metamorphose scripture. He had a feeling very soon his meridians could reach the 4th stage of converting power of the stars, and he could enter the true 5th stage. Once the 4th stage meridians opened, Wang Xiaolong's internal force would increase a lot, and at that time, even without battle chi, by solely relying on internal force, he could eliminate warriors of the 6th order and below. Time flowed and passed, and 3 days came and went. These past 3 days, Wang Xiaolong stayed and practiced in Tangshuan Mansion and didn't attend any classes, causing Xingmei to grit her teeth in fury. But it was balanced out when thinking of the impossibility of a new waste student achieving a spot in the top 10 in the assessment. On this day, Wang Xiaolong came out from his room and stretched his limbs. Today's the new student's assessment. Looking at the bright sky above, he really was looking forward to it. Walking out from the yard, Fei Hu had been waiting respectfully for quite some time. Let's go, we're heading to the academy. Wang Xiaolong exclaimed. Yes, Sovereign. When Wang Xiaolong arrived at the academy, Xinmei and the batch of new students were already assembled in the square, and with Wang Xiaolong's arrival, everyone's eyes shua towards him. Chapter 55. Challenge all new students. I didn't expect to waste with a recommendation letter for registration like you dared to show up. Seeing Wang Xiaolong arrive, Xingmei ridiculed him in a cold voice. Wang Xiaolong laughed faintly and said, why wouldn't I dare to come? Afterward, when I enter the top 10 in the assessment, I'm afraid you'll go back on your words. A sharp light flashed across Xingmei's pupils. Xingmei never go back on my word. Wang Xiaolong walked into the crowd and stood still. And at this time, the blonde boy, John Teng, stared at Wang Xiaolong viciously with dislike, then turned away. Wang Xiaolong's face remained stoic. And at this point, Lai Lu came beside Wang Xiaolong, full of worry, and said, Xiaolong, Can you really enter the top 10? On that year when Huang Xiaolong revealed his early 4th order strength to defeat Huang Wei during the Huang Clan Manor's annual assembly, Lai Lu doesn't know about it. Don't worry, Huang Xiaolong gave Lai Lu a comforting look, telling her not to worry. A while later, seeing everyone had arrived, Qingmei started to explain the new student assessment's rules and criteria. To test a new student's strength, letting them battle was the best way to do it. Thus, the new student's assessment was to let them battle against each other. Each batch was divided into 5 groups and the opponent was selected by drawing sticks. The winner of a group enters the next round of battle, finally determining the top 10 students. And the battle competition location was the Academy Square. Because it was the new students' assessment day, there was a lot of older students watching, from ex-first-year students, second years, and third years. However, just as Qingmei finished her explanation of the assessment process, a voice sounded, "Teacher Qing, this is too troublesome. How about this? I will accept all the students' challenge. The longer a student can last under my attack, the higher his or her placement." Everyone was surprised and looked over where the voice came from and saw the one who spoke was Jiang Tang. As Jiang Tang's word resounded through the square, it caused a commotion among the observing older students. This kid is the one who was said to possess superb martial spirits, the sacred bright tiger, Jiang Tang? Really crazy. Actually planned to take on all the new students' challenge by himself. People are arrogant because they have the strength. Low-voiced discussions sounded between the older students, and Qingmei was stunned. Jiang Tang alone wanted to take on all the new students' challenge? There were almost 100 people in this batch of new students. At one corner of the square stood 2 tall old men, and one of them was Cosmic Star Academy Vice Principal Qingchu, whereas the other old fellow has a pair of big eyes. Especially his ears, nearly twice as big as a normal person's ear, etching him into their memory with just one glance. Principal Jiang Tang is still young, a little too vigorous. Qingchu said to the old fellow, although he is strong, but there are almost 100 new students, how can he accept all of their challenges? The other old fellow was Cosmic Star Academy's principal, Sun Jiang. Sun Jiang wasn't frazzled in the least, no harm, all are children. Full of youth's vigor is very normal. Not to mention, Jiang Tang has a superb martial spirits. Even though the new students are quite numerous, don't look down on the sacred bright tiger's ability. Sun Jiang's underlying meaning was, Jiang Tang's current capability could easily deal with this batch of new students' challenges. Qingchu couldn't help but feel surprised. You will understand in a while, Sun Jiang smiled and said to Qingchu. While Qingmei was considering if she should agree with Jiang Tang's suggestion, her father, Qingchu's voice transmitted into her ear. Everyone was looking at Qingmei, waiting for her decision. Moments later, Qingmei looked at the group of new students, and then nodded at Jiang Tang. Okay. Okay. When Qingmei gave her approval, the surrounding crowd grew noisier. Qingmei actually allowed Jiang Tang to accept about 100 new students' challenge. Qingmei walked up and waved both of her hands, setting a 10-meter-wide circle on the square as the ring. The battle competition area will be within the ring, and the person who stepped out is considered the loser. Jiang Tang was the first one to leap into the ring and stood in the middle with his hands behind his back. With a condescending demeanor said, "Who dares to come in?" When his voice dropped, all around the square was silence. "Me." At this moment, a fat young man leaped into the circle. Without waiting, a bright light burst exploded from his body, his martial spirits floating above his head behind him. This young man's martial spirits looked like a pudgy sandifern beast, and on top of its head was 2 soft horns looking extremely cute. Many of the new students laughed out seeing it. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. This fella's martial spirit indeed looked a little funny. However, Huang Xiaolong, who went to the library a few days ago, recognized this chubby young man's martial spirits was a top-grade 10 martial spirits called Earth Dragon. It doesn't belong to the dragon race, it was a mixed line of descendant having a trace of the dragon race's bloodline, similar to an Asian dragon. The fatty released his martial spirits and rushed up to Jiang Tang. His fist punched out. The power emitted was quite strong. Huang Xiaolong could tell, this young man already reached mid-third order. However, even though he was a mid-third order warrior against a 4th order Jiang Tang, he was significantly weak. Jiang Tang watched as the fist neared him, lifted his left hand as battle chi surged and punched out, meeting the fat young man's fist. Bang! A low blast sounded, and the fat young man bounced back from the impact. Fats on his body vibrated as he staggered till the edge of the ring. Jiang Tang stood on the same spot. His palm shot out across the air, and the fat young man was pushed out from a circle. That young man possessing grade 10 martial spirits, a mid-third order loss. From the beginning till the end, only 3 breaths' time had passed. Gaps of shock echoed through the crowd seeing the scene. After that, it was a consecutive 6 losses as new students went up to challenge Jiang Tang one by one. The one who lasted the longest was 6 breaths count, and the shortest one was out within a single breath's time. After Jiang Tang defeated the 7th person, suddenly Jiang Tang's body from head to toe showered in a sacred brightness, glimmering. When it was gone, the tired Jiang Tang once again was full of energy, looking refreshed. This is battle chi recovery? Some of the older students exclaimed out loud seeing it. Battle chi recovery. When Jiang Tang advanced into the 4th order warrior, the sacred bright tiger evolved, and its innate ability was battle chi recovery. Isn't this martial spirit's ability a little too powerful? Some distance away, even Chen Chu was a little astonished when he saw this, and he finally understood why Principal Su Jiang said Jiang Teng could easily defeat all the new students. Every time he defeats a person, as long as he could gain a fraction of time, he could recover all his exhausted battle kai. Even if there are a couple more students, it posed no problem to Jiang Teng. Jing Chu's eyes lit up. Even Principal Sun Jiang was watching with a satisfied look on his face as he looked at Jiang Teng, laughingly said, "Our academy has been established over 100 years, and have never any of the disciples entered the first 100 places in Duanren Empire's Battle of the Imperial City. Now Jiang Teng's appearance gave us hope. After our careful guidance, 20 years later, Jiang Teng definitely could enter the top 30 spots in the Battle of the Imperial City." Chen Chu broke out in a cackle. 20 years later, if Jiang Teng could enter the top 30 in Duanren Empire, it is our academy's glory. At that time, we would be rewarded greatly by Duanren Empire's emperor. Sun Jiang nodded, smiling from ear to ear. At this time, Wang Xiaolong was standing among the new students, looking at the defeated students, one after another, and the high-spirited Jiang Teng, but he was in no hurry to step into the ring. When Jiang Teng defeated the seventh person, Lai Lu, who was beside Wang Xiaolong, suddenly leaped up, landing in the ring. Seeing Lai Lu coming up to challenge him, a cold sneer appeared on his face. He knew this woman was close to the waist that registered with a recommendation letter, Wang Xiaolong. His eyes peeked at Wang Xiaolong, and when he turned to look at Lai Lu, a cruel light flashed across them. Chapter 56, 4 Breaths. Jiang Teng looked at Lai Lu and his cold voice sounded, "Pardon me, but I've always hated waists that rely on familial ties, and the people that associate with these waists. In this battle I will not hold back, and if you want to blame someone, blame it on that waist." After he finished saying that, he abruptly pointed his finger at Wang Xiaolong. Jiang Teng's words rang clearly in the square, causing everyone to shift their focus to Wang Xiaolong. The students standing close to him quickly moved away, putting some distance between them and him so that Jiang Teng wouldn't misunderstand. Otherwise, it might cause fish of the same pond to suffer the same fate. Seeing this, Jiang Teng was very satisfied. Without warning, he turned around and attacked Lai Lu. Tiger Flame Palm. A sacred bright tiger's paw print hit Lai Lu's chest in a split second. A fourth order warrior's battle chi went out full scale. The current Jiang Teng was vastly different from before and his strength had more than doubled. All around, the crowd was very surprised. They were shocked at Jiang Teng's power, and at the same time, they were shocked that Jiang Teng would attack using his high-grade mysterious rank battle skill against Lai Lu, the Tiger Flame Palm. In his earlier battles, Jiang Teng had defeated his previous opponents without using the battle skill. But now against Lai Lu, he displayed it. He clearly wanted to show his hatred towards Wang Xiaolong. Everyone shook their head and looked at Lai Lu in pity. The heavy injury resulting from this strike would render Lai Lu bedridden for 2 to 3 months. Because of a waist, she implicated herself in suffering such injury was really her bad luck. Shinmei frowned on seeing the palm strike aimed at Lai Lu's chest, but she kept quiet and didn't try to stop the battle. Alarm and panic flashed registered in Lai Lu's eyes. However, with her recently advanced third-order warrior strength, she didn't have enough strength to defend against Jiang Teng's high-grade battle skill attack. Just when everyone thought Lai Lu would be seriously injured and sent flying out of the ring, a silhouette suddenly flashed and grabbed Lai Lu. With Lai Lu protected within an embrace, 2 figures swirled to one side, escaping Jiang Teng's attack. Beyond all expectation, Jiang Teng's attack landed on empty air, leaving everyone surprised. Gazes shifted and saw that the person who grabbed Lai Lu and dodged the attack was the person who, according to Jiang Teng's words, was the waist in Jiang Teng's words, Wang Xiaolong. Jingmei included felt shock. Wang Xiaolong ignored the shocked gazes, peered at Lai Lu in his arms, asked, "Are you okay?" The frightened Lai Lu gradually calmed down, and 2 lovely dimples appeared. "Xiaolong, I'm okay." "Okay, step back and let me handle this," said Wang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong you?" Lai Lu was worried. "It's nothing." Wang Xiaolong waved his hand and gently sent Lai Lu out of the ring. He then turned around to face Jiang Teng. And at this time, in a distant square corner, Sun Jiang stared at Wang Xiaolong, who managed to rescue Lai Lu from Jiang Teng's attack. Stunned, he couldn't resist asking, "Who is this new student?" Being able to save Lai Lu from Jiang Teng's attack proved that this new student wasn't weak. Chen Chu was dumbfounded. "The principal doesn't recognize this punk?" "Principal, this child registered with your recommendation letter," replied Chen Chu, not thinking much of it. "What? Him?" Principal Sun Jiang was taken aback. Seeing the principal's surprised expression, he couldn't help but feel it was strange. Understanding Chen Chu's doubts, he pondered for a moment before explaining, "I gave that recommendation letter to Marshal Hayashin." Marshal Hayashin. Chen Chu was dazed for a moment before he exclaimed out loud. It was actually Marshal Hayashin, who has been in command of hundreds of brigades for the past 2 kings. The same Marshal Hayashin that was below the king and controlled thousands of soldiers. A film of sweat emerged on Chen Chu's forehead. Luckily, he did not revoke Wang Xiaolong's registration qualification and didn't make the mistake of killing the 3 guards, or else. As his thought reached this point, his back felt cold and goosebumps rose on his skin. Cosmic Star Academy was the kingdom's first academy, and in the entire kingdom, the academy was only wary of 2 people. Luotong Kingdom's king and Marshal Hayashin. If he knew that one of the three who Zhang Yuan suggested he kill was Marshal Hayashin's junior brother, his back would become even colder still. "Are you okay?" asked Su Zhang, noticing the abrupt drops of sweat on Chinchu as he kept wiping them off. "Principal, I'm okay. Nothing's wrong, everything's fine." Chinchu exclaimed in panic. Sun Zhang didn't pursue it, and once again focused his attention on Jiang Tang and Wang Xiaolong in the ring some distance away and said, "Hayashin, that old fellow, actually recommended this little child. It looks like their relationship isn't a simple one. Could this child be his illegitimate son?" Although Marshal Hayashin was over 100 years old, age doesn't affect a Xianxin realm warrior's reproductive abilities. Some 400 years old Xianxin realm warriors had children, and it was considered normal. Thus, Sun Jiang couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. However, if Marshal Hayashin knew that Sun Jiang thought Wang Xiaolong was his illegitimate son, no one dared guess what would Marshal Hayashin's reaction be. "In your opinion, how long can that child last under Jiang Teng's attack?" asked Sun Jiang, changing the topic. Chinchu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Probably 3 breaths. Up till now, there has only been one person who lasted 4 breaths of time, and it was already not bad if Wang Xiaolong could last for 3. Chinchu could see Wang Xiaolong wasn't weak and stated his judgment. Hearing his answer, Sun Jiang shook his head. Seeing Sun Jiang was shaking his head, he misunderstood his intent, and he ventured, "Does principal means to say that Wang Xiaolong can only last for 2 breaths of time?" "No, he should last for 4 breaths. Sun Jiang clarified. "What? 4 breaths?" Chinchu found it a little hard to believe. He felt saying Wang Xiaolong could last 3 breaths was good enough, but principal actually said 4 breaths. If Wang Xiaolong could actually last that long, not only would he not be a waste, he could enter the top 20 ranking amongst the new students. Nobody heard Sun Jiang and Chinchu's conversation. While they conversed on the stage, Jiang Teng stared at Wang Xiaolong. His tone was cold as he said, "You finally came out. I thought you didn't dare to come out from your hiding. If that was the case, not only are you a waste, but a useless cowardly waste." Wang Xiaolong sneered and replied, "In this world, there truly are many self-righteous idiots." While he spoke, he remembered what Jiang Teng said a few days ago when he was demonstrating his battle skill, the Tiger Flame Palm. So Wang Xiaolong mocked, "Sacred Bright Tiger appears, invincible throughout." Jiang Teng's face became ugly as it twisted. Sacred Battle Kai burst out from his entire body, and his martial spirit, Sacred Bright Tiger, appeared and let out a furious roar at the sky. The sky seemed to dim and dark clouds rolled. A tiger's fury changed the weather. Jiang Teng no longer held back his strength, and his aura continued to increase, much more terrifying degree as compared to when he was fighting against Lai Lu. "Now I will let you find out the huge gap between me, the Academy's once in 100 years genius, possessing a superb talent martial spirit, and you, a waste coming in through a recommendation letter." Jiang Teng smirked coldly. A cold golden light flashed across his pupils as he leaped out and landed in front of Wang Xiaolong. Fast. Only a few people among the older students could follow his actions. The surrounding students were shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Teng at full power was so strong, not weaker than some ex-first-year students. Chapter 57. What kind of heaven-defying talent is this? Jiang Teng landed 2 meters away from Wang Xiaolong. A brutal light shone in his eyes. Suddenly, a palm struck out, aimed at Wang Xiaolong's chest. Wang Xiaolong watched Jiang Teng's palm coming at his chest. Suddenly, a strong battle ki aura broke out from Wang Xiaolong's body, like a broken dam, like a 1,000-year-old volcano eruption. It happened so suddenly and was so shocking that before anyone could react, Wang Xiaolong had punched out. The light from his fist soared sky high, and in the blink of an eye struck Jiang Teng's torso. Boom! There was an explosion. Jiang Teng screamed in pain as his little body reeled back. With every step he took, blood spurted out from his mouth until he finally stopped more than 10 steps later. The sacred light that shrouded his body early dispersed from the impact. The sacred bright tiger behind him dimmed. A tiger's mightiness vanished, turning into a sick cat. All present were stunned. The square was silent as if time froze, unmoving. Whether it was the first year's new students or the older students, everyone had temporarily lost their minds after seeing what had just transpired. Apart from a blank whiteness in their mind, there was only white blankness. Possessing superb talent, martial spirit, sacred bright tiger, the 4th order warrior, Jiang Teng, Cosmic Star Academy's most talented genius in over 100 years, lost. 1 punch. Impossible, this cannot be. Didn't he register with a recommendation letter? How could he defeat Jiang Teng? Jinmeiki was rooted to the spot, as she shook her head in denial, refusing to believe what she had just witnessed. In the far corner, the words 4 breaths had just come out from Su Zhang, and stunned, he turned towards Chinchu, whose mouth had formed an O, his jaw nearly dropping. War, peak late 4th order. Chinchu's tongue was in a knot. The punch Wang Xiaolong sent out just now contained a peak late 4th order battle chi. Jiang Teng wiped off the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and saw the unsightly blood patches on his robes. This is my blood? Like the others around the ring, he couldn't believe that he was hurt. Hearing that, Wang Xiaolong sneered coldly. "If the blood flowing from your mouth isn't yours, is it mine?" As his question ended, Wang Xiaolong walked towards Jiang Teng without any sense of hurry. "You?" John Tang actually showed fear as he watched the approaching Wang Xiaolong and involuntarily inched back. The previous pride and arrogance had disappeared completely to be replaced with unsurmounted fear. That's right, fear. Peak late fourth order. The peak late fourth order. How can this wastrel be a peak late fourth order warrior? He muttered to himself, repeating it over and over again. Even at this point in time, the situation hadn't hit him yet. His mind was set to assume that all those who enrolled into the academy with a recommendation letter were useless wastes. Waste. Catching the words John Tang was muttering, Wang Xiaolong's silhouette flashed. A palm struck out, startling John Tang. By the time he tried to raise his hands to block it, Wang Xiaolong's palm already hit his chest. Ah! Mixed into the sound of the loud attack was the sound of breaking bones. Hit by Wang Xiaolong's palm, John Tang felt as if all of his internal organs were shattered. A terrible energy was drilling around in his body, constantly biting and tearing his insides apart. Sadly, just as a painful groan was about to escape his mouth, Wang Xiaolong struck out with a second palm and then a third, the fifth palm. In just a short time, Wang Xiaolong had hit John Tang more than a dozen times. One after another sound of pipapala rang out as bones broke. Wang Xiaolong made sure that his strikes didn't send John Tang out of the ring area even after more than 10 strikes. But by then John Tang's chest had already caved in and John Tang bent over in pain like a cooked lobster. The horrible energy from Wang Xiaolong's palm kept tearing his insides. Under the pain, tears finally flowed from John Tang's eyes. The rare, super genius, the one that's hard to find even one in 100 years, daring to challenge all new students and defeating 7 people straight was now beaten till he cried by Wang Xiaolong. Everyone looked at the bent and crying John Tang, yet no one had any thoughts for him. Throats were swallowing nervously all around. This was not some battle assessment, it simply was an appalling wallop. Some of the new students turned their heads away, they couldn't bear to look anymore. John Tang struggled up, exerting all his energy trying to cry out and admit his loss. But before the sentence could be said, Wang Xiaolong sent another palm strike cutting off his words. Enough, stop. I said stop. At this time, the stunned Qingmei finally regained her wits and cried out in anger. Then, her palm struck out, separating Wang Xiaolong and John Tang from each other. Being separated, John Tang tumbled down instantly, his body twitching on the ground with blood streaming down from the corner of his mouth. John Tang! John Tang! Qingmei propped John Tang up quickly in a panic. Sun Jiang and Shen Chu in the distant corner saw John Tang tumbling down and they were awakened from their daze with the shouting and screaming. This was not good. The two figures flashed and appeared before the new students. Principal, Vice, Principal. Recognizing Sun Jiang and Shen Chu, all the students quickly greeted them. Even Qingmei was surprised. Sun Jiang and Shen Chu's minds weren't on the surroundings. Immediately squatting down, one hand fell on the left side and another hand fell one on the right, checking John Tang's pulse and transferring battle chi into his body. Qingmei and the students held their breath watching nervously. This is Cosmic Star Academy's principal, Sun Jiang. Wang Xiaolong observed the pair of larger than average ears. He heard from Marshal Hayashin before that Sun Jiang's ears weren't born this way, but it became like this due to him cultivating an earth-level battle skill. At this time, Lai Lu, who watched Wang Xiaolong flatten John Tang into a pancake with the crowd, realized something and went to Wang Xiaolong's side and asked in a worried voice, Xiaolong, will they? John Tang was principal's and vice, principal's pro-disciple, and Wang Xiaolong beat him into this state. What if both of them expelled Wang Xiaolong in anger then? Wang Xiaolong, however, looked indifferent and comforted Lai Lu, saying, it's nothing. A while later, Sun Jiang and Shen Chu stopped transferring battle chi into John Tang's body and retrieved their hands. Looking at each other, they both could feel the other's shock. Just now, when they were transferring battle chi into John Tang's body to heal him, they found an extremely hostile battle chi within and the quality and thickness had almost reached their state of cultivation. And this high-quality battle chi was left by Wang Xiaolong's palm. Exchanging a knowing look unnoticeable by others, this matter was kept between them two. What made them felt relieved was that John Tang wasn't wasted and could still cultivate. Otherwise, they would have felt like crying. Both of them turned to look at Wang Xiaolong standing 5 to 6 meters away as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. Peak late, fourth order. Wang Xiaolong was more or less about the same age as John Tang. Not even 10 years old, but he already reached the peak late fourth order. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? If John Tang's martial spirit was the grade 11 sacred bright tiger, then what was Wang Xiaolong's? The two authority figures were trembling with excitement. Could it be a top grade 11 martial spirit? Chapter 58. You didn't understand my meaning? Top grade 11 martial spirit. Once the idea of Wang Xiaolong possessing a top grade 11 martial spirit became apparent, Sun Jiang and Shen Chu's eyes grew dazzlingly bright. That kind of gaze made Wang Xiaolong feel like a sheep in a group of hungry tigers. Of course, the thought of Wang Xiaolong possessing a grade 12 martial spirit crossed their minds. However, such a grade was really too rare. In all of the Duanrun Empire's territory, the number of people who possessed grade 12 martial spirits did not exceed 10 people. However, in the eyes of the watching students, Sun Jiang and Shen Chu were standing there and glaring fiercely at Wang Xiaolong, and this made many people feel schadenfreude. While the new students were feeling schadenfreude, and the older students were enjoying Wang Xiaolong's bad luck, Sun Jiang's face suddenly became wreathed in smiles looking at Wang Xiaolong. He asked, "You are Wang Xiaolong, right? I'm Cosmic Star Academy's principal, Sun Jiang." That tone of voice was so gentle, it was as if he was afraid that if his voice was a little too loud, it would scare away Wang Xiaolong. All around, people wore an expression of shock, and then they went into a daze looking at their principal's smile, which was the most brilliant smile that they had ever seen from him in history. And at this point, Shen Chu laughed out, "Haha, saying I'm the vice principal Shen Chu. We've met a few days ago, hello." "Hello?" Vice Principal Shen Chu that always had a sullen and strict face, yet he actually said hello to a new student. Everyone looked like they had been struck by lightning. Subsequently, Sun Jiang laughed and said, "Xiaolong, your attacks just now are really ruthless, If we were one step too late, I'm afraid Jiang Tang would have been destroyed." Xiaolong? Moments ago, he was still Wang Xiaolong and now he was directly called Xiaolong. Those who heard this felt like fainting. Although Sun Jiang said those words, but the tone was so polite, not even an ounce of blame. Suddenly, 10 or so figures flew over, and the frontmost was the third year's teacher, Zhang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan's group of people arrived and seeing that Sun Jiang and Shen Chu were present, walked over to greet them. "Principal, Vice Principal, it's great that both of you are here. I received a report saying Wang Xiaolong violated the rules during the new students' assessment and sneak attacked Jiang Tang. And now Jiang Tang is heavily injured. I intend to detain this person and bring him before you. I'm waiting for your punishment order." Having said this, Zhang Yuan's turned to look at Wang Xiaolong. His hand motioned to the several disciplinary hall staff behind him and said, "Capture this Wang Xiaolong for me." Jiang Tang was both Sun Jiang and Shen Chu's pro-disciple, and he was beaten till this state by Wang Xiaolong. In Zhang Yuan's thinking, this was an excellent opportunity to perform well and garner some merits in front of them. "Yes, Leader Zhang Yuan," acknowledged the disciplinary hall enforcement staff. Other than being a third-year teacher, Zhang Yuan was also the disciplinary hall squad leader. Just as the dozen people were about to step out and capture Wang Xiaolong, Sun Jiang's slightly angry voice was heard, "Stop." On hearing Sun Jiang's order, the group of disciplinary hall's enforcers abruptly halted. "Well, all of you may leave, I will handle this matter." Sun Jiang waved his hand and said, but the brilliant smile had left his face. But it seemed like Zhang Yuan didn't quite understand the meaning of Sun Jiang's words. He thought that Sun Jiang and Shen Chu were trying to make them leave because they wanted to punish Wang Xiaolong personally, since Wang Xiaolong hurt their pro-disciple, which had angered them immeasurably. Zhang Yuan laughed out loud. "Principal, this is just a new student. This one doesn't dare bother Principal to handle such a small matter. Please rest assured and leave this to us." As he finished saying that, his silhouette flashed towards Wang Xiaolong. Fingers bent into claws and aimed at Wang Xiaolong, making a move himself. When Zhang Yuan was inches away from Wang Xiaolong, a figure flashed with a speed faster than Zhang Yuan's. A hand lifted and a palm landed on Zhang Yuan's cheek, slapping him away. The square was filled with silence. Clutching his left cheek, unbelievably, it was Sun Jiang that was guarding Wang Xiaolong. The one who slapped him was their Cosmic Star Academy's principal, Sun Jiang. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Sun Jiang's eyes were staring daggers at him. He had never seen the principal look like this before, causing his heart to shiver in fear. "You didn't understand my meaning?" Sun Jiang turned sullen. "Scram for me." At this moment, even if Zhang Yuan was a pig, he could see Principal Sun Jiang's fury. Yes, Principal, we're leaving now." Scramming away immediately. Zhang Yuan's face became ashen with fear. He turned around wanting to leave quickly with the disciplinary team. However, Wang Xiaolong's voice rang out. "Not so fast." Wang Xiaolong's voice came out abruptly, causing everyone to look over at him. Wang Xiaolong stared at Zhang Yuan before turning and looking at Sun Jiang. "Expel him or expel me." The unexpected words stunned everyone speechless. Wang Xiaolong actually made such a request. This Zhang Yuan displeased, and it showed in his expression. Of course, Wang Xiaolong knew that Sun Jiang and Shen Chu definitely wouldn't agree to expel him if they were smart. With his talents, no matter which kingdom's academy he chose to enter in the surrounding kingdoms, all of them would compete for him. Sun Jiang and Shen Chu exchanged a glance. But neither of them opted to speak immediately because Zhang Yuan was not only a third-year teacher and a leader of the disciplinary enforcement hall. His sister was a Wang Fei. Although not favored with her status and position, Zhang Yuan was considered as the king's little brother-in-law. "Expel me." Zhang Yuan paused and turned around and looked at Wang Xiaolong, like he just heard the world's funniest joke. Wang Xiaolong ignored him and continued speaking to Sun Jiang and Shen Chu. "At the end of the year, if I take first place in the first-year competition, you will expel him from the academy." Wang Xiaolong was aware, no matter how good his talent was, both Sun Jiang and Shen Chu won't agree to expel a third-year teacher just based on his words. When he returned to the Martial Mansion on the registration day, he had asked Marshal Hayashin to investigate this Zhang Yuan's background. "Yearly competition's first place?" Sun Jiang and Shen Chu, and the surrounding people were shocked with both eyes practically popping out. With Wang Xiaolong's peak late, 4th order's strength, the first-year competition's first place was a sure thing. However, there were only 5 months to the end of the year. Some of the older first-year students had broken through to the 6th order and some even reached the peak late, 6th order. How could Wang Xiaolong grab the first spot? With his talents, it might be possible in another 2 years' time. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan laughed aloud with mockery and ridicule as he stared at Wang Xiaolong. Punk, did you just say you will take the first-year competition's first place? Wang Xiaolong kept silent, looking at Sun Jiang and Chen Chu. Okay. Moments later, Sun Jiang nodded in agreement. If you get the first place in the first-year competition, apart from the Standard Academy's reward, I will add another high-grade Earth-rank battle skill. When they heard that not only did Principal Sun Jiang agree, he had even added an extra reward, they all were dumbfounded. Truth be told, Sun Jiang agreed because he didn't believe Wang Xiaolong could take first place, thus it was nothing even if he agreed to it. This way, he could resolve Wang Xiaolong's resentment, and at the same time motivate him to practice and work harder. Good. Wang Xiaolong sealed the deal. At the side, Zhang Yuan was angry when Sun Jiang agreed, but he didn't dare show it in public. Furthermore, in his opinion, it was an impossible feat for Wang Xiaolong, and not only did he think so, basically everyone else thought so. After that, Wang Xiaolong turned his attention towards Xingmei. Without a doubt, based on the strength he exposed earlier, it was enough for him to take the first place in the new student's assessment. Therefore, it was time for Xingmei to fulfill her side of the bet. The new students who knew about Wang Xiaolong and Xingmei's bet saw Wang Xiaolong looking at Xingmei and all their expressions turned weird. Chapter 59. Receive Wang Xiaolong as a disciple. Wang Xiaolong looked at Xingmei and coldly sneered, the new student's assessment bet, you haven't forgotten, right? Xingmei's body trembled and there was panic in her eyes, not daring to meet Wang Xiaolong's eyes. Her eyes turned a pale white. Bet. While Sun Jiang and Shen Chu's were still confused, the pale Xingmei suddenly knelt down. She just knelt down in the square like that, opened her small cherry-like mouth, Wang, 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 and she cried out 3 times in a row. Sun Jiang and Shen Chu were stunned agape. While Sun Jiang and Shen Chu remained confused and stunned, Xingmei suddenly stood up, turned around and fled, disappearing without a trace. All around the square were dazed faces. Looking at the direction in which Xingmei disappeared, Wang Xiaolong felt she wasn't as hateful as he had thought. At the very least, she dared to say and dared to do. Initially, he had thought she would surely try to wriggle out of it. Qing Chu looked at his daughter's disappearing silhouette and could only shake his head. Due to Xingmei running away, the new student's assessment stopped midway and did not continue. Wang Xiaolong and the others dispersed from the square. Sun Jiang's eyes flickered, and he looked at Wang Xiaolong's receding silhouette. It looks like, within the next 2 days, I should make a trip to the marshal's mansion and have a chat with that old fellow Hayashin. Having understood the meaning hidden in Sun Jiang's words, Qing Chu laughed and said, based on Principal's good relation with Marshal Hayashin, coupled with Principal's strength and identity, I'm sure Marshal Hayashin would be happy to agree to let Wang Xiaolong become Principal's disciple. Sun Jiang nodded. He nodded not because he was worried about Wang Xiaolong becoming his disciple, but because he was curious about Wang Xiaolong's martial spirits. That old fellow Hayashin should know, right? Sun Jiang thought secretly. He was about to leave but laughed bitterly when he remembered Jiang Teng's unconscious body and said to Qing Chu, let's go, we should first stabilize Jiang Teng's injury before talking about anything else. Qing Chu also smiled bitterly and nodded. Thereafter, both of them carried the unconscious Jiang Teng and disappeared from the square in the blink of an eye. Wang Xiaolong, however, went to the library instead of returning to the classroom. The first floor of the library was open to all academy students, however battle skills and cultivation techniques were kept on the 2nd floor, 3rd floor, and the 4th floor. Therefore, only those that had accomplished tasks issued by the academy and had a certain amount of contribution points were allowed to go to those floors. Of course, Wang Xiaolong didn't enroll into the academy to learn their battle skills or cultivation techniques. Although he had lived in this martial spirit world for almost 10 years, the things he understood were very little. So, he wanted to read more books to learn about this world. After reading 2 books on martial spirits, Wang Xiaolong noticed a book titled Supernatural Ability on a bookshelf. Supernatural Ability? His curiosity was stoked, and he took the book then started to flip through the pages. The more he read, the more captivated he became. The book not only described the many different martial spirits' supernatural abilities, but also the usage, strengths, and weaknesses. Although it wasn't in full detail, it was enough to open a new door for Wang Xiaolong. A little more than an hour later, Wang Xiaolong returned the book to its rack and picked another book. While Wang Xiaolong was concentrating on books in the library, the entire academy was swept by a wave of intense discussion. I heard today in the new student's assessment, a new student called Wang Xiaolong nearly destroyed that student Jiang Teng who possesses a grade 11 martial spirit. This is 100% true. I was in the square at the time that Wang Xiaolong suddenly exposed a peak late 4th order strength. A peak late, 4th order. How old is this Wang Xiaolong? Not even 10, right? This is too terrifying. I also heard that this Wang Xiaolong came to register with the principal's recommendation letter. Previously, Jiang Teng called him a waste every time he opened his mouth. There was such discussion in every corner of the Cosmic Star Academy. Regardless of whether it was an older student or teacher, they were all shocked when they heard it, while at the same time, everybody was trying to guess what Huang Xiaolong's martial spirit was. It was near noon when Huang Xiaolong left the library. When the older students who were present in the square that morning recognized Huang Xiaolong, they started to point and whisper with a weird expression. Huang Xiaolong could hear the discussions around him, and he shook his head. He hadn't expected that news in this world spread just as fast. After all, 3 hours had barely passed since the incident in the morning. Young master. The waiting Fei Hu and the 4 Martial Mansion's guards had seen Huang Xiaolong come out and quickly went to him, greeting him as they got nearer. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then took the 5 of them to Tangshuan Mansion. Young master, we heard you nearly wasted that John Tang. On the way, Fei Hu said. You all heard about it? Huang Xiaolong was surprised and smiled bitterly. The 5 of them laughed, and Fei Hu said that John Tang was the exalted academy genius in more than 100 years, possessing a superb talent martial spirit, and he's also Sun Jiang and Chen Chu's disciple at the same time. The matter about young master almost turning him into a waste caused great waves that spread throughout all of Royal City. It even spread throughout Royal City? Huang Xiaolong was a little astonished and frowned, but he gradually relaxed. It was useless to hide anymore. Soon enough there would be people who would find out that he had a vague connection with the Marshal's mansion. Moreover, with Marshal Haoshan's presence, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to make a move against him. At least he was still safe while in the Luotong Kingdom's royal city. Soon, they arrived at the Tangshuan mansion. Allowing the 4 guards to stand down, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hu sat in the main hall, where he asked Fei Hu about his progress in practicing the liquid thunder arts. Fei Hu answered with a happy face, saying, Sovereign, your subordinate has been diligently practicing the cultivation technique that you passed down in these past few days, and my battle chi cultivation has increased exponentially. Based on the speed of his cultivation these past couple of days, there was no need for 5 years. Perhaps in 4 years' time he could break through into the Xianxun realm. Huang Xiaolong nodded, and he asked Fei Hu about the matter regarding the purchase of slaves. And Fei Hu reported everything in detail to Huang Xiaolong. For the last couple of days, Fei Hu carefully selected 26 slaves and started to nurture them by teaching cultivation techniques. Listening to Fei Hu's report, Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction. I've decided that in 2 days I will go and train in the Silver Moon Forest, said Huang Xiaolong in a low but serious tone after Fei Hu was done with his report. I should be back around the end of the year's competition. What, Sovereign, you want to go into the Silver Moon Forest to train alone? Fei Hu's expression changed. Worried, he asked, Sovereign, it's better if subordinate accompanies you. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, saying, no need. In the upcoming 5 months, stay in the Tangshuan mansion and train the slaves. Also, you must diligently practice the liquid thunder arts every day. Fei Hu wanted to say more, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Don't say any more, I've decided. With his current strength combined with his supernatural ability to conceal himself within shadows, as long as he doesn't venture too deep into the forest, there won't be much danger. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong didn't want to continue relying on Fei Hu and Marshal Haoshan's power. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had made up his mind, Fei Hu could only accept the order respectfully. While Huang Xiaolong decided to enter the Silver Moon Forest in 2 days' time, on the other side of the Martial Mansion, there was an uninvited guest, Cosmic Star Academy's principal, Sun Jiang. Sun Jiang arrived in the Martial Mansion and chatted some miscellaneous stuff with Marshal Haoshan before stating the purpose of his visit. His desire to take Huang Xiaolong as his disciple. What? You want to take Huang Xiaolong as your disciple? Marshal Haoshan was shocked, so much so that even his voice became awkward. Then, without any doubt or hesitation, shook his head and said, no. What a joke. Huang Xiaolong was their Asura's Gate sovereign. How can a little Cosmic Star Academy's principal qualify to have him as a disciple? Chapter 60. Isn't he your illegitimate son? No? Sun Jiang was sent into a daze for a moment by the answer. He seemed like he had taken a great blow from Marshal Haoshan. Originally, he had thought by virtue of his identity and by personally coming here to the Martial Mansion to receive Huang Xiaolong as his disciple, Marshal Haoshan would agree happily. But he was actually refused. Sun Jiang's face darkened slightly with unhappiness. Marshal Haoshan saw Sun Jiang's expression, and he thought for a moment before replying, Sun Jiang, this matter I truly can't make the decision. You can't decide? Sun Jiang was stunned. That Huang Xiaolong, isn't he your illegitimate child? Illegitimate child? Instantly, beads of sweat and black lines appeared on Marshal Haoshan's forehead. This old thing actually thought the sovereign was his. Marshal Haoshan's face was solemn and somber as he said, Sun Jiang, not to mention me, not even my master can decide. Your master? Senior Yu Ming can't decide. Shock was obvious on his face. Yu Ming was a 10th order Xianxun expert. But Yu Ming can't make such a small decision for Huang Xiaolong? Then, what was Huang Xiaolong's real identity? Marshal Haoshan nodded seriously at Sun Jiang. The truth was, there was something that he didn't say to Sun Jiang, and that was even his own Shizu was not qualified to take Huang Xiaolong as a disciple. Marshal Haoshan's Shizu. Saying it out loud would be too shocking. Thus Marshal Haoshan kept it to himself and didn't say it to Sun Jiang. Although they were good friends, Marshal Hayashin had never spoken about his connection with Asura's Gate, so Sun Jiang didn't know he was an Asura's Gate disciple. Not long later, Sun Jiang walked out from the Marshal mansion disappointed. He looked up to the blue sky with floating groups of white clouds and the blaring sunlight. Didn't expect that little guy's identity to be so not simple. Sun Jiang muttered to himself, could he be that Duanran Empire's prince? Then, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Leaving the Marshal mansion, Sun Jiang headed straight back to the academy. Night arrived. The day's heat slowly dissipated as night fell and a cool breeze blew in the night. Wang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed in the master bedroom of the Tangshuan mansion. Battle Kai was circulating in his meridians. However, he wasn't practicing. These past couple of days, a thought stuck in his mind. Since his twin dragon martial spirits could fuse to become one and they could separate to become two independent entities, then maybe he could summon them out individually. And now Hao was experimenting how to accomplish an individual summoning. If he could control and summon only one of his martial spirits out, then he wouldn't need to worry about his twin martial spirits being discovered by others. Under normal circumstances or during battle, he would release just the black dragon. But despite 2 days' worth of effort, every time Wang Xiaolong summoned his martial spirits, both the black and blue dragon would appear. This was akin to the left and right hand writing different characters at the same time, an impossible act. Because humans can't focus on two things at the same time. Wang Xiaolong's attempts failed again and again, but Wang Xiaolong didn't feel discouraged and continued to try after each failure. The night passed as dawn arrived bringing light. Although he didn't succeed, he found that his control over his twin dragon martial spirits had become more refined. Previously, he needed at least 3 breaths to summon his martial spirits, but now he could do it within 2 breaths of time. Coming out from his room, into the yard, Wang Xiaolong stretched his limbs a little then heard a loud bellowing voice coming from the backyard. Curious, he strolled towards the backyard to have a look. In the backyard, Fei Hu and the newly bought slaves were practicing the Luohan fist. The fist fighting style he taught Fei Hu and asked Fei Hu to teach it to the slaves. Observing the slaves, Wang Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days' time, these slaves had already familiarized themselves with the moves, showing their battle skills and battle chi comprehension were quite good. It was the requirement he had given Fei Hu. The people he wanted must fulfill 2 things. Number 1 was loyalty, and second, possessing a certain level of comprehension in battle chi and battle skills. Young master. Seeing Wang Xiaolong strolling over, Fei Hu quickly went up in greeting. Wang Xiaolong nodded. Then he pointed at Beastman Boli who was practicing Luohan fist in the square, saying to Fei Hu, you guide Boli more so he can guide the other, leaving you time for your own practice. Yes, young master. Fei Hu replied respectfully. Let's go. Accompany me for a stroll outside. Wang Xiaolong said to Fei Hu. He had been in the Luotan Kingdom's royal city for some days and had yet to take a good look around. Thus Wang Xiaolong decided to go out. Also, he would be going to the Silver Moon Forest 2 days later and would stay inside for 5 months. So, he wanted to buy a few things and visit Lai Lu as well as the Lai family's silk shop. He had grown taller since he left Wang Clan Manor, reaching 150 centimeters tall, so he might as well have a few sets of new clothes made there. Wang Xiaolong, Fei Hu, and the 4 Martial Mansion guards stepped out of Tangshuan Mansion and walked along the streets. The morning was bright and the air fresh. Wang Xiaolong was in a good mood as he walked along the street as it got busier with the common folks, and the shops were also opening for business for the day. The truth was, living an ordinary life is also a kind of happiness. Going through several streets, the 6 of them finally arrived at the Lai family's silk store shop. Because it hadn't been a week since the academy lessons had started, so Lai Cheng, who accompanied Lai Lu over to the royal city, hadn't gone back to Kanglin County. When he saw that Wang Xiaolong's group of people came, he quickly came out from the inner hall to meet them. Xiaolong, Senior Fei Hu. Lai Cheng greeted full of smiles. Wang Xiaolong nodded and called Lai Cheng uncle as he entered the shop, with Fei Hu and the others. Lai Cheng invited them into the inner big hall, quickly ordering the servants to serve tea. This time in the presence of Wang Xiaolong, Lai Cheng's actions were a little stiff, and when he sat down, his hands were trembling, not knowing what to do with them. Seeing this, Wang Xiaolong guessed that Lai Cheng already knew about what happened during the new student's assessment, that he nearly turned Zhang Tang into a waste. Lai Cheng probably also heard the rumors that he had some indeterminable connection with Marshal Hayashin. It was already spread to the whole royal city. He being connected to Marshal Hayashin was no longer a secret. As for what kind of connection it was, the public continued to speculate and many different versions came out. Uncle, I came to order a few sets of clothes. After sitting down, Wang Xiaolong explained his purpose. Make a few set of clothes? Lai Cheng blanked for a moment, then quickly stood up. He personally went to the measurements tool to record down Wang Xiaolong's measurements. Wang Xiaolong laughed, asking him to let the servants do it. However, Lai Cheng insisted on doing it himself, which left Wang Xiaolong feeling embarrassed and awkward. As he watched Lai Cheng taking his measurements, Wang Xiaolong couldn't help but think of his parents in Wang Clan Manor, Wang Peng and Su Yan. If they knew he was in the royal city, and Lai Cheng was taking his measurements personally, what would they think? It was done quickly, and they both sat down. After he thought about something for a moment, he said to Lai Cheng, Uncle, my mom and dad don't know that I'm here in the royal city. For the time being, I would like to keep this from them in case they worry too much. When you return, please don't mention this to my parents. Understanding the underlying meaning of Wang Xiaolong's words, Lai Cheng reassured him with haste, Xiaolong, don't worry. I won't say any of these things when I return. Wang Xiaolong nodded his head. Otherwise, when he returned at the end of the year, both of them definitely would pester him with many questions about this. At this time at the storefront, there was a sudden commotion and angry shouting voices. Wang Xiaolong frowned. At the loud noises he could tell that someone was trying to make trouble outside. Also, Lai Cheng's expression wasn't nice when he heard the angry, scolding voices from the storefront. These past few days, there was someone who intentionally came to make trouble, even aggressively assaulting and injuring the shop workers. He didn't expect that they would show up again today.